A new tornado warning. It looks like is that going to be coming for northern Pike County, where that storm has just developed up north of Bowling Green up towards Frankfort right now. So a new tornado warning from about the Bowling Green area and north and northeast, and that's going to go up across the Mississippi River and head on into Pike County, Illinois, up towards Pittsfield. So that's the far northern storm up there. So really, it's about ready to cross the river now. But if you're in the path of this storm, this is northeast of Bowling Green, Reading, Atlas, Derry, and then into Pittsfield, you would want to be in your safe place right now. All of these storms along this line have the potential of rotating at any time. The greatest threat appears to be along Interstate 70 into St. Louis and then points east and south as we head through the remainder of the evening. So when these storms are rolling in, if your phone goes off and you get those tones on your phone, that means you're close enough to that polygon that has triggered the tornado warning. It means you're very close to being in the path of a tornado. So treat that seriously. We're going to stay here with you tonight. You're going to go to the lowest level of whatever building you're on or in. If you're in your home, you can go to your basement. You don't want to be in a mobile home. You want to abandon that for a more substantial shelter. So hopefully there's a nearby place you can get to. If you live in a mobile home and you're out ahead of this line by 15 or 20 minutes or so, there's still time for you to get to where you need to go and a safe place for you to be inside. You're putting as many walls between you and the outside as possible, going to that small interior room. And you're also going to stay away from windows and doors this evening as these storms roll in. They potentially have a tremendous amount of wind. The jet stream aloft, you don't have to go very far up to find 70, 80 mile per hour winds. And some of that gets worked down and pulled down by these thunderstorms to the ground. So we're concerned about not only straight line winds, we're concerned about the rotation in the storms and the potential for tornadoes, and the potential that we could have some stronger, longer track tornadoes across the region as well. There's that storm just north of Louisiana right now, up towards Frankfort, and it is racing northeast bound. So it'll be crossing over the river, and it looks like that we do have that circulation in there right now. So this will cross over and head into Pike County, Illinois, and your tornado threat will then shift east of the Mississippi River and technically out of the 5 on your side area. That's this whole line of thunderstorms, which is strong. Warnings are up pretty much all along this line of storms for the potential of wind gusts to around 60 miles per hour, perhaps some hail up to the size of nickels, maybe quarters. And then as you get into the Herman area, you're already picking up the heavy rain. Looks like the circulation would be just back to the west and to the southwest of St. Louis in that area. So there's an awful lot going on tonight with these storms. We're going to need you to stay alert, stay weather aware this evening. We're going to stay here. We'll be with you. Tracy Hinson and I both here tonight tracking the storms. Tracy's driving the radar right now, zoomed in on this storm out around Herman where it's already pouring. But again, the circulation looked like it was back here a little farther to the west, and that is racing off towards the northeast. So these storms, 50 to 60 miles per hour is how they're moving to the northeast of St. Louis. So they are racing.
Moving very fast, and something that developed very quickly. Came into our very unstable area. We had all the right ingredients for this today. We were just waiting to see what would happen as this started to come through. Fast moving storms, as you have said, potentially capable of producing a tornado. We have seen rotation in some of these cells based on the radar. Also the potential for some hail as well with these storms, something about up to about an inch. So some pea-sized hail has been reported. Some outside of our area report shows that the Walmart in Mexico has put people, this is what we want to hear, 200 people went to the back of the store to a safe area of that store in Walmart in Mexico, Missouri. That's what I want to hear. This will not be a very long tornado warning for certain areas as this goes through, but something you definitely need to be aware of. You need to go to that area of your home or wherever you are tonight that is the safest, a room with the most walls between you and the outside or your basement. This will be moving pretty quickly, so that you will not be in the basement for very long as these storms track through. We also have severe thunderstorm warnings out there as well, so some strong winds are just blasting through the 5 on your side coverage area. We will be on for a while tonight to see you through this storm system. As you can see, as I zoom out here, I'll do it as slowly as I can. I know that it can be a bit jarring when you watch that, but you can see here that that is a very long line of storms. That is going to encompass the entire 5 on your side coverage area at one point or another throughout the entire night tonight. So we have some rotation in these cells, widespread, as you can see, tornado warnings just about everywhere. And we have this one here that is extended into Franklin County that is moving pretty quickly here. All of these storms are moving fast. I'll go ahead and zoom in on this one and give you a better track on this storm as these cells have developed. Strong winds with this. You'll expect to hear that, a rumble outside as these track through. Some lightning as well, and of course it's nighttime, so I know this is a thing for dads to do, to go out there and try to see this, but you're not going to see it with things being so dark. Let me go ahead and put a track on this system right here, as we'll see this storm continue to move through. So into Port Hudson by about 7:07, Washington by 7:21, Innsbruck by 7:27, and then Forestell by about 7:33. So I want you to be aware of this storm. It's moving very fast, so you have limited time to get to your basement or to that room that's within the most walls between you and the outside. It will move through quickly, but certainly a system that is generating some strong winds with the potential for rotation out there as well. As we've been talking about, we just have all the correct ingredients for storms like this tonight, with a very long line of severe thunderstorms, as well as that tornado risk. These tornado warnings, we expect to watch them just continue to push through slowly and steadily through our county through our counties on the 5 on your side coverage area throughout the rest of the night. You know, into the St. Louis area, we're still probably a good hour and a half, even 2 hours away, depending on where you are in the metropolitan area, Scott.
Okay, so, you know, we got a new warning. We actually have a couple of new tornado warnings. One is up in Pike County now for the western portions of Pike County, and that stretches into northern portions of Montgomery County as well, and also back into Audrain County. That storm is moving northeast. Tornado warning for that is west of Bowling Green. Bowling Green right now is not in a tornado warning at the moment, but you may very well be with this storm. The circulation is certainly in there, and it is working northeast bound. These are all moving. All of these storms are moving at 50 to 60 miles per hour, racing off to the northeast. Okay, so we have our next tornado warning a little farther south. That's the one that includes a chunk of Montgomery County, a part of Warren County, and into Franklin County, and of course, Gasconade County. There are multiple circulations along here embedded within this storm, and they are moving towards the northeast. It looks like the most likely area to be seeing a tornado, there's a couple of spots. One would be just north of Canaan and just off to the west, it looks like, of Gerald. And this would be in Gasconade County, along Highway 78 out there, and west of Highway 19. And then as we go a little farther to the south, the rest of northern portions of Phelps County with a tornado warning. Circulation showing up very close to the Vichy area, just northwest of Rolla, and that is pushing along the Marys-Phelps County line. That is racing off towards the east and the northeast, so that may end up clipping southern portions of Gasconade County. Bottom line, this is a very long line of thunderstorms. It is producing severe weather right now, and with that severe weather, we're going to see some power outages. We are going to see some down trees, some down power lines. That's definitely going to be happening as we go through the evening hours.
And already, Scott, we have seen a report of a downed tree, not part of the 5 on your side coverage area. This is part of Osage County, and law enforcement there has said that there's a tree down blocking both lanes of Highway 63 there, so it's about a mile south of Highway 50 in Osage County, the Westphalia area. So that's just showing you that this storm is already producing, winds and thunderstorm damage capable of knocking over trees right now. So we will continue to see that. We've got another one here from Boone County. So not quite our coverage area, but it gives you an idea of what to expect. We expect to see some reports come in for our coverage area. Route M, there's a tree down near Cedar Lane. That's in Boone County. So
yeah, and out around Kingdom City, they've had some thunderstorm damage reported with some trees down in the Kingdom City area. Most people from St. Louis who go to Lake of the Ozarks would be familiar with Kingdom City, that being the prime stopping point, kind of halfway on the way to the lake. Ameren, Illinois has advised us that they have moved the storm trailers and supplies and additional equipment over towards Mount Vernon to be prepared to respond for the Ameren, Illinois side of our coverage area. I'm pretty sure the Ameren, Missouri folks have done likewise and are in a position tonight to respond once it is safe to do so. But we have a bunch of counties under severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings right now. So let's just go from north to south. And tornado warning in Pike County. This is northeast of Bowling Green. It looks like that rotation is about across the river and heading on into now and working its way on up towards Pittsfield. In fact, trimmed up that tornado warning as we're speaking. So that is moving northeast up towards Pittsfield. So this part, at least, of Pike County now out of the tornado warning, but there's another cell that is coming east of Mexico, southeast of Mexico. It is bowing out here. So we have the area for portions of Montgomery County into the southwest and western portions of Pike County with a tornado warning. You should be in your safe place for these areas right now. As we look a little farther south, Montgomery County down into Gasconade County, and then Gasconade County into this portion of Warren County and Franklin County. Numerous circulations are showing up along this line, and there is rotation within these thunderstorms capable of producing a tornado. We do not know if we have tornadoes on the ground at this point. We're not seeing indications of that, but we are tracking these storms, and this one that's pretty close right now to Canaan, that's going to move across Gasconade County into Franklin County and potentially move into Warren County. Eventually, that's going to get into Innsbrook. It's going to get into Warrenton. It's going to get to Washington, Missouri, to Augusta, to New Melly, eventually into the west side of the metro area. So everybody that's in the western portions of the metro St. Louis area and then down along 44, in the next hour, hour and a half, is going to be racing northeast. It's moving at 55 to 65 miles per hour. So these storms are on a tear to the northeast, and they have a tremendous amount of wind. We've had some wind damage with these cells as they work through to our southwest. Tornado warning, northern portions of Phelps County now. That takes it very close to St. James. This storm's probably going to stay right along or just north of Interstate 44 as far as where the current circulation is within the storm. Now, the environment that exists from the St. Louis area on down to the south, across much of southeastern portions of Missouri, southern portions of Illinois, it is a very favorable environment. All the ingredients appear to be there for the potential of stronger tornadoes. We're now at the point where the sun has set, it's dark, it's hard to see, you have hilly terrain, you have trees, it's not easy to see those. It can be very dangerous. One thing we're hoping is that they get out of here, and we're thinking that they will, so most of us can get a good night's sleep if they don't impact us. Because it is very bad to have severe weather rolling through, of course, when you're trying to sleep and when you are asleep. That's where we end up with the biggest problems from nocturnal tornadoes, and that is going to be a problem for areas along the Ohio River Valley and down into the Mid-South as we go through the overnight hours. Around St. Louis, we're thinking over the next hour to 2 hours, we are going to get this line of severe thunderstorms through here. Tornado warnings stretching now from Phelps County into Gasconade County, parts of Franklin County, the southwest corner of Warren County, into Montgomery County, and then north up into Pike County. There are individual circulations all along this line that are racing to the northeast, each one of them capable of producing a tornado, in addition to the potential of widespread wind gusts of 55 to 65, maybe 70 miles per hour out of some of these storms. Kingdom City's had some damage reported. Out towards Columbia, they've had some damage. 60-mile-an-hour wind reported at the Columbia Airport. We've had some damage down 44. And if you notice, just north of Springfield, there's yet another storm developing there, well down to the southwest of St. Louis. Here are some of the damage reports that Tracy's pulling up for us. And again, it's wind damage that's been reported. That means we're going to have the trees down, power lines go down. We are going to have scattered power outages across the region tonight. There's not a question of if it will happen. It's a question of when it happens and how widespread it's going to be. If these storms plow through St. Louis and they produce widespread 60 or 70 mile per hour winds, we're going to have some problems. We got a lot of trees. That's just the reality of it all. Richland, you can see that report, some trees down south of Richland to south of Crocker. So tree reports down, branches down. This whole line of thunderstorms is coming towards St. Louis, potentially producing to the straight line winds. It is going to be a very active weather evening across the bi-state area for sure. The tornado warning still continuing. They're drawing a new warning up for much of Warren County, and it is coming out right now. So Gasconade, Lincoln, Montgomery, Pike, and Warren County.
Certainly a blustery night too with this. Lots of winds being generated with these storms. Are moving very fast, so this will be kind of short-lived here. Scott, there's that new warning box that you were talking about.
Yeah, in fact, if you look right now, the new warning that just got popped up here is the one that's taking the storm from around Herman. And to be honest, it's a messy line of thunderstorms. It's hard to find those circulations in here. But this is the newest warning that comes in. It includes parts of Gasconade County, parts of Montgomery County, even goes up into the southeastern tip of Pike County, much of Lincoln County, and Warren County. So Warrenton's in on this, Hawk Point, Truxton. You're going from Troy up towards Eolia. You're going over towards Winfield with this. That's a pretty expansive area. But this is the area of circulation here, very close to Herman right now, that is working its way towards the northeast at about 50 to 60 miles per hour. So towns in the path include Hawk Point and Troy and Moscow Mills. And, you know, eventually Winfield. It's moving that fast. This is all going to happen within the next 35, 40 minutes. That's how fast these storms are moving. So tornado warnings, these are serious storms. Traditionally what happens with these storms, when you have these storms moving so fast, the damage that occurs, by the time we find out about it, the storms are long gone, because the first responders who have to deal with the mess that's on the ground and deal with all the 911 calls are very busy, and they really don't have a lot of time to chit-chat. So we don't get the storm reports until a little bit afterwards. And because the environment is so favorable for us to see potentially larger tornadoes and tornadoes that would stay on the ground longer, that's one of the reasons why we are staying on the air with you tonight. We need you to know where your safe place is. We need you to track this line with us. Again, the storm's leading edge coming into Troy right now, the circulation from that has been back towards Herman, and it is racing to the northeast. There's probably a good swath of strong winds pushing out at 60 to 70 miles per hour here, coming across a good chunk of Gasconade County and into the northwest corner and western portions of Franklin County. Looks like a new tornado warning now down here across northwestern portions of Crawford County and into the southern portions of Franklin County, the southern portions of Gasconade County. All of these storms are rotating. So, again, these will be in the metro area within the next hour or so. Less than that, probably. If you're in the path of these storms and they're threatening you right now, your safe place is in the basement. If you don't have a basement, you're going to the lowest level of whatever building you're in. You're going to put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. That could be a bathroom, maybe a closet. You're wearing your shoes. You're taking something to cover your head. You got a bicycle helmet, use that. Have a pillow, that's fine, but make sure you're covering your head away from windows and doors in the center lowest part of your house. Mobile homes are not substantial shelter. If you're around the St. Louis metro area and you live in a mobile home, you have time to get to a more substantial shelter. And by that, we mean go to either a storm shelter that is in your village or go to a neighbor's house where you have more substantial shelter. This warning, tornado warning, runs through Sullivan, right up 44 into St. Clair. So tornado warning, Franklin County, northwest portions of Crawford County, and it's basically tornado warnings are all along this line. There are embedded circulations all along the line. They're all rotating storms. They are all racing northeast. There's kind of your time frame on that Tracy has plotted out for us. And Tracy, these storms are really on a tear moving north and northeast.
Very fast. So as you were talking about getting to your safe place, whether that's that room with the most walls between you or your basement, you will not be down there for very long. This storm system is moving across very quickly right now. I do expect it to come into the St. Louis area, starting to make its way into the metro area here pretty quickly within the next hour and a half. So the good news with that is most of us will be awake for this, to keep an eye on this. If you are planning to go to bed, maybe you're in Illinois, here's what I do when I am set to fall asleep during some of these storms when Scott and Jim are in, is what I will do is I'll set a couple of alarms for every 30 minutes or so. Sometimes it's every hour. With this storm, it's moving very fast. I would set them every 30 minutes to go ahead and check in with us until that storm comes closer to you. As you can see, we have widespread tornado warnings with this one. I'll go through the counties that these are currently affecting. So we have a warning still that's up through about 7:30, so another 25 minutes on this warning through Montgomery and Pike counties. This is a bit of a longer tornado warning. This is a disorganized system, so there's lots of little areas within these storms that we are seeing some rotation in. So this warning is for Lincoln, Montgomery, Pike, and Warren counties through about 7:45 tonight. Going down the line here, 7:45 tonight, they're continuing on through parts of Franklin, Gasconade, and Warren counties. You can see the National Weather Service go ahead and updating this as that storm continues to track very quickly off to our northeast tonight. And then here's 7:45 for us, Franklin and Gasconade counties, parts of Crawford. So Rolla, you, my friends, are starting to get into that. We have some severe thunderstorms in your area, but your tornado risk has diminished. So that is some good news for you for Dent and Phelps County. That's about 7:45 tonight.
And in Lincoln County, Tracy, in Lincoln County, the emergency manager says the Performing Arts Center in Troy, Missouri is open for sheltering operations. So if you live in a mobile home in Lincoln County, you're getting close here. You need to move it along. But you still have time. The Performing Arts Center in Troy, Missouri is open for sheltering operations there. One thing to remember too, when we get into a scenario here that plays out where there is wind damage and power's out, we're going to treat any down power line as if it's live. If your power's out, it may be a while before it gets back on, depending on how widespread it is, but you don't want to be out there putzing around with wires. Treat any wire as a live wire, okay? And in the morning, tomorrow morning, if there's widespread power outages, you don't want to be wandering around outside, especially if there's a lot of debris around. We don't know what we're going to be into, really. For the next hour or so, we're just going to track these storms through the region. I think we'll be mostly done by 10:30, 11 o'clock, based on what we're seeing right now, because these are moving very quickly. They will have done the damage. We can at least get a preliminary assessment of what's going on. Hopefully, the circulations stay up in the clouds, and they don't drop out of the clouds. But in this environment, there is a history of thunderstorms like this causing and producing large and damaging tornadoes. So with that environment that exists, and given the fact that we have this long line of thunderstorms, and we have rotating thunderstorms all along this line, rapidly racing off to the north and east, and all the tornado warnings from western Pike County into Lincoln County, into Warren County, Franklin and Gasconade counties, and into northwestern Crawford County. all along this line. Storms are rotating. There's the potential we could be dropping a tornado at any moment. We have seen winds gusting above 60 miles per hour at times. We've had reports as these storms were really at the cusp of just getting organized back in parts of mid-Missouri and southwest Missouri. As they were just getting organized, they were producing some stronger winds between 50 and 60 miles per hour or even higher. And we've had some reports of some trees down and power lines down. So we think that's going to be a continuation of what we see over the course of the next couple of hours right now. Tracy's kind of probing with the velocity, looking for the circulations in there. And there's so many circulations right now embedded within this area. There's multiple circulations here.
Yeah, a pretty disorganized system with this. What I'm looking for is, when we see that kind of coupling there on the radar to see this rotation. I know we did get a report from Montgomery County near the town of Middletown that the radar is picking up some debris in the area of rotation with that particular storm. So that's most likely moving through here from the area of Middletown and going to make its way here across into the Bowling Green area. So a rural area nonetheless, but still right along 161 there up into Bowling Green is kind of the trajectory of how that line is moving.
Yeah, that's kind of right up along the upper reaches of the Quiver River. In fact, if you go over to Max 2, Sean, you can see that would be what's indicated with a little bit of a debris there north of Middletown. That's an indication that there has been something other than raindrops and hailstones, your traditional radar targets. There's other things in there that the radar is detecting, and they are not of the same size. And that usually means we've lofted debris up into the air and that a tornado has touched down. So we would think that there is a tornado, probably has been on the ground or either is on the ground, going into southwestern portions of Pike County right now, based on what we're seeing at this moment there on the correlation, the Dual-Pol radar features. So, and we're tracking those as you just watched all of these storms sliding northeastbound. They are racing rapidly to the northeast all along this line with rotation. Sean, you can go back to Max 1 if you want. Thanks. And all along this line, we've got tornado warnings in effect, Tracy, and I think we're going to be sticking with them here for quite a while this evening.
Yes, definitely, Scott. So that tornado warning through Lincoln, Montgomery, Pike, and Warren County, something that we have heard reports of, or actually it does have that radar indicated debris signature on it, which means something is being lofted into the air. That storm system will continue through about 7:45 tonight. That's the area that's highlighted here in that red cone. This is a very disorganized system, as we've noted here. It's moving very fast, though. This is something you want to definitely take seriously tonight. Get into an area that separates you between as many walls as you can between you and the outside. So I'll go ahead and show you the system, put a little track on this as well as far as who's up next. I'll draw this a bit further back so you can get a good idea. Now is the time to take this seriously. Into Troy by about 15 minutes or so. Hardin by about 7:50 and 7:53 into Richwood. Currently, we are waiting for reports of power lines down. We do expect to see that, especially with some counties already, some areas already outside of the 5 on your side coverage area. But this is a good idea of the storm reports we've already seen. Most of them are trees down over roadways. Kingdom City has a tree down on Route FF. So just to show you, strong winds brought down a tree near the city of Bell. And then we also have further out some reports of hail, albeit small, but mostly wind reports tonight. And then we have those trees down. So I do expect a bit of a mess tomorrow when we're waking up to see all this in the light of day, as this will come through and affect really all of the 5 on your side coverage area. This is a wide line of storms. You can see those tornado warnings ahead of it. We do have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings as well. Scott's getting ready to go over those warnings with you and what you can expect throughout the rest of the night. As you can see, let's go ahead and show you which areas we're looking at. And Scott, what do we have?
Well, this area now in Pike County, we've expanded the tornado warning there now, so most of Pike County is under the tornado warning. That circulation was north of Middletown, so it's working up towards the Bowling Green area. And the radar was indicating that, yes, there was some debris indicated lofted with that. So tornado warning, Pike County, tornado warning, Lincoln County, down into Warren County, stretching into Franklin County, northwest Crawford County. If you're in the path of these storms, you need to be in your safe place right now. They are approaching the metro St. Louis area. It is warm, it is muggy in the metro. All the ingredients appear to be there for the potential of longer track, stronger tornadoes to move through the St. Louis area in addition to gusty winds. The potential's there. How this all evolves and how those ingredients mix and come together during the course of the next 2 to 3 hours, that remains to be seen. But we do know we have seen circulations, and we're tracking this storm here in Lincoln County and out of Warren County. That one is going to be heading across the river into Calhoun County. You don't have a warning in Calhoun County. You'll probably get one in a little bit if this storm continues to rotate and continues to maintain its strength. Again, be prepared. If you're downstream, if you're in the metro area, time to prepare right now. Coming up 44. Southwest, once you get the Highway 50 exit there, as if you were going out towards Union, once you get to that exit, from there on to the southwest down 44, there is a tornado warning in effect. You can essentially see how we've got just all kinds of little waves and kinks in the line here. They're all rotating storms, and they're moving off towards the east and the northeast, capable of producing tornadoes, also capable of producing strong winds in excess of 50 to 60 miles per hour. So very long line of thunderstorms here. The atmosphere around St. Louis and down to the south and southeast of St. Louis is primed. All the ingredients seem to be there for rotation. So if you're in the path of these storms, you need to be in your safe place, especially if your phone has gone off or you got an alert that there's a tornado warning in your area. Cell phones will go off for any of these warnings. As we work our way north, Warren County, Franklin County, Gasconade County, this one up into Lincoln County, and then going into Pike County. We have our severe thunderstorm producing a possible tornado, and so tornado warnings all along this line. We've had scattered reports of damage so far. Again, emphasizing here, we don't always get the damage reports right away. They tend to filter in a little bit later as the evening wears on. Also, a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning with this. Again, now looking at the tornado warning extended into, it looks like western St. Charles County. This one is going to include Wentzville, Lake St. Louis, probably parts of O'Fallon as well, certainly out to Wright City. That's for that wavy part of the storm that continues to move very close to the Missouri River, sliding to the north and northeast at about 60 miles per hour. So these storms racing to the northeast, they are dangerous storms. They do have a history of producing some damage, and they are quickly moving off towards the east and the northeast. This tornado warning that includes St. Charles County also includes parts of Franklin, Lincoln, and Warren counties in effect until 8 o'clock tonight. So it's in effect for about another 45 minutes or so.
And Scott, as you've mentioned, these storms generating damage that's mostly like trees down. You could come across some power lines that are down. Certainly something you want to treat everything as live until it's been safe. And this is a very wide system tonight. We have all the ingredients for these severe storms that we're seeing develop with this tornado risk. Just that warm weather we had today kind of helps. That warm air helps these storms rise and grow to be severe. We have seen some pretty limited reports of hail with this as well, so certainly going to be loud out there as this crosses over. Mind you though, these will not last very long. It's a very thin line of storms with not much even behind it. Look, I'll even show you, I'll zoom out even more here to show you that there's not a whole lot behind this storm system. We're watching a little area over Springfield right now that is generating some severe thunderstorms, but nothing so far that has generated a tornado warning further out to the west. So that's what we want to see when you're watching something downstream, to see how this storm is going to develop over us. We have a lot of warm air right now. This is going to be something that's very fast. We have the rotation out there. There's been so far a lot of cells have indicated that we have that rotation for tornadoes. So not just one, but a couple out there of areas of concern. So you'll definitely want to make sure you're in your basement when this comes through. If you're in the St. Louis metro area, we probably have about another hour to an hour and a half to go, depends on how far east you are. Of course, if you're further to the east, a little further out. And this is moving to the northeast very fast. So some areas, it looks like, Scott, might not even be affected by that tornado warning. You know, we had that watch up earlier for parts of Madison, Iron, and St. Genevieve, and it looks like for now these storms are taking a really northerly trajectory as these come through.
Yeah, we'll see if something else develops farther to the south, because, you know, you go a little bit farther to the south down into Kentucky and Arkansas, there's another big batch of intense storms there as well. So, you know, we're kind of tracking this whole area and watching it evolve across the region. And it seems like there's two separate areas. One is across parts of Kentucky down into Arkansas. There's the next area that we're dealing with right now, and our area is just west and northwest of St. Louis and down 44 under tornado warnings right now. You need to be in your safe place. And then there's another third line that's starting to develop back down towards Springfield, Missouri into northwest Arkansas. And we're going to see how long these things hold together, because they evolve, and as we go through time, you know, you're watching how the storms are moving, and there's so many kinks in the line. And when I say that, I mean there's lots of little ripples in this line indicating severe thunderstorms and possibly rotating thunderstorms with the potential of tornadoes in there. So just kind of getting an update here. So Crawford, Franklin, Gasconade County, we still have the severe thunderstorm warning there for the southern part of the county. We have a tornado warning in effect for much of the rest of the county. Basically, you know, all along this line, tornado warnings are in effect all the way right from north of Cuba up to Sullivan, and then going northbound from there. And then south of that, we have severe thunderstorm warnings still in southern portions of Phelps County down into Dent County. But these are the storms here coming into the metro St. Louis area within the next half hour to 45 minutes that are really racing northeast. You can see notches here. We're bowing out here right around Innsbrook right now. Wouldn't be surprised to get some reports out of Innsbrook of some really intense winds out in Warren County. That's going to be sliding up towards Wright City and pretty close to Wentzville. We've got other areas here from New Haven and heading down to the south that's moving northeast bound. Here's that cell that's really going to push towards Wentzville, Wright City, Forestell. Likely to see some strong winds in here, maybe 55 to 70 miles per hour, kind of in that ballpark. You don't have to go very far up into these thunderstorm clouds to find winds that are howling at 65, 75, 80 miles per hour. That jet stream up there is howling tonight. And that's one of the things that's driving these storms. And they are racing northeast very quickly towards the St. Louis area. Would not be surprised here very shortly to see a tornado warning, or at least a severe thunderstorm warning, posted for the rest of the metro area as these storms are moving so quickly to the north and northeast. Again, embedded circulations in multiple places along the storm. One's going to be running up right along Highway 50 here. One's running up right out of Innsbrook, headed towards western St. Charles County. That circulation's in there. That's going to push up towards Wentzville, maybe just south of Wentzville, towards Lake St. Louis. All of this is racing northeast bound. It will make it to Alton. It will make it to Wood River. It's going to make it to Edwardsville. The question is, will the storm still be rotating at that point? And will we still be looking at the intensity? The reason we think the answer to that is yes is because out ahead of this area of thunderstorms It is quite warm. It is quite muggy, very humid for this time of year. The ingredients are all together and in place for these storms to act on that and use those ingredients to create severe weather. So you need to prepare ahead of time in the metro right now. You don't have much more time before these storms are going to be pushing in. Where your safe place is, where you're going to go. The best place, lowest floor of whatever building you're in. And of course, a basement would be best, but not everybody has a basement available. If you don't have a basement available, as many walls between you and the outside as possible on the first floor, and you can basically get into a closet, into a bathroom, away from windows and doors. We're going to cover our head, protect our head. We're wearing our shoes because if there is damage, you want to be able to walk out into it without having to worry about scratching your feet and getting cuts. So the tornado warning continues for Franklin County. It also continues here across much of Warren County, into St. Charles County, up into Pike County. These storms racing northeastbound. I'm looking for any new information here. And so far, we're not getting a lot of reports of damage, as is typically the case because those damage reports come in a little bit later.
I've gone ahead and put a general track on a particular storm for us, Scott, that we're keeping an eye on here with its rotation. Expected to move into New Melle here in just moments, and then Lake St. Louis, so pretty populated areas, 743 into Dardenne Prairie and 745 into O'Fallon, about 750 into St. Peters. That's rough guidelines here because these storms are moving very fast. This area is over the radar site, which is why it looks like it's diminished. That is actually not the case. It's just the radar has a little bit of a harder time scoping the sky when it makes that track over the radome there. So 749 into St. Peters, about 746 into O'Fallon. But this is coming very quickly. You will not have to be in your basements long, as we've mentioned, as this storm is really just roaring past very, very quickly. And I expect to see some moderate to heavy rainfall with this as it makes its way through. So some parts of western St. Charles County, you are in that watch box. Wildwood, you're up next. Parts right along the river there, so into St. Albans and then further off to the west in Washington. Right now you're seeing some of that heavy rainfall. We have some rotation in these storms. This is an overall very long trajectory of storms. As you can see, it's extending all the way kind of just north of Interstate 44 there near Sullivan, all the way up into Bowling Green with tornado warnings right now. This is going to continue to track closer and closer into the St. Louis metro area within the next hour, hour and a half. So I do expect us to start talking about spots like St. Charles here in the next 30 minutes. I know it's Friday night, so they have Christmas traditions going on Main Street in St. Charles. So definitely something you want to be indoors. You want to seek shelter. If you know somebody who went out tonight to one of our many wonderful Christmas displays, you want to give them a call and give them a heads up. They might have missed, a newscast or the weather warnings for today. And since it was so warm, good possibility we have some people out tonight. So if you know of someone out and about, do let them know that this is heading their way so that they could possibly get to a safe spot or maybe head home a little early tonight, Scott.
Yeah, this whole line is pretty intense, and there's just a ton of circulations all along the line that are embedded in here. We are getting reports back from Kingdom City again. They do have some downed trees reported out there. There's more than one report out of Kingdom City. I was looking at the power outages here in Missouri as well. And back in Osage and Marys County and Miller County, there's a fair number of power outages, not as many in Gasconade and Montgomery, Lincoln, and Pike just yet, but there are some, and that's an indication that we are looking at the potential of wind damage here, scattered power outages, some downed trees and branches. We don't know if any of these twisting thunderstorms, the dangerous twisting of the wind, has actually touched down in any one spot, but we do know that we have on the radar screen lots of circulation showing up, and that the environment is such that if one were to touch down, it could very well be an intense and long-lasting storm. And that's one of the considerations that we have when we're trying to put a forecast together and trying to stay up to speed on severe weather is what is the environment like that these storms are moving into. And these storms that are rolling right now out of Warren County into western portions of St. Charles County, pouring out here right now in Wentzville, and then heading down into Franklin County. You know, you get through Berger and back out here, approaching Washington right now with a really heavy rainfall. It's really starting to pick up. But there are notches all along here indicating the jet stream has dipped down some into these storms and kind of pushing and shoving them along. So we would expect to see some pretty substantial winds, 60, maybe 65 miles per hour out of that. And even that will cause substantial damage or significant damage with trees and power lines down, can easily do so. And it can even be more widespread than what you would see from a quick spin-up tornado, which I think is probably what we're looking at here. We're not looking at supercell thunderstorms per se, but we have been looking at an awful lot of rotating portions of these storms as the evening has worn on. So from this cell that's around Washington, Missouri now, approaching western portions of St. Charles County, that's going to be into New Melle momentarily. It looks like it's moving, the heavier rain's moving in there now. St. Peter's about 7:52, a little after 8 o'clock for Bridgeton and Florissant, and maybe by 8:15, it's over into Alton. Bottom line is, this is racing. These storms are racing northeastbound. They have rotation in them. They have had wind damage with them. They're dangerous storms. It's a fair amount of cloud-to-ground lightning too, but we need to be in our safe place right now. If you're in any one of these polygons, any one of these severe thunderstorm or tornado warnings from these severe thunderstorms, then you need to be in your safe place, which is going to be in the basement. And if you don't have a basement available, then you're going to work your way to the bathroom or a closet on the first floor. And now, as we advertised a little bit ago, Calhoun County with that tornado warning, and that cell's going over into northern portions of Jersey County and up into Greene County. And it looks like that may include a little bit of eastern portions, perhaps, of Lincoln County as well. So that is a new tornado warning there tonight for this area up to the north of St. Louis. Hardin, obviously, in the path of this, going to be into the Carrollton area as well. And a tremendous, we've noticed the amount of cloud-to-ground lightning there just west of Hardin. That looks like it really picked up here just the last couple of minutes, Tracy.
Oh, yes, absolutely. I'll go ahead and put I just drew that a little bit off here, but give me a minute here and I will tell you how many lightning strikes we are looking at within that particular area. So I'll go ahead and broaden this view out a bit, take off that radar scope. Just realize that this system is moving along very, very fast today. It is a quick moving one. So as far as lightning goes, it is starting to pick up a little bit. That's no surprise. It's coming into that really warm air we had today. You know, so with that warm weather was nice during the day, but we're kind of paying the price for it now. Let's see, so about 32 strikes of lightning. That's nothing to joke around about for sure. We have some broader view here, about 40 strikes of lightning, some very strong lightning out there producing some very heavy rainfall that I would expect to overwhelm, creeks and streams very fast as this system progresses here. But our main concern, it looks like we have, that tornado warning that's continuing through here. Let me go ahead and show you a broader view of this, as this is just a very complex system that's a bit disorganized tonight. You know, downstream of us, further to our south along the Arkansas border, we have some tornado warnings there, and some kind of right along Missouri, Kentucky, Tennessee, and Arkansas tonight. Back into what we're dealing with, as you can see, most of our warnings right now are to the north. We have our newest warning that we've been talking about and what we expected to have here. That's through 8:15 for parts of Calhoun, Greene, Jersey, and Lincoln counties. And then further down to the south, we have that one that is affecting parts of St. Charles. So we have Franklin, Lincoln, St. Charles, and Warren counties. This is through about the next 30 minutes here. And then I haven't forgotten about you down in Franklin County. Your warning will be up through about 7:45 tonight. So it's kind of moving right along Interstate 44. All of these storms are capable of producing some rotation. We have all the ingredients just right for that. So certainly we expect to see some reports of damage. And as Scott was talking about earlier, we already have a few out there. Damage reports do tend to come in a little later after that storm passes through, when law enforcement is out to see what has gone on. So you can see the Calhoun County Sheriff's Office has reported trees down in Fulton. This is what we can expect later on tonight for some of our areas. Are these trees down and blocking roadways? So if you are driving later tonight, do be careful. Wouldn't be surprised if you come across some downed trees or branches. Closer into the St. Louis area, we do have some reports of some larger hail here. We have an inch-sized hail reported for Marthasville. That was just about 4 minutes ago at 7:29. And then in Union, smaller hail, pea-sized hail, a little over 1/4 of an inch there. That was just west of Union. So that's just proof that these storms are producing some damage as well as some hail with them as well. Getting a little mix of everything with these storms tonight. We've seen some hail, of course, some strong winds, always a problem for us as storms come through our area. And then we do have that rotation that is generating some potential tornado damage. We did get a debris signature earlier, which is a sign that something has touched down likely and is spinning up some debris. Of course, with how tornadoes are determined, we will not know until the National Weather Service does an on-the-ground evaluation of damage that they would do tomorrow, most likely, and in the next coming days, to see where tornadoes have tracked. They look for different things like trees down, the direction those trees have been knocked down, and the direction debris has spun through. Scott.
Okay, so again, the tornado warnings are in effect all along this line. One now coming out of Lincoln County over into Calhoun County, moving into Greene and northern Jersey County. Definite rotation here, now pretty much across Calhoun County. That's moving northeast. So if you're in the path of this storm, you need to be in your safe place now. Your basement's the best bet. If you don't have a basement, then you go to as many walls between you and the outside as possible. New tornado warning now into the metro area. This one is for southern Calhoun County, southern portions of Jersey County, much of St. Charles County, into the western portions and parts of northern St. Louis County, extreme northern portions of Jefferson County, and back into Franklin County. That's because we got a big surge here pushing out of Washington, Missouri, near Washington, Missouri. It's going to run right along the Missouri River here and going to the northeast. So rotation is in here. Also the potential of strong winds going to move right over the core of the metro area. This includes the Chesterfield Valley. It includes that new entertainment district out there, the district that it's called. Includes the factory outlets. Obviously, those areas that are out to the west of St. Louis, in downtown St. Charles, Lambert is also under this tornado warning. St. Peter's, O'Fallon, all of our bigger cities here, populated cities here out to the west of St. Louis, and just up to about 170 in the metro area, up to about Shrewsbury on 44 under this tornado warning. So you have time here on the west side of the city to get into your safe place. But these storms, and again, it's hard to pinpoint one circulation, but there's a pretty good surge here coming out around Washington, Missouri. There's another surge down here towards Union. At any point along this line, we could have rotation, and the environment is favorable for that rotation to spin and reach the ground. So you've got dangerous twisting winds in multiple places along this line of thunderstorms coming through the metro area right now into St. Charles County, into the northeast corner of Franklin County, and sliding into, over the course of the next hour or so, in and across much of western and northern St. Louis County. So a good chunk of the metro area now under a tornado warning. All right, we do have a tornado on the ground determined by radar here. And let's see, it was northeast of Augusta, and my NWS chat just went down. But I think north of Augusta, moving northeast towards Weldon Spring. So let's go to max 2, if you would. I think it's Steve in there. we're going to kind of watch this here. And there you kind of see a little bit of something right there just north of Augusta. And so just tracking that, I'm going to track that one towards Weldon Spring, and we'll put on the towns there. So that particular, from where that damage is located, that puts it into Weldon Spring at 750, Harvester at 757. Okay, that's along Highway 94, along the Page Avenue extension, along 364. So again, that appears to be a tornado on the ground north of Augusta, moving northeast right towards the National Weather Service office in Weldon Spring. So that storm, obviously a dangerous storm, racing northeastbound. You could have a tornado on the ground here. Radar's certainly indicating it with a debris signature there. So you need to be in your safe place. We've been saying this all along. Where are you going to go? We're going back to the basement, and you can go back over to Max 1. You want to be in the basement or the lowest level of whatever building you are in, okay? So you go to the basement, you go to the first floor, you put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We're staying away from windows, we're staying away from doors, and we're going to cover our head, protect our heads, and we're going to wear shoes just in case we do actually have some damage that we have to muddle out from. So again, the National Weather Service is showing a tornado on the ground moving towards Highway 94 and the 40, 64, 61 interchange in Weldon Spring, which would also mean it's moving right towards the Missouri Highway Patrol. All right, so the Missouri Highway Patrol office. That's where that circulation is moving right now. So tornado on the ground, indicated radar detected tornado on the ground, moving along Highway 94 or very close to Highway 94 towards the interchange there at 90, 94 and Interstate 64, Highway 40. This is just west of the Boom Bridge, very close to the radar site here in St. Louis. The folks up in Lincoln County, your 911 service in Lincoln County may be impacted. It looks like you had a direct lightning strike at the emergency operations office there. So you may or may not have 911 service in Lincoln County at the moment. So 911 lines in Lincoln County, just so you know, could be a problem there. Potential tornado on the ground. It is moving towards the Weldon Spring area, as best we can tell. And again, we're getting in close to the radar site. So since we are so close to the radar site, you know, I'm going to actually switch mine over. I'm going to change something up on mine.
Sure. So what Scott's talking about here on that radar site is once you get over the radar site, there's a little gap. So you can see that here. This is right where that confirmed tornado is moving. So we're not going to have immediate access over this area as this storm progresses. This is just a 30-minute loop. Shows you how fast this storm is moving. It's currently coming across Interstate 70, 64, and then 94 was where that area where we had that rotation. If you are ahead of this area, I do want you to be prepared for it. This is coming through very fast, so you probably have about another 30 minutes or so less in some areas to get to a safe area. With
Okay.
it,
So if you go over to Max 2, I've got Max 2 over in a tight little spot here. This is down along Highway 94, and just from about Weldon Spring, looking just to the south, down towards Hamburg, and this is moving northeast. So if you're in the, I'll get a little bit tighter in here. So there's a circulation embedded in here, and it appears to be on the ground, okay? And it is moving northeast, so it's moving very close along Highway D and 94. So this would be very close to Francis Howell High School, over Bush Wildlife, and it will move to the northeast, likely to move over Weldon Spring. Very close to Cottleville, into the Harvester area, just kind of where this circulation is. It's going to be taking it right along the Page Avenue extension. There's a whole bunch of schools here in the Francis House School District in this area, just going right on up as you work your way along 94 and 364. So we do have the debris showing up here, and I'll flip it back over to another mode with the other radar. And it's not as easy to see here, but again, there is debris here showing up just southwest of the National Weather Service office here in St. Louis, in St. Charles County. So we know we have had a tornado on the ground just northeast of Augusta, and it's moving generally towards Weldon Spring. This is going to be the area here, Weldon Spring, you know, along Highway 94, Independence Elementary, Bryan Middle School. It's going to take you up towards Francis Howe Middle School. This very well could impact areas just kind of going on up here towards Barnwell and up towards Central Elementary. It probably gets up close to Francis Howe North. It may very well, this is very close to taking the similar track of what the tornadoes back in 2013 and 2014 took in these areas as well. So if it stays on the ground, it's definitely in an environment that is favorable for strong tornadoes.
And Scott, we are hearing now that sirens are going off. So if you do hear that siren, which remember, tornado sirens are meant to be heard outdoors. So if you are inside and you do still hear that tornado warning, it is time. That tornado area of storms is in your area, so you need to seek shelter, head down to the basement. Like I've been mentioning, these are moving through very fast, so you will not have to seek shelter for very long, so definitely take this seriously and head there. Strong winds can really wreak a lot of havoc on certain areas. We've already had reports of trees down in many areas further off where this is already tracked through. We have that tornado warning right now in effect for most of the St. Louis western metropolitan area, and you can see this extends quite a long line here. I'll go through the tornado warnings. It's been a minute since we've done that, so we still have that tornado warning through about 8:15, so another 30 minutes for parts of Calhoun, Greene, Jersey, and Lincoln. We have that big area that covers St. Charles and parts of St. Louis County as this continues on, and then that's the farthest one that we have. Now down the line of this particular storm, of this line of storms, we do have some more that are coming up behind it, so let's go ahead and travel south across down Interstate 44 here just to see what's coming next. So we do have some severe thunderstorms. Branson right now has a tornado warning. This is generating quite a bit of lightning in some pockets as well. I'll go ahead and track how many lightning strikes we've already seen. So already we have some tornado, a confirmed tornado, and then we've had reports, radar indicated reports of other tornadoes. So this is just the lightning strikes within that red area. So 71 strikes of lightning, certainly lighting up the sky tonight. We had that warm air, just all of the ingredients lined up really nicely for this system to develop the way it did today with that warm air over us. Let me go ahead and zoom in here. I know, Scott, you've been working on that as well, so if you're ready, just let me know, and I'll toss it over to you. But where we have, unfortunately, right where we had that confirmed tornado, it's now, that line is crossing over the radome. So when we have that area, it's kind of like a little hole over the immediate radar site. It has a little bit of a harder time reading that. But where that is currently headed is along some major populated areas, plenty of lightning strikes in there. We're continuing to watch this as this tracks through. So Scott, I think you're getting ready here to go over where this is headed and what we can expect next. Now, if you are in the city of St. Louis, anywhere within that kind of inner circle, you're up next. This is coming in about the next 30 minutes to about 45 minutes for some spots along Illinois and eastern St. Louis, Scott.
Okay, so I kind of switched over the radar here to Max 2. I've gone to the Lambert radar, the terminal Doppler radar, so we can kind of still see what's going on down here by the radar site. So the folks at the National Weather Service in St. Louis have handed things over to Kansas City right now. They are seeking shelter, and you should be too, if you're anywhere along Highway 94 and the Missouri River. This includes the bluffs there. It includes the area around Camelot. Also looking at, well, really all along 364, working all the way up towards Harvester. So Weldon Spring, parts of O'Fallon, parts of Cottleville, parts of St. Peter's are really right in the line of where the potential tornado is rolling. It's going to be very close to Highway 94 and Highway 40, and it may go just east or south of the area right along 94 and then press on up towards the Family Arena or into western portions of northwest portions here of St. Louis County, which will put it very close to Earth City. So again, they are sheltering at the National Weather Service office here in Weldon Spring as this tornado moves over their office right now. They've handed it off to Kansas City. You should be in a shelter and in your safe place in the Chesterfield Valley, in the area here, all along 364 and 94 in St. Charles County. Basically from Francis Howe High School, that's where it looks like the storm is now. It's moving and racing northeastbound, and that's going to be pushing in towards the Cottleville area, the Harvester area. Get to your safe place now, your basement, the lowest floor, any spot that is away from windows and doors on the lowest level as this storm continues to race off towards the northeast.
And Scott, some of these cells right now, some of these stronger cells are moving right over the Wildwood area. I'm currently watching on my Nest camera, seeing the trees in my backyard just swaying around, and then those lightning strikes have very little time in between the thunder, so they're very close right now, and then lots of lightning. This is really a storm system that is lighting up the sky tonight. Already looking at my driveway, let me tell you, it is a mess. So if you are driving home tonight, maybe you are out and about, you are going to want to be very careful driving home because odds are you have branches and debris in your way. And I'm looking at my backyard view now as it gets lit up. So lots of moving around. Like I said, I live in the Wildwood area where some of these storms are coming through, currently under a tornado warning. So be very careful if you have to drive home somewhere tonight. And then if you are sheltering, thank you. We want you to do that. Like I mentioned, this will not be a particularly long time to wait as this line moves over you. We did have that confirmed tornado that moved through Augusta that is continuing on to the northeast. Very fast line of storms tonight, Scott.
Yeah, and on Max 2, we've got our live camera from Weldon Spring right now, and basically you can see that the rain is coming down and that there is some wind. You can see that by the rain being driven. It looks like Missouri, the tornado is now just south of the Missouri River and is headed into the Chesterfield Valley. So it looks like it has gone just south of this location in Weldon Spring, and you see there's a big flash of lightning there, and is sliding into the Chesterfield Valley. So right along the river and into the valley now, and it's going to be rolling up towards Earth City and up towards Bridgeton. Probably it may impact Maryland Heights here. You are under that tornado warning. So it looks like it's 2 miles south of the radar is what they were saying, and the debris is still evident on the radar. So let's pop that scan on. And yeah, I can see some of that debris sliding by here. It's not as clear cut as usual, but there's definitely something there going into the valley. And so, you know, you need to be right along the river, right along the Missouri River here, St. Charles County, St. Louis County, going from Highway 40 up through Highway 70. You need to be in your safe place in these areas right now as we watch this massive area of rain take hold, and we also watch that circulation and the debris it's lofted into the air at this point. So again, you're looking at that right now. It's really raining hard around Weldon Spring and in Cottleville and into Wildwood right now, and all of this is sliding northeastbound. Tornado warnings are in effect. We have the tornado confirmed by radar, but we still don't have a lot of damage reports. I'm going to check on the power outages here very quickly. Quiver River in Lincoln County is reporting about 3,500 customers without power. Some of that could be because of lightning. Some of it could also be because of wind damage. But we've seen a big spike in Lincoln County's power outage numbers. Warren County had about 200 customers out. St. Charles County has about 239. Those numbers get updated frequently, and as the damage adds up and we go from there, then we see additionally what happens. We get more reports as the evening goes on, and we can get a better assessment of how bad it is. But the reality is, right now, tornado warnings are stretching through Greene County, Jersey County, into St. Charles County, Calhoun County, St. Louis County. I think we're in the clear here now, finally, in Warren County. It looks like all the storms have moved out, but you still have the area along 44 here down in Franklin County that we're a bit concerned about. And that's a severe thunderstorm there that we would also be concerned with down across Washington and Crawford counties. It's in Crawford County right now, not too far from Cotaway. That's going to try to push towards Potosi. Now, since this storm's by itself and out on its own, that may have a better chance of actually becoming a storm that starts to rotate and gain supercell capabilities or characteristics. So that one's definitely worth watching. But if you're in the metro area now, you need to be in your safe place. You need to be inside, away from the windows and doors, as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And just be prepared for these storms to be moving through during the next hour or so, potentially with tornadoes, and also the potential that we're going to see some winds of 60 miles per hour or so.
And Scott, something that makes me nervous to see, I was just checking around some of the MoDOT cameras, and there's quite a bit of road activity around some of these more populated areas. I was checking the Chesterfield cameras, for example, and there's quite a few people on the roadway. So if you do know somebody who is driving right now, give them a call. Let them know. They might not know that this is up ahead. They might have their phone silenced or notification silenced. These are the nights that you definitely want to have your notifications on, that they can alert, so that you can get an alert that this is coming your direction, since this is moving so fast and it's at night. So if it was during the day, we'd see that dark cloud development and we'd really know that it was coming. Now let me go ahead and pause this view that you're looking at here. You can see that little edge that's towards Wildwood. It's bowing out. That's indicating some very strong wind gusts. So yes, we have had some of this radar indicated tornado activity. We're also seeing some very strong winds with this. So I expect to have some more damage reports come through. Right now, as expected, most of our damage reports are further off into the west, but lots of reports of trees down. That's coming from sheriff's departments that are off into the west, not part of the 500 side coverage area, but those we expect to come once those officers are back out on the streets. As we mentioned, even the National Weather Service was seeking shelter and transferred the warning capability over to Kansas City. So strong winds, we are taking precautions. For us here at Channel 5, our studio is already in the basement, so we are ready to go for when this crosses over into St. Louis City, which we do expect it to do just that. This is a very long line of storms. I'll go ahead and show you the broad view here. You can see we have some into St. Louis. It's touching down into Arkansas, and then there's a whole separate system that is wreaking havoc tonight in through some parts of Tennessee, just barely, and then into Kentucky, and then up into Indiana, also generating quite a bit of lightning tonight. This is really putting on a show out there. I'm going to draw a very broad view and show you just how many lightning strikes we have out there across parts of the 500 side coverage area. Currently 53 strikes of lightning just rapidly for us tonight. So a very loud storm as this comes through, generating a lot of rain, a lot of wind. This all has the capability of producing some isolated tornadoes with this. As this tracks through, we had that cell towards Augusta, and then we've seen some debris signatures as well, which tells us that something is being kicked up with this. That's branches, that's tree limbs, etc. that is being kicked up. That's usually, sometimes it's roofing material that can be spotted in those debris areas. And just downstream of this, as you can see, right along Interstate 44, we do have some severe thunderstorm warnings. Some spots we still have a severe thunderstorm warning further down to the south, so you're not out of the woods just yet, some of my far south counties. counties, but so far our main risk is currently in the areas just to the north of St. Louis, as well as western parts into St. Peter's and St. Charles, and then into some parts of St. Charles. We have a lot of light shows out there. I do want you to tell your friends what is coming their way if they are out tonight. It's just about almost about 8 o'clock here. We still have that. I do expect this to be extended, mind you, this tornado warning that's currently for St. Charles and St. Louis counties. I'll zoom in here and show you a little closer view of this system and then put it into motion. As you can see, moving very fast tonight, generating a lot of lightning, some strong winds with it. When you start to see that little bow, that's indicating winds over 40 miles an hour. And of course, within these individual thunderstorm cells, expecting to see wind gusts of about 60, even 70 miles per hour is definitely not out of the question, Scott.
Yeah, and so here we're looking at the terminal radar here from Lambert, and we're anticipating that that is the area here, and I'll kind of try to show it to you, that this area down to the south is maybe the debris ball, and somewhere pretty close to the family arena, or maybe, you know, just approaching Earth City. Somewhere in here is that dangerous twisting potential tornado. And right now it's very close to, if not on top of, the family arena. That's going to take it over towards the casinos and into Earth City, towards you know, all the major shipping facilities that are located there. So it's going towards Earth City. It's going to be passing, it looks like, on the west side of Bridgeton, maybe on the west side of Hazelwood. If it continues on this path, it would follow up towards Missouri Bottom Road and Abashan Road, may stay to the north and west of Howdershell Road. But again, you need to be in your safe place here, right along the Missouri River and on either side of Highway 70 here, St. Charles, St. Louis County. This is a confirmed tornado that was indicated, confirmed by radar, and we can still see here a couple of areas of concern. There's potential that we may have some issues there. It looks like along 364 and 94, where they kind of split off there, taking the Page Avenue extension versus going towards downtown St. Charles and up towards Lindenwood. So again, this whole area, you should be in your safe place right now. We're tracking these storms through here. They have been producing heavy rain. They've been producing wind damage and potentially producing tornadoes. We don't have, other than the radar confirmed tornadoes, we don't have any confirmed reports from anybody else just yet. But you know, we do know the power outages have been increasing, especially in Lincoln County, which had one of the first tornado warnings. St. Charles County power outages have jumped dramatically, up over 4,400. And now in Franklin County, we're pushing 2,000 customers without power there. So we do know there is damage happening. We don't know how extensive it is or how widespread it is, but this is coming through the metro area right now. These storms are pushing into an environment which is, at this point, very much conducive to additional strong to severe thunderstorms, potentially producing some larger tornadoes. They're racing northeast bound. So the storms coming through the metro area right now will be heading towards Bridgeton. They're headed towards Creve Coeur. And we're talking in the next 5 to 7 minutes when you really should start to see things pick up there. Jennings at about 8:22. Alton, same time frame. Wood River shortly thereafter. And Bethalto at about 8:31. So, you know, even though you don't have the warnings per se, a little farther north and east of St. Louis, they stop in North St. Louis County, they stop in St. Charles County until you go up into Jersey County and then up into portions of Greene County as well, farther north of St. Louis. I think we're in the clear in Calhoun County, central portions of Calhoun County, the very southern tip of Calhoun County around Grafton. Let's give it another 10 minutes or so. Western St. Charles County in the clear now. Warren County is okay. We got to watch the area down 44, although that tornado warning now trimmed up quite a bit to include just west of the city of St. Louis and then down 44 to the St. Louis, Franklin County line. So these storms rapidly moving northeast.
And Scott, with this, we did get an observation as this crossed through. We got a reading from winds and wind knots. So this was reported from the St. Louis Spirit, so Spirit of St. Louis Airport there in the Chesterfield Valley. Reports gusts of 61 knots, so that's about 70 mile per hour winds. So whether or not that was related to that thunderstorm cell that came through, the tornado cell that came through, or just regular thunderstorm wind damage, that's enough to do quite a bit of damage, knocking trees down in those areas. We also, still seeing reports of trees down further to the west, but with wind gusts, confirmed reported at Spirit that of about 70 miles per hour, I expect to see, some damage in those areas, certainly trees down for sure. And also seeing some reports of some larger hail, nothing that's crazy, but certainly something that's going to be very loud as it crosses over. I've seen some pictures from my friends that are out and about in the St. Louis County area, sheltering in place at Chinook. So happy to see that people are taking this seriously out there. This is something we've already seen some, confirmed tornado readings on the radar of debris signatures that have come through with this. So this is something to take seriously. The risk will be, it's a short window of time that you need to seek shelter. So please do that for us tonight as we continue to track this through. You can see those tornado warnings mostly just around the areas of Western County into St. Louis and then further to the north. If you're down to the south, you're not out of the woods just yet, but you're mostly dealing with severe thunderstorms, which can still be damaging with hail and strong wind gusts. And we'll watch for the potential for isolated tornadoes, Scott.
And it looks like that cell that's producing the biggest problems right now is very close to or just west of Lambert, in the Bridgeton area, right along 270, it looks like. You really have a pretty tight circulation there. And, I'm just going to do a quick little check on the winds. The radar is estimating the winds there are running about 70 miles per hour, which would line up well with what we were looking at earlier from coming out of Chesterfield. Are you able to?
I'm bringing that up right now,
We're going
Scott.
to see if we can see if Lambert's still online. I did check the Weldon Spring camera. It is now offline, indicating a potential power or internet outage in that area. We also have problems with the National Weather Service chat at this point. So.
Yeah, it's been in and out tonight, certainly, Scott, with that.
This strongest wind in circulation looks like it would be right about 70, right over 70 and 270 right now. And I'm seeing winds here showing up between 70 and 75 miles per hour. So Bridgeton, Hazelwood would be in on this. It's going to try to get on the west and north side of Florissant, especially.
Looks like the airport camera is down, Scott. I know you were just asking about that one.
Yeah.
Looks like that one's at least. Oh well, nope. Looks like we have it up.
Okay, so maybe it's up, or maybe that's from a few minutes ago. But it is, will be interesting to see what the winds will be like out at Lambert here in the next few minutes, with the winds gusting to nearly 70 miles per hour in the Chesterfield Valley. In the last few minutes was the storm moved through. That storm is now pushed northeast. It's up in the Bridgeton area, likely, and also on the north side of St. Charles, we're showing some winds here of 60 to 70 miles per hour. So North St. Louis County, Bridgeton, going up towards Hazelwood and Florissant. I would suggest you folks be in your safe place at this point. We do have a new tornado warning for Jersey, Macoupin, Madison, and St. Charles. And of course, you hear all of our warnings going on.
There's all of our warnings. We are in the basement here at Channel 5, so we will be with you as this comes right over us.
Yeah, and we were just talking about this. The worst of it near Bridgeton, going into North St. Louis County, and we have potentially clipping by the northern parts of St. Louis County as well. I think the worst of this, as best I can tell, and there's several circulations along here, but the worst of it is right now in the area that's very close to an approaching Spanish Lake and approaching Florissant right now. in this area. You're already starting to see the torrential rainfall. This is all racing northeastbound, and embedded in here, we are looking at intense winds. I mean, we could be looking at winds of 70 to 80 miles per hour, potentially outside of thunderstorms. Let's see, in Defiance, they have building collapse and multiple homes damaged and debris in the area. That would be down along Highway 94. So we're tracking this now. Again, the possible tornado, or the actual confirmed by radar tornado, continues to move northeast towards Bridgeton and through Bridgeton towards Hazelwood and Florissant here in North St. Louis County. Tracy, can we zoom in on this particular area right in here that'll take us up towards Alton? 270, where 170 and 270 come together. A lot of construction going on along 270 at this point too. And so that's going to be a problem, because stuff, you got all those road signs, you put those strong winds in there, and that could be an issue as well. We may very well be looking at this approaching the Alton area and into Godfrey here within the next 5 to 10 minutes. So this portion of it certainly showing us signs here of strong damaging winds, and that is racing northeastbound. So again, we need you to be in your safe place right now. That means in the basement. If you don't have a basement, you're going to the lowest level of whatever building you're in. You're putting as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Ham operator air. What did you say? Okay, so we do have crews that are going to check out the damage. Before NWS check kicked me out, we did have a wind gust up there. It looks like 59 knots, so about 65 miles per hour or so up at Smart Field.
Scott, I have some of those reports, even though we're not part of the National Weather Service chat right now because of that outage. But there's that building collapse report, multiple homes damaged and debris in the area. We're told this was near the Defiance area, so that's right along actually kind of the area I got married in. So there's Sunflower Hill Farm, Defiance Ridge Vineyards, all kind of along in that area of that small, very quick town of Defiance. There's that biker bar that's also in that area, and Good News Brewery that has the pizza right along in that area, and the bike rental. So all those areas, could have some damage reports in there. We already have reports of a building collapse and multiple homes damaged with debris in that area. If you are driving in those areas, please be careful. It's a very dark road out there right along the bush wildlife area, so something you want to be aware of. There's that report from earlier that I was telling you about, the strong wind gusts reported out of St. Louis Spirit. But so far, that main damage. And then we also have some smaller hail reports, an inch, quarter-sized inch, reported in the town of Winchester.
Yeah, and so eastern portions of St. Charles County, we're talking, West Alton, and then across the river into Alton proper. You have some really intense winds going through right now, 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. The tornado possibly is in this vicinity right now. It's hard to say, hard to see it at this point. But we do know that we've had damage reports. We continue to get damage reports, and we can still see some indication of debris lofted into the air here. Just watching the kind of sliding on towards the northeast along the river. So you need to be in your safe place. There's just no other way to get around this right now. These are nasty storms. They're not going away. They're going to move through the metro area. All of the metro area now, city of St. Louis, especially the northern part of the city of St. Louis, is under the tornado warning. I think we're going to escape. If you're south of 44, you're mostly going to escape that threat because the storm is moving northeast. But we can track it here from Jennings back through Creve Coeur and into Frontenac. There's still going to be some circulations trying to develop on the southern end of this storm too, which would be right along 4064 going west of St. Louis. So there's that report out of Orchard Farm, out of St. Charles Smart Field, of a 68 mile per hour wind. So we know the wind damage is out there. Stay away from your windows and doors. I'm going to get you a quick update here on the power outages because they tend to tell the story. And the number of customers out now in St. Charles County has jumped to about 6,100 customers. Lincoln County has about 3,500 customers out. Franklin County has 1,900. So far, St. Louis County doesn't have many. That's reported as of about 10 or 15 minutes ago. But in that 10 or 15 minutes, we've also had winds that have been pretty strong with these thunderstorms as they're racing off to the north and east. So if you're in the path of this storm, really North St. Louis County and back out along 4064 to 170 to the Galleria, and then going northbound up towards Hazelwood and working your way all the way up into North St. Louis County and across the river up towards Alton into Godfrey. You're going to be impacted by these storms, and some of them are strong to severe with winds from 70, 75 miles per hour perhaps, in addition to the potential of producing tornadoes with it. It looks like there could be some sort of circulation trying to move towards Alton right now, and we also want to watch the southern tip of this storm that is back here just about to the Galleria. That'll be racing northeast as well. That's going to run right along the city limits here of your North St. Louis County communities and the city of St. Louis up towards Riverview over the course of the next 15 to 20 minutes. If you're back in St. Charles County, most of St. Charles County is in the clear with the exception of around the West Alton area and up there along Highway 94 in the northern parts of the county. Still a bit stormy there, but we're going to trim out that warning as these storms continue to move towards the north and the northeast. So your safe place is in the lowest level of whatever building you're in, and that would traditionally be the basement, but not everybody has a basement. So if you don't have a basement, then the place you want to be is in a bathroom or a closet. As many walls between you and the outside as possible, and you're staying away from windows and doors. And we've already had reports of damage, and we know that there's been some trees and power lines down. We know there's power outages that are scattered around.
Definitely some power outages out there, Scott. I'm looking at the Ameren outage map right now, and currently there are about 15,000 customers without service, all within roughly the St. Charles area in there. As far as, let's check over into Warrenton. About 1,300 customers are out of power, and then we have a little over 4,500 in the immediate St. Charles area. But these power outages are, they're kind of tracking right along with the storm, so a broader area, currently between St. Charles County, parts of Franklin, parts of St. Louis and Jefferson and Warren counties in there, all reporting those power outages. We have about 16,000 customers without service tonight. So we did get reports earlier that Ameren, Illinois was already mobilizing, and I'm sure Ameren, Missouri was doing the same to make sure that they were ready for this line of storms tonight. Certainly some strong winds out there. I expect power lines down. Do remember to keep in mind that, just treat those power lines as if they were live, and if you are driving tonight, to be very careful, Scott.
Yeah, and you see how this box of the tornado warning is. It looks like the northern part of this, they did have the tornado with it. That's producing strong winds, but we're not seeing as much of a circulation now. The area we're a little more concerned with is as you go farther south. Keep in mind, it is warm and muggy. If you've been outside, you know how warm and muggy it is. All right, so this southern part of the line here that's down pretty close to the Galleria at this point, that has an atmosphere over the city that has not been disturbed by any thunderstorms at this point. So it's being fed very rich, very moist, very unstable air. We're starting to see some little circulations develop along here, and I'm looking around Clayton, and I'm showing, on the radar screen, 50 to 60 mile per hour winds at radar beam height. So likely to see some very strong, intense winds, but there's also some evidence of some rotation in here. It doesn't take much in this type of environment for something to once again spin up and drop down out of the sky. And we're right over the heart of the metro here, coming out of Clayton, coming out of University City into St. Louis proper. And then we're going to cross the river here, going into Madison County. Wood River is going to be impacted by that. Granite City impacted by that. And eventually, it'll get over towards Edwardsville and Marine. So at the very least, be prepared for wind gusts between 50 and 70 miles per hour, perhaps higher. And there's also the potential that we're still going to see some isolated tornadoes spin up as this is pushing across the region here in the next hour or so.
And for us, with this, lots of lightning being generated by this. I'm not sure if we're able to bring up any of our cameras. I know we have the 100 above the park camera. Certainly bouncing around up there. I've seen a couple of lightning strikes. The arch camera here should be showing some of that as this crosses over. There's the view over the arch. I expect to see some lightning strikes. Of course, this is the eastern facing camera, but as this crosses over, we'll certainly have some of that. Currently, as we've mentioned, that tornado warning over most of just kind of the northern part of St. Louis. And back to the radar here for you. You can see we have lots of lightning strikes. Let me go ahead and put a quick count on that for you. It's always interesting information to have as we watch this system. So about 48 strikes. And then as far as storm reports go, this is why we need to take systems like this seriously. We have had some reports of damage and some pretty intense damage as well, especially for near Augusta, near Defiance there. So a building collapse as well as reports of multiple homes damaged with debris in the area. This was one of those storms that we watched that we saw that debris signature, so we knew that a tornado was on the ground. Since then, we've also had some pretty strong wind gust reports as well. Spirit of St. Louis reporting a gust of close to 70 miles per hour there, and that was just around 8 o'clock, so not very long, these reports, as this has crossed through. We've also had some reports of hail, not particularly large hail, but still about an inch in ball wind. That's certainly an impressive little line there. Now, as far as this system is currently considered, as the system we're currently watching, you can see there's where that tornado warning is, and then further down the line along Interstate 44, we do have some severe thunderstorms that we are keeping an eye on as well. With this, as I mentioned before, we do have some power outages out there. Ameren and both in Missouri and Illinois definitely going to be working tonight to get power restored. About 16,000 people are without power in the counties of St. Charles, St. Louis, and Franklin counties. A little further out to the west, those power outages continue tonight, Scott.
Yeah, and we're going to continue to see these problems here. It's on. We're going to continue to see these problems right here with the tornado warning sliding off to the east and to the northeast. And, well,
We might have run out of batteries for you, Scott.
I think we did.
Scott is out of batteries, so I'll keep watching this for you tonight. Of course, we get emails about this time of people who are like, why ruin programming? But, we've already had damage reports out there. We want you to be aware of this storm as this comes through tonight. And this is already reported damage, so this is a very real system as this comes across. So let me go ahead and zoom in on this system, show you what areas we're keeping an eye on as this continues to track through the St. Louis area. Certainly putting on quite the light show tonight with all those storms. This little cell that is since moved across into Creve Coeur was one we've been keeping a very close eye on as we watch this come through. So certainly reports of damage. Oh, we have some video of Wentzville to show you. Thank you, Sam, producer Sam, back in the booth. Let's see here. From Bill,
Yeah,
rain.
you can hear the tornado
Sounds like the
sirens.
tornado siren going off there. I've already gotten some texts from my friends, taking shelter in Schnucks and different grocery stores around town as they had their projects. But certainly very heavy rainfall with this, putting on quite the light show as well, and then those tornado warnings. So I appreciate everyone who is taking this seriously and taking shelter, because we have had reports of damage in the area, something you don't want to be around those windows looking out at this storm, but I'm sure Bill was safe as he took that video.
Yeah, and so we'll get back to here and try this again with the storm that we're really honed in on here. And it's this area that's just, it's in North St. Louis County. It's about ready to cross over into Madison County here. And we're kind of getting a little bit of a hook kind of action here. And so it does appear that there is some pretty intense wind with this. And I would bet that we have a circulation in here. So we're going to run with that tornado warning still continuing off to the east here into Madison County, North St. Louis County, the Jennings area. This is going to slide northeast along 270. This is up by the Chain of Rocks Bridge, going over towards Granite City, towards 255, 111, Route 3. That circulation racing northeastbound would come very close to Edwardsville in about 15 or 20 minutes, assuming it maintains its strength. But this is an area to definitely watch, and you should be in your safe place now in this area here from the Chain of Rocks Bridge just east and south of there, all the way over towards Edwardsville. And again, get down low. Get down to the lowest level. Basement's best. If you don't have a basement, then you want to be headed to the closet or to a bathroom, interior room, with as many walls between you and the outside as possible. This is racing off to the northeast. They're running at about 55 to 60 miles per hour. So they are fast-moving storms. And we've had a few new storms develop here back out towards Bridgeton. You already raked over by that first batch, and now you've got some more that are developing. We'll see if they rotate as time goes on, but the environment's certainly favorable for rotating thunderstorms and the potential for tornadoes. And with that favorable environment and these storms moving into it, that's a great concern for us tonight, especially since we've already had reports of damaging winds over 70 miles per hour in a few places.
Yeah, so with this 70-mile-per-hour winds, we've also had, reports of damage with this in parts of near Augusta, so into the Defiance area. Also a report taken at about 8:11 here from St. Charles County, a thunderstorm gust of about 68 miles per hour. So some very strong winds. Even if that's not associated with one of those, with that tornadic rotation, that's still enough to do quite a bit of damage. As we mentioned, there are multiple power outages across the St. Louis area as this has come across, into St. Charles, and it looks like they're already, Ameren's doing pretty good. They've restored at least power to 5,000 people because customers without service has gone up from that about 15,000 that I checked on earlier to about 10,000 now. So this is coming across very quickly and currently moving. That cell that we were talking about that is of interest that we're certainly keeping a close eye on with a bit of that rotation is towards the Spanish Lake area, crossing over into Edwardsville here very quickly. Everyone in this current tornado warning area, I would expect you to be hearing your sirens. Now is the time to take action and get to that safe area in your home, whether that's a room with the most walls between you and the outside, as well as a basement. So let me go ahead and I'll broaden this view out a little bit and go ahead and just show you where this is headed as it continues to march right on through the 5 on your side coverage area. Just a very broad band of storms for us. This is just a 15-minute loop here for you as this comes through. And it sounds like we have a viewer picture to show you as well of some hail. So small, but still some hail that we had out there, just showing you that these storms have been making quite a mess out there between hail, strong winds, wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour. And then we do have those damage reports. Of course, in the light of day, we'll have a little bit more information on what came through, whether that was straight line wind damage or whether that was indeed that tornado damage, which we do expect from that Defiance area. But tornado surveys are done the next day. They're done in daylight. So we will hear more reports from the National Weather Service as they can survey the damage tomorrow, Scott.
All right, so Macoupin County and Madison County in Illinois, that's our main concern right now for the potential of tornadoes. That's where we have our tornado warning. Yes, it does stretch back into northern portions of St. Louis County, the northern portions of the city of St. Louis, but it doesn't look like there's anything imminent in those areas right now. It looks like it would be more along 270, just west of Edwardsville, and really just east of the Chain of Rocks Bridge, moving towards Edwardsville, and then that area up to the north. A couple of cells. There's just a couple of circulations embedded in here. One will be moving closer to Staunton, Illinois. Eventually, these are going to race off to the northeast and get over past and east of Interstate 55 here as you go northeast out of St. Louis. The rotation still, as we've been mentioning, close to the Chain of Rocks Bridge, and that's headed northeast. So that takes it over along 255 Pogue Road there, and then up towards Edwardsville. So it includes, the rotation would likely be passing pretty close to SIUE. So, if you're in those areas, we definitely want you in your safe place and want you there now because the rotation is still there. Nothing confirmed on the radar that we can see right now, although it looks like there may be a little bit of a dropout on the CC scan, but I can't say for sure whether that would be associated with some kind of debris, but it's very possible And if that is, that would be a problem, again, for you folks heading towards Edwardsville and over towards 141, moving towards Edwardsville, Glen Carbon, right along New Pogue Road there. So that's the area to watch here, just probably south of South Roxana, and moving northeastbound. So you need to be in your safe place in these areas right now, because it does look like there's a bit. If you flip over to Max 2, Sean, you can get a little bit of a glimpse at that, what we're looking at here with this area that's in that shaded area of green. It looks like there's a bit of a dropout that would indicate that potentially some debris is here. And this is just north of 270 once you go just past Route 3, just north of the 255, 270 interchange there. So there's a truck stop over in that vicinity, just to give you some kind of a reference there. And that is moving northeastbound. So if I kind of zoom back out on this and just put a track on that moving towards the east and northeast, you know, and I'll give it a little bit of a broader perspective, but that's going to be in Edwardsville within the next 3 to 5 minutes. It's moving that fast. So, you know, you should be in your safe place in the Edwardsville area right now. This is what it looks like on the radar. It doesn't look, you know, overly suspicious, but there is just a little bit, perhaps, of a hook here approaching the Edwardsville area. So this is where we would anticipate there being some circulation, and it's moving right towards Edwardsville right now. And so you need to be in your safe place and seeking shelter at this point. We're going to track these storms northeastbound. Again, they'll move right through Edwardsville and then on to the northeast from there as they do race northeast. They're still moving into an environment that continues to be favorable for deep circulations and tornado production. Now we'll see what they end up doing, but they're still capable of that. And that's one of the reasons why we have stayed with you. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning that includes much of the rest of the metro area. Basically from about Wildwood south through Pacific, down towards Cedar Hill, over to Arnold, Melville, Oakville, and into South City back to Creve Coeur. So we continue to track those. That would be, I would suspect, a tornado possible scenario playing out too, simply because you're looking at the spin in the atmosphere being primed as it is for that potential. So just be prepared tonight, because everything is pretty much, I would say, Tracy, everything's pretty much on the table here when it comes to severe weather this evening.
It certainly is. We've had all the ingredients for it. That's why we had, you know, we were under a risk well in advance of this system, as we knew that the ingredients would be just right for this kind of, and especially a very disorganized system. So this is, and this is coming across, this comes across very fast. We do have video now shot by one of our photographers in Chesterfield. Chesterfield was one of those areas that had wind gust reports of up to 70 miles per hour at the Spirit Airport. So that's in the Chesterfield Valley. You could see some lightning and those trees shaking around out there, and certainly a lot of water on the roadway. If you are in any of these areas and your drive home perhaps, or just maybe your drive in the morning, these areas can get quickly overwhelmed with even just a little bit of rainfall, especially near the Wild Horse Creek area and then some other spots in those low-lying areas of the Chesterfield Valley. So you're going to want to be aware of some ponding on the roadways, as well as the potential for some water on the road. Okay, so as you can see, there's that tornado warning that we are still dealing with. We are watching the system. This was moving kind of near the Chain of Rocks area, quickly into Edwardsville. Edwardsville, you're just starting to get into some of that heavier rainfall and possibly some of those very strong wind gusts, and a bit of rotation out there as well that we have been monitoring. Now further down to the south, we also have a severe thunderstorm warning. So if you are in the area of, Wildwood, Pacific, you were already hit the first time as this system came through, and then we have some of that rainfall coming in behind it. A broader view, because I'm not leaving it and leaving you out if you're further down to the south, it's just that you're not being affected right now by this the way some other parts are. So Farmington, you've kind of gotten lucky tonight. You were under that tornado watch earlier. Right now, things are looking pretty good for you. We are continuing to watch another line that's down towards the Rolla area, another severe thunderstorm warning that's just starting to come into Phelps. This is where all this developed kind of earlier as it makes its way, as these storms usually do, right up along Interstate 44. Quite a bit of lightning out there. This has been putting on a show for sure. We have reports of damage in some areas as well. Let me go ahead and pop up that damage map for you and go over some of the damage reports.
Let's go back to radar and
Sure
that
thing,
Edwardsville storm.
Yes, okay, here we go. I'm going to zoom in on that
So
for
the
you.
Weather Service is upgrading this to a considerable damage potential because they can see the debris here. And again, we said New Pogue Road, there's West Union Street, here's Edwardsville, 159, north and south through Edwardsville, and there's 157 as well. So this is rolling right on in towards the Edwardsville area, towards Glen Carbon. This circulation is going to spread in across this area, and there is an indication of debris with this. So that's telling us that, yes, there is something here rotating and causing problems in this area. So the National Weather Service upgrading that tornado warning to a considerable damage tornado warning as this storm really, as it's hooking around and approaching, moving through Edwardsville. It looks like, I would bet the circulation's pretty close to Edwardsville right now, but there may be a secondary circulation back here to the west. But it's moving through now, going to be sliding through. That includes SIUE, although I'd bet on the circulation being a little bit farther to the north. Even so, you need to be in your safe place. Sturdy buildings, lots of walls between you and the outside. So we have the confirmed large and dangerous tornado right over Edwardsville, getting that large debris signature right now. And that warning actually is extended over, taking that storm over towards Greenville, Illinois. I want to go over to Max 2, and we're going to put the scan on here. Yeah, you can see, well, we got actually a couple of areas there that are suspicious, but there's the one near Edwardsville where you're basically looking at this. That's a debris signature on the radar. So the radar is confirming a tornado on the ground, touching down, having lofted up debris into the air. This was running along 270 east of the Chain of Rocks Bridge, and now this is going to be sliding over past Edwardsville and sliding on to the east, going basically right along Interstate 70 here, going over towards Grand Forks, potentially impacting the areas around Alhambra. So the warning is extended all the way over into Bond County as well, Greenville and the path of that. The immediate path of it would be Hamel, Illinois, and this area really between Hamel and, I would say, let's go between Hamel and Edwardsville, where we really have that circulation in here. Graney, Pin Oak, Marine, Illinois, a town you may have heard of. But again, from Glen Carbon up Highway 159, up Interstate 55, 143 runs across here too. You all need to be in your safe place at this point. This is a tornado on the ground, tornado moving into or through Edwardsville at this point, and I'm going to see if we can get our Edwardsville camera up.
I can take care of that for you, Scott.
I just popped it.
Oh, you got it?
So
Okay.
yeah, we'll see what happens if it changes.
So we're just bringing up a camera right now that shows you the street of Edwardsville. We'll see if we can bring that. There we go. Thank you so much, our director in the back. I appreciate that help. So there's just that camera view over Edwardsville.
Yeah, and it looks like it's a static picture, which it could be with a computer. It could be that we lost the signal. We don't know. But it's giving us a static picture right now. And so it may be that the power is about ready to go out, or it just went out, and that's the last frame that it showed us. But certainly appears that though there is a large damaging tornado in the vicinity of Edwardsville right now, and you should be in your safe place. In fact, there's a couple of dropouts here. One is right over and just south of downtown Edwardsville. Looks like that's pretty close to most of the university there, all right? So most of SIUE looks like where that dropout is, so you could have some debris falling out there. And then there's another area a little farther to the east along Fruit Road, and that's along 157. That too is showing signs that there was some debris perhaps lofted into the air there. And even more areas up to the north, they're a little more, becomes a little more nebulous as you go farther north. But the bottom line is there are debris signatures located in here. There is rotation located in here. We have strong winds in here. These are dangerous storms, and they're right over you in Edwardsville right now and off to the east and northeast of Edwardsville. So you need to be in your safe place right now to be safe.
Yes, Scott, and as far as this goes, we are getting reports of outages out there, so I do want you to be safe. Treat every wire on the ground as if it was live. We are continuing to track this storm, especially this area of rotation in Edwardsville with a confirmed tornado on the ground with debris in the area. This is not something to be outside. This is something to be inside. We really do want you to be safe as this tracks through. So you can see on deck next, this will come right along, kind of traveling along Interstate 70, so that's an easier marker for you as this continues kind of up into the northeast. Let me put this into motion just to show you how fast this, sorry about that, it's zooming in and out on me, but very fast system. So this is moving at a quick pace here. This one towards Edwardsville is of concern for us. We've seen some very strong winds with this and a confirmed tornado in this area with debris. Let me go ahead and put a track on this for you, just roughly over the area of Edwardsville where we expect this to move on. So Alhambra, you'll be up next here within about the next 10 minutes. Old Ripley, you'll be up in the next 20 minutes. Now is the time to take action and get in a safe area. There's also quite a bit of lightning around these storms as well, certainly putting on a show for us tonight. I'm going to broaden this video out just a little bit more so you can see our other tornado warnings, because we don't want to forget about those other areas as well. But you can see we still have that warning over parts of Jersey and into Macoupin counties tonight. And then this is just further down to the south. We are a bit more in the clear, as you can see. So I'm not forgetting about you. This is just the areas that are being affected right now by these damaging storms. So once again, we have that tornado that has moved towards through Edwardsville really now as that continues moving right along Interstate 55, making its way very quickly. These are fast moving storms. They've been moving at about 60 to 65 miles per hour. So roughly they're going speed limit on those roads out there as they make their way towards the northeast.
Or exceeding the speed limit. That one right now, it looks like between Edwardsville and Alhambra, the area around Hamel, Illinois is getting pounded with heavy rain and gusty, strong winds right now. Again, that circulation is showing up here, and you need to be in your safe place. If you're anywhere along Highway 143 going out of Edwardsville and off to the east, but you've got time now going into Bond County. These storms are getting ready to cross the border into Bond County, the tornadic thunderstorms. Probably going to stay just to the north and west of Greenville, Illinois. So again, along and north of 70, as you work your way onto the Illinois side, through Madison County, over into Bond County. This is where we're looking at rotating, dangerous, twisting winds in the storm and tornado potential. Now, one of the things we're looking at here is on the various scans that we see, we kind of go back and forth looking at to see if we can find the debris. And you've kind of got that on max 2 right now. And you can see the area that was pretty intense there with the debris south of Edwardsville seems to have let up a little bit. So maybe the tornado touched down, lofted some debris around Edwardsville, and has weakened a bit and lifted now off to the east of town. Either way, we're still looking at a lot of wind in this area, 50 to 60, maybe 70 mile per hour winds. We've had some 70 mile per hour wind gusts with these storms tonight as they are pushing off to the east. And the thing that's important to note tonight, there is a setup in the atmosphere where all the ingredients necessary for thunderstorms to produce tornadoes seems to be in place. All those ingredients, they seem to be coming together from St. Louis, east and south of town right now. That's why we have these tornado warnings in effect. And the main area, the storm going just east of Edwardsville, likely to track to the northwest of Greenville. That warning is in effect, let's see, until about 9:15. Well, for Madison and Macoupin County until 9:15. So, you know, we've got multiple circulations in here. Anywhere within this cluster of storms, you know, it's just safe to stay in your safe place until these all pass through, because we got another one for Macoupin and Madison County. And we also have the severe thunderstorm warning down in South St. Louis County and into northern Jefferson County. And that's, you know, you may have some 50 or 60 mile per hour winds, although those storms right now, as they're down around 44 and down around Highway 30, approaching Highway 30 there, they don't look as impressive as some of the other storms we've seen this evening. So that's a good thing.
Scott, we do have a storm report here from St. Louis County in the Weldon Spring area. About 20 vehicles with debris damage. That was eastbound of 64 along the Boone Bridge there.
Just east of the Boone Bridge, it says. So just going into the valley. And that would have been with that tornado that was lifting through there. We're also looking at, let's see, let's go up here to this storm up into Macoupin County, Mount Olive, and south of Gillespie, Illinois. So let's kind of get up in this area here and see what we see. So this tornado warning here.
Do you want max 2 or are you good on max 1, Scott?
We're okay on max 1,
okay.
I think. That storm, it's just such a messy.
It really is a difficult area to track tonight.
It's a messy situation, but it does look like there's something just to the west or south of Mount Olive in Gillespie, Illinois. South of Gillespie and west of Mount Olive, it looks like there was a little bit of a dropout.
Near the Wilsonville, Sawyerville area?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so, you know, we still have, you have so many circulations embedded within these thunderstorms right now. When they take on the supercell characteristics, that's when we get really concerned that they're going to be long track. Otherwise, they're going to be fairly isolated. But we are about ready to get a new tornado warning. It's being drawn up right now. That's likely going to take it over into Montgomery County and Illinois here, I would think, in just a few minutes. But you already have the tornado warnings there for southeastern portions of Macoupin County, Bond County, into Madison County. The new tornado warning is for Fayette, Macoupin, Madison, and Montgomery counties. Okay, so that's
through
near
9:30
Beneld.
tonight, Scott, with that one.
Yeah, that storm south of Gillespie towards Beneld and then moving towards Mount Olive, that's where the circulation was. And so that is pressing off towards the east. So this one's going to go till 9:30. So that's only 45 minutes from now. That's how fast these storms are moving, racing off to the east-northeast. So if you're in this area right now with this new tornado warning into Macoupin County, the far northwest corner of Fayette County, this is northwest of Ramsey. Okay, so it's far northwest portions of Fayette County. But if you're in this area, and it's a very rural area, includes Litchfield, rest stop right there. Rest stop's a good place to stop and get into substantial shelter if you have friends traveling along Interstate 55 right now. These storms are racing northeast. They're racing northeast at about 55 to 60 miles per hour. So they're not staying in any one place for any length of time, but they are racing northeast bound, producing wind gusts 60 to 70 miles per hour. And occasionally we're getting the twisting of the winds, we're getting that rotation, and we've seen radar confirmed tornadoes tonight, and we've had a fair number of reports of damage now coming out of St. Charles County, Defiance in particular, down along Highway 94, with some substantial building damage there. Obviously the cars, or the damage to the cars as that storm went across Highway 4064 in the Chesterfield Valley just east of the Boone Bridge. And now you see these storms here off to the east and northeast of St. Louis. This is the one, the little kinks in the line that we keep watching here. This one very close to Alhambra, moving off to the east. Another one up here around Mount Olive, that's moving off to the east-northeast. So these two areas here, east and northeast of St. Louis, those are the spots that we are watching at the moment for circulations and the potential that we will see a tornado drop out of the ground. So you need to be in your safe place. You need to pay attention to these polygons. If you're inside the polygon, if your phone went off, like ours did a little bit ago, that says you're in the polygon, that means you're close enough to that storm that it's a threat to you, and you need to take it seriously, and you need to be in your safe place. Where is your safe place? That's going to be in your basement. If you don't have a basement, you're putting as many walls between you and the outside as possible. You're going to a center room. You're going to a bathroom. You're going to a closet. You're going to wear your shoes. You're going to take something to cover your head. If you got a bicycle helmet, great. If you have a pillow, that'll work too. Just something to protect your noggin. Okay, so we got another tornado warning here going back to the southwest, Tracy.
Yeah, I was just reading about that one for
Franklin, Gasconade, and Warren County.
We're up again.
So another circulation here, and yeah, these are coming over the same spots that already have had rounds of rough weather. So this one, this is a rotation that we're seeing, not confirmed by radar at this point, but a radar indicated rotation very close to Owensville. So the southern portion here of Gasconade County, moving northeastbound. So that's going to put it again into parts of Franklin County. Same drill again for you folks out here to the southwest of St. Louis. You need to be in your safe place as these storms are rolling on to the north and northeast. They're fast-moving storms. They could spin up a tornado at any moment. It looks like the notch we'd be watching here, just south of Owensville. If I put just a little track on that, I'm going to do that on Max 2. Just a little track on where that notch is and just kind of run it off to the northeast. Peters Ford is a spot that would be in that area. Now it just moved off. Let's erase that, and we'll go back. I want to go back and clear that off because it looks like I'm going to broaden this out a little bit. That rotation kind of maybe shifted or...
And Scott, there's a damage report I want people to know about here. There's a tractor trailer that's overturned on 270 westbound. That's near milepost 7, which I'll have to look to see where that is. But I need you to be very careful if you have somebody out on the road tonight and let them know. Cables are across the roadway with that particular accident. So this is just a storm that's really producing some damage.
That's Illinois State Police.
270 westbound.
270 westbound, that's up going to be 7 miles from the Mississippi River, east of the Mississippi River on 270. So I would think that road would be closed too. So the rotation in Gasconade County, that's going to be pushing up in Union. You're going to be in the path of that eventually. So we're going to be dealing with this again. These storms are going to move towards St. Louis. And guess what? We really didn't get a chance to work over the atmosphere. We still have some gusty winds out there. Those winds are out of the south. They're pumping in the moisture. The humidity levels are up. So we still have another couple of hours. That tornado watch is in effect still for most of the area until 11 o'clock tonight. I think they may have let it go farther north and west of us. But again,
I'll bring up that map right now for you on Max 1 of our tornado watch. Looks like it's still in effect.
Yeah, I think for most, I saw them cancel a couple of counties farther north and west, but they've still got it for us. And you see all the highlighted areas there that had the tornado warnings in effect. I mean, we have a large number of tornado warnings in effect right now. The latest
busy night
one,
for us here in the St. Louis area.
This is the latest one, the one in Franklin, Gasconade, and Warren County, in effect until 9:30 tonight. Those storms, too, are going to push right back into St. Louis, so don't let your guard down around the St. Louis metro area. We still have another hour, hour and a half, 2 hours before we're going to be in the clear with this. So this is a tornado warning. If you're in Franklin County, even south of Innsbrook in Warren County along the Missouri River, you should be in your safe place right now as these storms roll towards you. If you're on the Illinois side, in Madison, Macoupin, Montgomery, Fayette County, and Bond County, in the northwest corner of Fayette County, this is a messy complex of thunderstorms up here. You need to be in your safe place in these areas as well as we continue to track the thunderstorms there. this evening. So let's see, we're going to...
Also, quite a few reports of power outages. We expect that to continue through the evening here. So these are storms that you need to be aware of tonight. We've already had reports of damage, vehicles damaged on the roadway. We've had reports of a building collapse in the Defiance area, so near Augusta and those areas. These are storms that are generating these strong wind gusts. We've had a report of 70-mile-per-hour winds at the airports here, so strong wind gusts, something you want to be inside for, something you want to stay with us or check in with us throughout the night for. We do expect this to continue on for at least the next 2 hours as this tracks through, affecting a good part of the 5 on your side coverage area. We have that cluster of storms that is causing some problems for parts of Illinois, and then we have that somewhat recent area of the tornado warning for Franklin, Cascade, and Warren counties. That's extending through 9:30. Now, if you're in some parts of Illinois, your warning also continues through 9:30 with a totally separate system within there. Further back, Bond and Madison, you'll be up now till about 9:15 is what we expect with that line of storms as it starts to lift up and out of the 5 on your side coverage area. We've had those damage reports, we've had a radar indicated rotation, and we've had confirmed tornadoes tonight. So please do take this seriously and make sure that you are ready to head to your safe space if one of these areas is coming towards you. That would be your basement or an area with the most walls between you. I know they're starting to get a little bit later now, but if you might have a friend on the road, give them a call. Make sure they know to head to a good spot, a rest stop perhaps, or a local business. I've already had some people send in pictures of sheltering in place at a Cracker Barrel and a Schnucks. So I'm happy to see that people are taking this seriously tonight, as we have had reports of damage, and we want to keep everybody safe tonight, Scott.
Yeah, and we've still got the tornado warnings. We still have the rotating thunderstorms. We still have the potential they're causing some damage. We have some Illinois power outage numbers here. In Madison County, close to 8,000 customers are without power right now. That seems to be about the hardest hit so far in Madison County, which would make sense because that storm went across and along 270 and then rolled into the Edwardsville area. And now that storm, potentially with its tornadic circulations, is moving out of Madison County and into portions of Bond County. And then we look to the north, we have that storm that's now crossing over 55. And we've got the circulations in there as well. It looks like maybe not as well defined as what we were seeing earlier, but from Hillsborough to Nokomis on the Illinois side, you need to be in your safe place right now as these storms continue to move through. They are producing winds to around 70 miles per hour, and they've also been looking at, we've also been looking at some reports of hail, but it's really the wind gusts and the fact that we've had some circulations and potentially some tornadoes touching down tonight that's really given us pause. It's not been as clear cut as you would expect for something like this. It's December. You don't think of severe weather in December, but the ingredients are more spring-like than they are December-like. And as a consequence tonight, these thunderstorms have been producing damages. They've been rolling through the area. Had that one gust to 70 miles per hour in the Chesterfield Valley. We had damage reported out of Defiance. We've had scattered reports of tree damage in several places. And unfortunately, I don't think we're done. As we look back to the southwest, we still have the tornado warning here for this line of storms that's across, well, it's coming out of Gasconade County, moving into Franklin County right now. It's off to the west of Union, about ready to move into New Haven. Gerald, you're getting the heavy rainfall right now. And it stretches on down to the south towards Oak Hill. So this is rolling on to the east and to the northeast. And we've got a new tornado warning that was just issued now. And that's a radar indicated one for Bond, Fayette, and Montgomery County in Illinois. Basically the same one that we were just looking at, the cells that we were just looking at here. The one that's pretty close to Shoal Creek, that's going to be racing off to the northeast. This time, Ramsey, you were out of the warning a few minutes ago. Well, you're in this one. So this is north of Vandalia, north of Interstate 70 here on the Illinois side that we're looking at. A tornado warning, Bond, Fayette, and Montgomery County. And really the area to be concerned about looks like it's Shoal Creek and kind of going from Shoal Creek on towards the east and to the northeast there. Donaldson, Coffeen, Illinois, Fillmore area, Bale City, eventually into Ramsey, if that storm maintains its rotating strength and if it also continues to track the same way that it has been tracking. Those are big ifs in the environment that we live in tonight. So we'll clear that off of there for you, and we'll go back, look at the, okay, let's go back here. And again, looking at the severe thunderstorm warning there, that one's going to expire down in South St. Louis County, but we'll see if we don't get another one here back to the west and southwest of St. Louis as time goes on. That storm does fill in a little bit more than what the radar is showing there right now. Areas east of St. Louis, severe thunderstorm warning, the newest one for that circulation that's approaching Donaldson right now. You should be in your safe place, just north of Shoal Creek. This is over northern portions of Bond County, moving through southeastern portions of Macoupin County. It is going to move over into portions of Fayette County. So again, your safe place is the lowest spot in your home. That's the basement. That's great. If you don't have a basement, then you're going to a closet or a bathroom in the lowest level of whatever building you're in. You're protecting your head. You're wearing your shoes. And you're going to stay away from windows and doors as we kind of watch these thunderstorms roll through and the potential of the damage they could cause. The tornado warning, basically, if you are east of St. Louis, we continue with our tornado warnings here out along the north of Interstate 70, Bond County, up into Montgomery County, southeastern portions of Macoupin County, over into the northwest corner of Fayette County. There are multiple rotating thunderstorms in these areas, so you should be taking them seriously and be in your safe place. Metro area getting a little bit of a break, but here's this next wavy line of thunderstorms out to the west. That's moving out of Gasconade County into Franklin County. As it does so, it's got some notches in there, some rotation, capable of producing thunderstorms or tornadoes out of these thunderstorms. Could happen at any moment without much warning, so that's why the tornado warning is in effect, because even though we can't confirm it, the circulations are showing up on the radar screen. You too need to be in your safe place here. This warning, which does extend up into southern Warren County, is in effect until 9:30. This line of thunderstorms moving northeast is going to go across a good chunk of Jefferson County, back across St. Louis County, and then across parts of St. Charles County as well. So we're not out of the woods yet. We got to get this last line through. I think once we get that line through, then the focus really is going to shift farther east and farther south of St. Louis. Now you're saying it's late at night. This is not spring. This is not summertime. It's not that warm and humid. But, you know, even though it's kind of marginal on the humidity levels and the warmth and the instability, you got to remember the jet stream is a lot stronger this time of year. And you don't have to go very far up in the clouds before you're finding 80, 90, 100 mile an hour winds whipping overhead, essentially acting like a vacuum cleaner with these thunderstorms and sucking up the air from the ground and helping to fuel these storms. That's going to be with us for the next few hours. If the winds haven't picked up at your house, the winds are going to be howling here as we head through the overnight hours on into tomorrow morning. We should see some gusts, and this doesn't involve thunderstorms. We should see some gusts around 40 to 45 miles per hour on the backside of this system as it pulls away. So, you know, that's separate from the thunderstorms. That's going to last into tomorrow morning, and we'll be dealing with those winds and the potential that if we've had some damage from some of these thunderstorms, gusty winds that stick around through tomorrow morning could certainly aggravate any damage we have from the thunderstorms. Or if branches were knocked loose because of the thunderstorms or have a crack but just didn't fall, you get a 40 or 45 mile per hour wind late tonight, early tomorrow. That could result in additional power outages and some down power lines and down trees and branches. And one thing we got to remember, if you come across a down power line, treat it as a live wire. Any line that's down, you don't know if it's a cable line, a telephone line, a power line, treat it as a live wire. And it's hard to see that at night, so you don't want to be out putzing around in the dark if there's power lines down in your neighborhood. So just treat everything as a live wire. Let the power company come and figure it out. You know, your electric cooperatives, Ameren, Illinois, Ameren, Missouri, they're very good at assessing damage and fixing it once they get that assessment in. They've already dispatched crews across the area tonight. They've moved storm trailers into position to be proactive and ready to react. Don't go out and mess with any lines tonight, any cables or lines that are down. Treat it as a hot wire. We don't want anybody to have any problems with that.
We certainly have had some of those reports as well, Scott. We've had an overturned tractor trailer in Illinois with some lines down around it. And currently, let me go over a couple of outage reports for you. In Wentzville, we have about 2,300 people without power right now, 2,300 customers, 2,800 in the O'Fallon area. And then as we get closer into the city of St. Louis, it gets a little less, about 600 in the Maryland Heights area, a little less for St. Charles at about 91. Seems like they are able to restore power in some of these areas quickly. About 3,000 outages right near Edwardsville. So I was expecting to see some bigger outages in this area because we had that confirmed tornado. 6,000 people in the immediate area of Edwardsville. And as you get closer towards 270 and into Glen Carbon, you have about another 2,000 or so. And then that just kind of continues on with those outages. So they are working hard tonight to restore power after this has come through. But, you know, we continue to see this storm and more develop. It looks like Washington will be hit yet again. That was one of the areas that had this kind of area of stronger rotation come through with those stronger wind gusts that then moved into Augusta and Defiance, where we had those storm reports. I can go over some of those storm reports for you, or I could pass it back over to Scott. That's up to you, Scotty. Just let me know. But some storm reports that we are seeing right now, you can see widespread out there. Looks like we do have a report of damage over along in Illinois. This does not surprise me right now. So let's see what we have. We have that tractor trailer overturned on 270 westbound with cables across the roadway. So that's near Pontoon Beach. So 270 westbound with a tractor trailer overturned. We have that building collapse that I've been talking about in the Augusta area with multiple homes damaged and debris in that area as well. We have reports of strong wind gusts as well. Chesterfield, we had wind reported about 45 miles per hour, and look just a little bit closer there for Weldon Spring Heights. You know, this is the Spirit of St. Louis Airport, so there in the Chesterfield Valley. Gusts of about 70 miles per hour that was generated with that storm. We think that was the storm that came through with that tornado damage that impacted the area right around Defiance. So that's kind of like the Defiance Ridge Vineyard area. As you can see, more reports, just some reports of hail. Hail hasn't been a particularly large threat this evening. Those hail reports have been somewhat small, but about an inch, so that's quarter size in Marthasville. And then my old stomping grounds of Winchester reported also about another inch of quarter-sized hail as well. So certainly some reports of damage out there that I want you to be aware of, especially as we get into the first light tomorrow. Some areas could be waking up with quite a mess out there. Let me go ahead and go over those warnings for you tonight as this system, once again, we're back on deck with this system that is currently moving through Gasconade and Franklin County. So this is currently through 9:30. You're under a tornado warning. So through 9:30, another 25 minutes with that warning. We do expect this, just like how the other ones, we do expect this to be continued as it continues to move up into the northeast. And we're still not done with that rather messy system that's up into Illinois right now. So I'll go ahead and zoom in on these areas. You can see we did cancel one of those warnings, so that is some good news there.
Yeah, and if we pop it over to Max 2, looks like we're getting a bit of a signal here of a tornado debris signature that would be, as I kind of flip it back and forth between the Lincoln radar and St. Louis radar. This is north of LaGrange, south of East Fork. This area here that is under the tornado warning, southeastern portions of Macoupin County, actually Montgomery County, and the northeastern corner of, it looks like Bond County, into the northwest portions of Franklin County, very close to Coffeen. That's where that's showing up. And you see it just kind of dropped out even a little bit more and went down to that blue shading. That's an indication to us that we have a tornado on the ground, that it's been confirmed by the radar, because the radar is seeing something besides all the uniform raindrops. It's seeing things of other shapes and sizes, and because of that, it tells us debris has been lofted into the air. So this is the area that's just west of South Fillmore and Fillmore. And if I kind of broaden this out and we just switch radar views, that's just fine. I'm going to pop it back on the reflectivity here. Just to give you a little bit of a track on this, let's go ahead and give it kind of a wide track off to the east and northeast. This is going to take us over towards Ramsey, Illinois, and over towards US 51, which runs north and south there. So this is a confirmed tornado, confirmed by radar right now. And I'm going to pop this on. So we've moved to a Google chat with the National Weather Service since we've had issues with the other stuff. So it's all good. And we're all following the same thing.
Yeah, a big team of meteorologists tonight in St. Louis, all coordinating together to track this storm.
And the operative thing here is we need you to stay safe. And that means right now we need you to get into your safe place, because we have the signature on the screen, and I'll back it back up here so it shows up a little bit better. Well, it just changed a little bit. But that area that's now moving in towards South Fillmore was where we are seeing debris that's been lofted into the air and off to the east now of Calhoun, Illinois. So it's moving into the northern, northwestern portions of Fayette County. So again, you folks in northwestern Fayette County, we've been saying this through the evening hours, time to get into your safe place now. These storms are moving at 55 to 60 miles per hour. So they are fast-moving storms, and it doesn't take very long for them to produce rotation and to drop that out of the sky in a big hurry. So we are definitely seeing the rotation. It's just off to the east of Calhoun right now. It is rolling towards the northeast. Fillmore, Ramsey, Illinois, it would really seem like Ramsey, Illinois will be in the direct path of that if this storm continues to maintain its current track and intensity. And then we turn our attention back to the southwest and look to this next area that's once again approaching from the southwest, and we're finding the area from around Innsbruck over to about Washington and down towards Sullivan here in Missouri. Well, that now has prompted the National Weather Service to issue a severe thunderstorm warning, which includes most of St. Charles, pretty much includes all of St. Charles County, the city of St. Louis County, northern portions of Jefferson County, back into eastern portions of Franklin County, and much of the rest of Warren County. That is a severe thunderstorm warning until 9:45. It is for the potential of strong winds. Perhaps there's some hail in here, but strong winds and the possibility that we could spin up a tornado here. This is going to move right across the entire metro area. Once again, this line, if it does not fall apart, it's coming across the entire metro area from Wentzville down to Washington to Pacific, Eureka, probably into Cedar Hill to Arnold, right into the city. Okay? And there's the potential it could produce a tornado as well. So far, we haven't had anything confirmed out of that. What we have had periodically with this clump of thunderstorms off to the northeast of St. Louis through this evening has been several confirmed by radar tornadoes because of the debris signatures as they've been pressing off to the east and to the northeast. So these storms right now, again, winds are a big threat on a widespread basis. We're talking 50 to 60 mile per hour winds easily, perhaps a little bit higher than that at times. And we're also talking about winds that could be gusting as high as 70 miles per hour. Now, embedded within these circulations, we're also finding, some tornadoes that have touched down. We can confirm that by the radar. We have not had any spotter reports. We haven't been able to see them. Tornadoes are hard to see at night. It's also dangerous for spotters to be out there during the night chasing these storms because you can't see, and there's trees, we have hills, and those are problems with chasing. This is not Kansas. So we haven't had any confirmed reports by visual, somebody seeing it, But we have had the radar confirming for us that the debris has been lofted by tornadoes into the air. Therefore, we know the tornadoes have been on the ground. We know they've done damage. We've seen the reports come out of the area around Defiance, down towards Augusta along Highway 94. A bunch of cars had debris, damage from debris, just crossing over the Boom Bridge right into the Chesterfield Valley when that storm was lifting through. And we've seen the debris signatures off to the east of St. Louis. So with these storms rolling in, you need to stay in your safe place if you're under these warnings right now, inside, away from windows and doors. You know, if you've got a tornado warning in your neighborhood, which right now that includes northern portions of Bond County, the northwestern corner of Fayette County, especially in and around the Ramsey area, and the southeastern portions of Montgomery County, all in Illinois, off to the east and northeast of St. Louis, you're going to want to be on the safe side and be staying in your safe place with those storms right now. These are the ones that have had confirmed tornadoes with them sliding off towards the northeast. Ramsey, Illinois, that potential circulation is about ready to slide in your general direction. It's somewhere just off to your west, not too far from Fillmore right now. You're seeing that area right around Fillmore where we're seeing that. We've seen a few times tonight some debris signatures. And here, that appears to be what we're looking at here. You know, it's spread out a little more. It's not as well defined as it was, but there's still items. Read that leaves, read that, you know, parts of trees, bushes, whatever, lofted up into the sky that the radar is seeing, and it knows it's not raindrops. And that tells us that there's debris. So just looking at this, you know, where that circulation is right now and where it's going off to the east and northeast of St. Louis, this is going out of Bond and Montgomery counties and headed over into the northwest corner of Fayette County. So you can see Fillmore, it's right on your doorstep right now. You should be in your safe place. Ramsey, you've got about another 10, 12 minutes or so, and it'll be there. So these are the areas off to the northeast of St. Louis where that tornado warning is in effect right now. And that tornado warning, I believe, is until 9:45 for these areas off to the northeast of St. Louis. These storms have been producing damage. Let's come back into the metro area right now. A few scattered storms from Troy up through Edwardsville to Hamel, Illinois. They're not severe at the moment. Here we are back with this area. Still have that tornado warning for a little while longer, but nothing confirmed out of that here back west of St. Clair. But the severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible has been extended from this storm northeast bound to include the eastern portions of Warren County into all of St. Charles County, all of St. Louis County, the city of St. Louis, northern Jefferson County, and into the northeastern corner or the northeastern half of Franklin County. And these storms, again, are racing to the northeast. Timing on them to put them into the metro area here. Whoops, let me get that. We'll pull this down. You know, this is going to be a rough timing on these, but they'll get into St. Louis. Wentzville, you're talking, you know, momentarily. The Chesterfield Valley about 9:30, Alton about 9:57, Edwardsville about 10:15. Okay, so that's the timing on these storms at this point. All right, so that severe thunderstorm warning there is for the metro area. You know, we're just busy with storms tonight. We've got everything that under the sun right at this point across the bi-state region, with severe thunderstorms, possible tornadoes, all of this stuff sliding rapidly off towards the north and northeast. I'm just kind of clicking some of these icons off so that we can get them off, although I think they might have issued just another warning. If you're in Ramsey, Illinois right now, well, let's just go back to, let's see if it'll go back.
Scott, we do have some crews. I just went back to make sure some of our crews are in safe areas right now because we have a crew headed to Defiance. We have another crew that is headed to an Amazon warehouse where we have reports of some damage. So that's right along where we were tracking that tornado earlier. So we do have crews in that are working right now to get us some scene from on the ground, and then we are going to keep an eye on that as well, but making sure that they are safe tonight as well, because that's very important that our crews are safe as they make their way out there. When we track these systems in the dark as well, we'd like to switch over to Max 1. There you go. So as you can see, there's that storm system. We have that severe thunderstorm warning, and then we also have that tornado warning that is in effect right now. It is covering some parts of Washington. So coming right over the area that was hit earlier that we had reports of damage. And this is tracking very fast right now. So any areas that did have damage, you're kind of headed for round 2 right now. So seek shelter and be safe tonight, Scott.
Yeah, and you know, we're still tracking that radar confirmed tornado. It is approaching Ramsey, Illinois. If you're in the path of that, you need to be in your safe place right now. That storm is working out. It went through the Coffeen area over towards the Fillmore area. Now it's approaching Ramsey, Illinois. And that's in northwest portions of Fayette County. So you need to be in your safe place as that storm is approaching right now. That includes the area perhaps around Bingham in Illinois too. So from Fillmore over to Bingham, really you should be seeing, you know, and I don't want you to go outside and do this, but there should be some debris literally falling out of the air in these areas right now because of these thunderstorms. As the tornado has been on the ground, we can confirm it being on the ground. Okay. Okay, so we do have, yeah, Tracy just mentioned that. We have, it's Edwardsville or Pontoon Beach, the Amazon warehouse. We don't know exactly how much damage there might be, but there is a response there. Let me flip this. There we go. Okay, so we can go back over to Max 2 now. We've got it back up. And here's our tornado warning. That's storm around Ramsey, and just west of Ramsey. You know, we've gone into a messy mode here tonight, a very messy mode with these storms, and it's hard to detect the tornadoes. But we are seeing just west and northwest of Ramsey, Illinois, the potential, well, we can tell you there's debris on the radar screen. So that's a radar-confirmed tornado. It is moving to the northeast. That's going to take it not too far from Ramsey, but if you're up along Highway 51 going north out of Ramsey, Illinois, it looks like it's pretty close to County Highway. I can't read that number because I'm getting old, and we're on our backup computer systems here. County Highway 2850. So, you know, this is south of Hanson in Illinois and north of Ramsey. That's where we have our debris signature showing up, northwestern portions of Fayette County. So that's where we definitely have debris and have, you know, a tornado that's been on the ground causing damage there. So the tornado warning continues for that area. The other area that we're watching is back, of course, to our southwest in the area that is now starting to push into the western portions of the metro area. That's moving through St. Charles County and through portions of Franklin County. It's about ready to move into St. Louis County. So this storm, and the Weather Service is actually analyzing it, it looks like right now. And we can see, you know, there's some gusty winds with this. That looks to be the main threat. The question is, with these storms that are now from Wentzville into Lake St. Louis, down to New Melle, down towards Augusta, then stretching down just west of Pacific, down towards St. Clair. The question now is, will these storms begin to have rotation with them? It's certainly a possibility. The environment is favorable for that. So it's certainly a possibility. We have one tornado warning that still remains in effect. Well, technically two. We've got one for portions of Montgomery County and then the northwest corner of Fayette County on the Illinois side. So those are our 2 tornado warnings. We can confirm, if you want to go over to, I wonder what it's going to look like if I get it back this way. If you want to go over to Max 2, Sean, you can see this area north of Ramsey. And this is the area we've been watching. So that area north of Ramsey, that's the debris signature. So we know we've had debris lofted up here. That went over Bingham. That was coming out of Calhoun, Illinois. So we can anticipate, for sure, we know we've had damage in this general vicinity here. And that's up around Hanson, Illinois right now. So it's moving out of our viewing area. But it went over Bingham, and it was back here, you know, towards Calhoun. So that's what we're looking at here at this point. That's debris on the radar from a tornado. So if you're in Ramsey and north of Ramsey, I'd still say stay sheltered because you're getting into the thick of the storm right now, and there's potentially, you know, more active weather back here to the west, more rotation back to the west. It's a very messy signature. There's the radar signature, and the circulation showing up that's right along, about ready to cross over Highway 51, and that would be very close to just north of Ramsey up towards Hanson, Illinois, along US 51. Again, the northern parts of Fayette County in Illinois, you need to be in your safe place now. Here's a broader perspective of what we're dealing with. We have quite the number of showers and thunderstorms across the region. We have another big batch pushing into the metro area right now. That has a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible, and this includes St. Charles County, St. Louis County, the city of St. Louis, and back into Franklin County. So these are the areas where we have the severe thunderstorm warning. We will continue to track these storms. Right now, there's no imminent tornado threat there, but the tornado is possible. It could spin up. And then we go back.
Might be dealing with batteries that are dying since we have been on so long with you tonight. We have that warning for Franklin County has expired, and then as you can see, we still have that tornado warning towards Litchfield right now that we are continuing to track through with this particular storm system. So as you can see, we do have that warning that was expired. We still have another one that's just further down to the south, and a severe thunderstorm warning that is under most of the west side of the St. Louis area, so into St. Charles and St. Louis counties. These are storms we need you to be careful about. We want you to pay attention to them. We have had reports of damage. We've had a report of an overturned semi-truck. We have a report of damage at an Amazon warehouse right now. So these are dangerous, and we want you to be aware of them. We're not going to be in them too much longer here, but about after midnight, I think we'll be in the clear from all this. So as you can still see, we are tracking this system tonight. Some reports from the National Weather Service include wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour associated with these storms. So some very strong storms. We've also seen some larger hail, about 1 inch in size for some spots into the West County and then up into Illinois. So this continues tonight here, and you can see we still have that warning. So that area that's over Washington right now, coming up through and breaking into parts of St. Louis County now, that is all going to continue to move up into the north. So any areas that might have been affected by damage earlier, well, you're going to get hit again with this area. It's a thinner area than the first one, at least for now. We could see that could pick up a little bit of momentum as it crosses over the Mississippi River, but currently it's a thinner area of storms, a smaller line, but generating some very strong winds with this. I've seen some bows in the radar that indicate some very strong wind gusts tonight out there. So as far as this storm system goes, let's go ahead and Take a look at this one here where we have that severe thunderstorm warning. That's in effect for about the next 20 minutes for parts of Calhoun, Franklin, St. Charles, and St. Louis counties. We have that tornado warning that's going to expire here in about 3 minutes, so we don't have to worry too much about that one anymore as this crosses over. Now that line of storms that we still have tornado warnings on, just about to cross out of the 5 on your side coverage area. We still have some tornado warnings that I want you to be aware of if you are in these counties in Illinois. So this is going to continue on here. This is almost out of the 5 on your side coverage area though. Fayette and Montgomery counties. This tornado warning is going to expire at about 9:30. It has then been extended out of the 5 on your side coverage area into Shelby County with a warning that goes through about 10:15 tonight. And then under a warning through about 9:45 is just some parts of Fayette County there, as you can see highlighted in the red. These storms putting on quite a show tonight with lots of lightning and some heavy rainfall. And we just had all the ingredients were right for this today. We had some warm air. That warm air always helps these storms grow to be severe, and that's exactly what we're seeing. Lots of strong winds this time of year, Scott has been mentioning, in some of the upper parts of the atmosphere. So something you wouldn't experience close to the ground, but something that you certainly would perhaps if you were up in a plane. But here we go, as I just want to show you a broader view of this system. As you can see, affecting some parts of Paducah, Kentucky, very active tonight. So a wide area of storms that's affecting the Midwest tonight. Some severe thunderstorm warnings, but those tornado warnings. Okay, we have a view of Pontoon Beach here. We have a crew that has headed out there. That's in Illinois. We have reports of this warehouse with a collapsed roof. Looks like they're panning to where that is. But so emergency crews are on the scene of this warehouse where we know that the roof has collapsed tonight. So,
and it looks like they're just getting set up. You know, the emergency crews are illuminating that right now. And clearly there's a large presence there. This is at an Amazon warehouse. And of course, this is the busiest time of year for Amazon. So we have, this is Pontoon Beach. This would be earlier this evening. We don't know if anybody's hurt or not. Obviously, we're watching live.
Yeah, I'm not sure if those are 24-hour operations or not, but I wouldn't be surprised if they were.
I would think this time of year. For this time of year especially. And you can see more first responders are arriving here to the scene. Robert Townsend will have a live report hopefully coming up for us tonight at 10 o'clock. Remember, this was part of the storm in Pontoon Beach. That part of the storm was the one that's now over there. It went through Edwardsville and then worked its way over into Bond County. And now it's part of that same little area that's up there in northern portions of Fayette County.
And with those crews that are on the scene now, there's going to be another batch of thunderstorms that are going to come through right through that area again. Currently, there's no tornado warning, or we're not detecting anything worthy of a tornado warning. But with that, we're going to have some heavy rain again in those areas that have been impacted by this storm. So that'll be difficult for our first responders. Certainly, do not leave your homes to go out and survey for damage. Leave the roads open for those first responders that need to respond to emergencies like that warehouse, the collapse in Pontoon Beach.
Yeah, and again, we don't know the details on all of that at this point. We just know it's happened, and there are lots of first responders there. We're letting them do their job. We're not going to get a lot of information from them right now. This is what we tend to have to, when we go through a storm scenario that plays out like this. We've said this before tonight. The damage reports come in later afterwards, and you can't really bother the firefighters and the first responders because they're literally tied up right now doing what they do. So we don't always get the damage reports right away. Now, I did hear from Ameren, Illinois. They've activated their regional command center to assess the damage in Madison County and to the east. So there'll be more information on that. They've already pre-positioned some of the storm trailers that Ameren has. Ameren, Illinois, and Ameren, Missouri have storm trailers that are preloaded with parts that you would need to restore power. And so they pre-position them when they can in a space where they can respond quickly. But they too have to assess the damage, treat all of your power lines, any cable, any line you see, treat it as a live wire. Let it be. Don't mess with them. We don't want anybody to have problems with electricity tonight if you're outside with the lights, with power lines down. That's a very dangerous thing. Leave it to the power company. This will go for later tonight into tomorrow morning. If there's damage from these storms, you know, the nighttime hours, it's hard to see. And so treat
dangerous
any,
to
yes,
see.
and dangerous. So treat any live cable or any cable or power line, even though it may be a phone line, it may be a cable line, you don't know. Treat it as a hot wire, a live power line. Stay away from it and let the power crews do their thing here as we go through the nighttime hours tonight. We're still watching this line of storms here out to the west and southwest of St. Louis. Still have the severe thunderstorm warning, St. Charles County into St. Louis County, northern portions of Jefferson County, kind of zooming in that area here. This is right down 44, out Highway 40, same areas that have already been pounded quite a bit. We are seeing some pretty strong winds evident with this. I think that's probably the greatest threat. There's not a lot of really tight circulations in here that we're following with that.
Does look like things are finally starting to settle down a little bit out there, Scott,
So
which is
this
good.
may be, yes, this may be our last big effort here from this tonight. But, you know, that one storm that was up in Fayette County, we now, that went north of Ramsey or very close to Ramsey from Coffeen over here in eastern portions of Montgomery County. And really, that was the one that was part of that whole complex of what has gone through from Pontoon Beach on to the northeast. That's going to have a pretty substantial amount of damage associated with it, I would think. So it's not in Pontoon Beach, it's in the Edwardsville area is where this is. So let's go, we've got that live picture right now. And we're off in the distance here. Our videographers are being safe. But there is the Amazon. This is an Amazon warehouse. There's been some type of roof collapse. Don't know if it involves the walls. We're just kind of, we're looking at this together, and we're looking at it live. You can see the large fire presence there. And this is going to be a mutual aid situation. There are fire departments from multiple agencies clearly in this area. So this is an Amazon roof warehouse.
Certainly a busy
collapsed.
time of year that we expect. And this area, I expect within about the next maybe 30 minutes or so to be in that severe thunderstorm that's coming through. So we definitely are hoping for the best with those first responders that are on the scene. A very large, what looks like a steel structure there. You can see roof that has collapsed, some fiberglass and wires that are hanging from the ceiling. Looks like the fire department has that's Edwardsville Fire Department with their ladder trucks deployed, trying to get a better handle on this situation. But you can see just a very large area of this building that has collapsed, and then we're starting to get in parts of the building that are still standing, but you can see that full part of the roof and part of the ductwork there. That's that silver reflection that you're seeing that's down on the ground. Police that's there as well. And then you're starting to get in some of the areas with the bays where the trucks are parked that look like they are doing just fine.
Yeah,
we currently do not have any reports of injuries. We will continue to bring you updates. Our reporter, Robert Townsend, is heading that way. We, of course, are staying out of the way of those first responders while they work. Looks like there's multiple ambulances with their doors open, ready to go. For anyone who may have been injured in this collapse. This was an Amazon warehouse. We do not have any confirmed reports right now, but of course we are letting those first responders work right now. So we will not have those reports for a little bit until we can get information back from them. They are currently very busy on the scene. I see those firefighters are deploying some water on the scene as well, potentially putting out any hot spots that could be an issue. After a building collapse like this. That's something that's very important that they get on with that work. You can really see a lot of that steel structure there with that roof collapse, Scott.
Yeah, and I think what we're going to be dealing with here in the next, it's more of a cleanup mode right now, and especially in that area. We still have the severe thunderstorm warning along the Missouri River here in St. Charles County, western portions of St. Louis County, northwestern portions of Jefferson County, back into eastern portions of Franklin County. So we're basically once this goes through, and there could be some circulations developing in this too. There's one area here that's just southwest of Bridgeton that is especially suspicious. I want to zoom in on Max 2, if you would. And we've got that kind of honed in this area just to the west of 270 here in Maryland Heights. Kind of looking at a suspicious nub there. I'm going to pop the velocity on. It looks like there is some rotation there for sure. I don't see anything that stands out dramatic here. And I'm not sure that it's a real tight rotation. But nonetheless, we have a severe thunderstorm warning. It includes St. Louis County. And it also is a tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning, which means, these circulations are evident. The environment, the atmosphere is rich, and the environment is ready to create bad weather. I mean, that's just the reality of it. The atmosphere is primed to create nasty thunderstorms tonight, and we've seen some.
Yeah, that's right.
And I think we're going to see a few more rolling into the Maryland Heights area and up towards the airport and St. Anne and Edmondson, North County. I think you're still going to be looking at another batch of 50 to 60 mile per hour winds with these storms as they come on through.
And we do have a report from emergency management that says they are working, people are trapped in that Amazon building right now. So that's why there's such a large emergency presence at that scene as they work to help those people out. So reports from an emergency manager in the area that people are trapped in this building collapse at an Amazon warehouse in Edwardsville. This system we tracked, we had some leeway on it. It did have a tornado warning for some time over it, and you can see just this building collapse. There's the roof appears to be down on the ground. Lots of crews on the scene. There's the Edwardsville Fire Department is putting water most likely to make sure that no fires do happen, which sometimes they do after situations like this, most likely containing some electrical issues. We've seen multiple reports of power lines down with these storms tonight. We also have multiple ambulances on the site of this Amazon warehouse collapse. This is in Edwardsville. We have reports from emergency management that people have been trapped. I see some fire crews working around some of the debris that has fallen, as well as some water that's been put on the scene. There's those ambulances on standby, so stay out of this area, please. Make sure that these emergency crews have room to work tonight. So stay out of that area and let those crews do their work. We will have some slow updates throughout the evening, most likely with this, as we will continue to watch this and stay out of their way as they work to help the people who are trapped inside this Amazon building right now. We have no word on how many people are involved, but that is why there is such a large presence there. This was confirmed by emergency management.
And we have a new tornado warning now that includes North St. Louis County. And it's going to include very close to this area near Edwardsville. So as we were just looking at a few minutes ago in tracking these storms, really this one in the Bridgeton area, we're getting that little notch in there once again. And so this is a tornado warning that is in effect until 10:30 for Macoupin, Madison, and St. Charles County. It's in northeastern or eastern portions of St. Charles County, east of St. Charles, and going up towards West Alton, and includes the Alton area. It includes Spanish Lake. It includes the same area along the Chain of Rocks Bridge. They drew the warning, so it didn't really include the city of St. Louis, but we got a couple of circulations right now. One's right over, it looks like St. Anne, so that's going to be darn close to going straight over Lambert Airport right now, where we do have a weather observer, so we may hear something from them shortly. The gusts out in West St. Louis County have been just under 50 miles per hour. But again, if you're in North St. Louis County, and really in this area here, from about the airport over along 270, Ferguson, north of Overland, I would suspect, but Overland, you're technically still in the polygon. Belnor, Bell Ridge, Ferguson, into Jennings, Bell Fountain Neighbors. This whole area here from Lambert on to the east and really either side is 70. We need you in your safe place right now. You're in the immediate threat area as there's a potential tornado very close to Lambert Airport right now. We're seeing that circulation on the radar screen. Very intense rotation in there. Now we extend this out a bit, and we're going to push this out, and that tornado warning extends off to the east, and it goes all the way over towards Alhambra. It goes up into southern portions of Macoupin County, so it includes Staunton. It looks like it just skips by Brighton, Illinois, and it's just west of Litchfield. But basically, the area where they're dealing with the situation in Edwardsville at the Amazon warehouse, that same area is now under or very close to yet another tornado warning. The circulation with this, and I'll put a track on it, the circulation with this is very close to the airport. So just moving it east and northeast, and that fans out a little bit. Florissant, it should be in your vicinity. It's pretty close to your vicinity now, but within the next minute or two. You should be in your basement if you're in Florissant. If you're in Blackjack, Spanish Lake, safe places in the basement. If you don't have a basement, as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We're staying away from windows, staying away from doors, wearing our shoes, getting something to protect our head. You got a bicycle helmet? Use that. Got a pillow? Grab that. You want to protect your head. Okay, this crosses the river, goes over into Alton, Wood River, Bethalto, Hamel, and eventually over towards Staunton. If it stays together, it could very well be in Alhambra in the next hour or so. So again, this is a tornado warning, radar indicated tornado. We've got the circulation very close to Lambert at this point. It continues to roll rapidly off to the northeast. All of these storms are moving rapidly northeast, and as they do move rapidly northeast, they've been creating winds and causing damage. A lot of power outages. Ameren, Illinois activated their emergency center to assess the situation, particularly in Madison County. We had a tornado, we're pretty confident, on the ground, eastern portions of Montgomery County in Illinois, over into northern portions of Fayette County. That's since gone up south of Shelbyville. We don't know if this is a tornado on the ground, but the rotation is certainly there here in North St. Louis County. So we're talking in the Florissant area and Blackjack, your area, New Halls Ferry Road, all of your main thoroughfares here. Washington Street, Washington Elizabeth, the exit, and 270 is under construction and it's just a big mess up here. So, along 270. But you folks here, Calverton Point Park, Castle Point, along Chambers Road, anywhere, Parker Road, anywhere up 367 here, as you go by Christian Northeast Hospital, you need to be in your safe place. We've got that circulation showing up here. This is a tornado warning. Circulation has moved, looks like, out of the Lambert area, now moving into Florissant along 270 from, let's say, Berkeley up towards Florissant and sliding on to the east. And there may be more than one circulation in here. There's a lot of strong winds on this leading edge. The environment is such, in other words, the air that this is moving into, the winds are such that rotating and spinning thunderstorms and creating tornadoes is certainly within the realm of possibility. Okay? So we need you to be safe. We need you, if you're in North St. Louis County, especially along 270, to get into your safe place now. That notch is right along north of 270. It's moving just east of Florissant now, downtown Florissant, and it will be moving towards Blackjack. Still potential circulation, a couple of them, one for Florissant, one down towards Ferguson. So these are all moving northeast, and then they're going to roll across the river and go into Madison County. All right, so this is North St. Louis County, and I'm going to broaden this back out a little bit here. This is our latest tornado warning on top of the severe thunderstorm warning. It looks like they may have let that one expire on the severe thunderstorm warning.
That's not to say that with this we might not have, hail or damaging wind gusts in association with this, but the tornado warning is something more prevalent with this one. We have told our crews out in the field to seek shelter as they are under this tornado warning right now. So we do not have live shots to provide you with right now from that Amazon warehouse collapse, but we are told that people are trapped, which is why there's such a large presence on the scene there. We're tracking this storm, as you can see, that is does include parts of Edwardsville in this current tornado warning box, though that main threat is currently right now in Florissant, Scott.
Yeah, and just to not leave out our far southern counties, we're also looking at some of these storms down across Washington County, Missouri, Iron County, into Reynolds County. They're strong. They don't look severe at this point, which is a good thing, but they are strong, and they're also in that environment that's favorable for rotation. But we come back into the metro area, and of course, our biggest concern up into North County right now, where we continue to track that storm, it looks like the strongest winds are pushing in towards Blackjack and heading towards Spanish Lake. This is pretty close. This is going to be up along Parker Road. It takes you up along Lindbergh, where you meet up with 367, going up across the Missouri River. Old Halls Ferry Road up here. That's where our circulation, this is where we're showing the strongest winds right now, especially here, old Jamestown, old Jamestown Mall's up here. It's pretty close to that right now. It's not far from that at all, our circulation that could be producing a tornado. So if you're in this area here along 270 and especially north of 270, you need to be in your safe place. That's where we're anticipating this being, tracking this potential tornado as it slides over into portions of St. Charles County, and we're talking the area around West Alton, and then over towards Roxana and Bethalto, maybe into Alton, maybe just south of Alton, that circulation may go. But one thing about these circulations and these storms, even though the overall storm itself, this line of storms is moving northeast, the circulations can evolve and effectively dissolve and then reform somewhere else. And so that's something else we have to watch for along this line. So North St. Louis County. Yeah, we've seen that continuously throughout the night. North St. Louis County, over into Madison County, southern portions of Macoupin County, southeastern portions of Macoupin County especially. Severe thunderstorm warning, or tornado warning, I should say. You should be in your safe place now. There's a lot of nasty wind out there along 270, especially going just north of Castle Point and Calverton Park.
And over an area that we've already heard about some damage in those areas. Certainly we could have trees down, power lines down. So stay inside and make sure you are in a safe area right now.
Yeah, and I think we're looking at 60 to 70 mile per hour winds here in North St. Louis County.
Which is on par with some reports we've seen already tonight from Spirit Airport earlier in the night, as that system that went through Defiance, that tornado that went through the Defiance area passed over. So some very strong winds with that.
I just switched my batteries about 15 minutes ago. I just switched them about 15 minutes. No, not in the IP.
They're making sure Scott has batteries in his microphone so he can continue to track those storms.
I got the mic.
For you tonight. Okay, so that particular area we're watching is in Spanish Lake. We expect this to continue to move through and to the north here. We've been keeping an eye on that. We have a crew. I told them to go and seek shelter as we wait for this line to pass, but they were at that Edwardsville Amazon warehouse collapse. And I told them to seek shelter, so they are seeking shelter, but the minute it's safe, they'll be back out, and they can provide some more updates on that. But we are told that there are some people trapped inside that Amazon warehouse. This line of storms that right now that we are watching through, the main area is kind of coming along Interstate 70. It's just crossed over 267. You can kind of see it's kind of a jagged line here. It's what we're watching, but we are going to keep an eye on this. It's generating some strong winds. We expect winds within this to be about 60 to 70 miles per hour. That has been enough to knock down power lines. We also had a report of an overturned semi truck in Illinois right along 270 as well. So these are winds strong enough to cause some damage out there. We want you to continue to be safe, and we are keeping an eye not only on this area, but on the surrounding area of the 5 on your side coverage. As you can see, just some storms that are further down to the south, but that main area right now that we're dealing with was just hit by a line of storms that was pretty strong earlier. So that tornado warning currently up for parts of Macoupin, Madison, St. Charles, and St. Louis counties, though really that threat is starting to cross over now through into Spanish Lake. So that is up tonight till 10:30. So we have another about 40 minutes worth of this to be tracking.
You know, and I don't know that we're getting any reports out of North St. Louis County, but the radar is estimating that the wind speeds on these storms, at least the raindrops, are being blown around between 70 and 80 miles per hour in this area, right along 270. Spanish Lake is getting it. It's just east of Delwood, Glasgow Village. You know, as you approach 367 and go east of 367, we're talking up here. There's a post office up here, Lilac. You got Chambers Road, Dunn Road. All of your North County areas here as you go east along 270, approaching the Chain of Rocks Bridge. We're talking about maybe 65 to 75 mile per hour winds, and I wouldn't be surprised if there aren't some gusts a little higher than that. It certainly is showing up. You know, I got a couple of little speckles in there showing up around 80 miles per hour just north of Spanish Lake. So these are serious storms, and there is a tornado warning for this area. You know, this may not be a rotation. This may just be flat out strong thunderstorm winds.
Which oftentimes, Scott, can be confused. The damage from thunderstorm winds can be confused for tornado damage because they are that strong. Strong winds can be enough to take off roofs of buildings, can knock over trees, so they can be very dangerous. And we're already seeing strong winds. We expect to see some damage in these areas.
Yeah, we are going to see a continuation of the damage. And the previous storms, more likely than not, have weakened some tree branches. And in doing so, you know, now we end up with you know, we basically end up with a situation where your previously damaged tree branch is now the one that actually falls with this next gust of wind. So we're continuing to monitor these storms. Again, the worst of it looks like it's right along 270, and it's about ready to cross over the river here, going towards Granite City and, you know, in that area south of Wood River. You may miss the strongest winds out of this. They may go just to your south. But unfortunately, this bulge that we're looking at here, this bulge may be, and if we can pop over to Max 2 for a hot minute here, this bulge that's going over eastern portions of the northeast corner of St. Charles County and the eastern portions, northeast portions of St. Louis County, that bulge is generally headed, unfortunately, very close to Edwardsville. And this is the area where we are seeing the strongest winds right now. The winds in this area are showing up in vicinity of 70 to 75 miles per hour. So there's some intense wind going on here. This area is also under the tornado warning. So whether there's a tornado or not, we know there's some serious winds in here. You should be in your safe place right now. And your safe place is in the lowest level of whatever building you're in. If you have a basement, that's fantastic. If you don't have a basement, then you go to the lowest level of whatever building you're in, and you put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And stay away from windows and doors. These are the storms tracking through the metro area. This may be the last of it as we head through the evening hours. I'm hopeful that this is the last of the severe weather that we have to deal with.
We certainly are hopeful
Cold
on
fronts
that.
still back to our north and west. We were in the upper 60s, close to 70 degrees in St. Louis, and we've backed off a little bit.
61 degrees right now in
Yeah.
the St. Louis area. Scott, so with this, you know, as you can see, we still have that tornado warning. That's in effect until about 10:30 tonight. Now, after this is all said and done, we are still going to be dealing with some very strong winds Some very strong winds with this. So, into the early morning hours and overnight. So even though we won't have like a tornado warning or severe thunderstorms to deal with, we'll be dealing with very gusty conditions through, midnight all the way into the early morning hours. You can see here, this is a future cast of what we expect those wind gusts to be. Some areas even higher than this. I could see wind gusts up to 40 miles per hour. So certainly with potential damage that we already have out there, that we've seen in some areas, those strong winds are not what we need. So seek shelter, make sure you stay off the roads and let our emergency crews do their work. And then as things settle down later on in tomorrow afternoon, I expect to see much calmer conditions as far as wind goes. The good news for tomorrow, though, is we will be dry. So plenty of dry weather to clean up after these storms. So let me go ahead and show you that satellite and radar view again. We're tracking that storm system that's currently moving very quickly through the Alton area under that severe thunderstorm warning tonight, watching that area of inflow here. So let me zoom in, show you what we're talking about. So Spanish Lake, Glasgow Village, all dealing with that currently right now, and some pretty strong lightning strikes out there. This has been putting on a show throughout the entire night tonight, Scott.
Yeah, and we still have our tornado warning. And particular now, it looks like that circulation is moving across the river and into Madison County, Illinois. So especially for Madison County and into the southern portions of Macoupin County, this tornado warning is in effect until 10:30 tonight. Now, in about a minute or so, we're going to pause for just a second to start our 10 o'clock show. But I just want you to know, in the control room, we're going to come right back over to weather after we start that 10 o'clock show and reset things. We still have our tornado warning here, and you see the National Weather Service looks like they just trimmed it up so that it is now for Madison and Macoupin County, even as we speak. Again, these are very dangerous storms. This one does not have the same consistency that the others did, but a few minutes ago, it looked like it was producing 70 to 80 mile per hour winds. Whether that's getting tight enough to create a circulation remains to be seen, but we also know it's moving into the Edwardsville area, and we've had a situation in Edwardsville involving the Amazon warehouse there, where we've had a partial building collapse or a partial roof collapse. We can't really tell. All we can do is what we can see. And right now, with this approaching severe thunderstorm heading into that area and the strong winds, we have our photographer and our reporter, our crews, we have told them to seek shelter, and they are in a safe place because we're not jeopardizing our people's lives. We don't want you to jeopardize yours. You need to be in your safe place in a basement and away from windows and doors. You are watching 5 on Your Side.
This is 5 on Your Side at 10.
We're going to get back to weather, of course, in just a second. This is our breaking news. This is happening right now. This has been a very serious situation in Edwardsville, Illinois. A roof has collapsed at the Amazon warehouse in Edwardsville. We do have reports of people trapped. We do not have any injury reports as we are following the story, but we have had a crew on the scene there. They did have to get to safety, but this was taken just minutes ago. When we look at these images, it's really hard to tell what we're looking at, but it looks like a building, either the walls or the roof, there we see it, has been blown away. And a lot of you in that area have actually been texting us videos and information. We will try to get those on the air in just a bit, but of course, weather top of mind and still ongoing. Thank you for joining us on this late Friday evening. It's 10 o'clock. Of course, we always have the news at 10, but it has been such a very busy evening. Let's go ahead and get to our weather department. It's been very busy. Scott, I know that this night has just offered no breaks for so many people.
No, it's been a very long night. Tracy Henson and I have been tracking these storms for you this evening, and we have tracked some tornadoes through the area. We've had reports out of Defiance of damage. We've had reports of cars on Highway 40, 64, just crossing the Boom Bridge into the valley, hit by debris. Report from one of my friends said that they saw a car lifted off the ground in front of them, potentially driving through a tornado. Now we have the Edwardsville damage that you just saw, and we have a tornado warning in effect for Macoupin and Madison County. And that's where we'll go right now. But I did want to tell you, down in Iron County and Reynolds County, there's a new severe thunderstorm warning farther to the south too, but it doesn't look like it's anything like what we're seeing here. We've had a lot of winds going across North St. Louis County. I have not seen a big update or an uptick in power outages in North County, but that's very possible once we get a new report in here. Right now, St. Louis County is a little over 1,000 customers. Going to Madison County, we're up over 10,000. That's from the earlier storms. This batch is pushing in towards Edwardsville right now and sliding towards the northeast. So really from South Roxana over 143 to Edwardsville, you're looking at strong winds, and they're bulging out here from south of Bethalto heading towards Hamel, Illinois. Potential we could see some rotation in here and the possibility that there is a tornado. So tornado warning in effect here. That is until 10:30. That warning stretches up to include Staunton. It stretches as far east as Alhambra, Illinois, again through much of Madison County for that cluster of storms as they move off to the east. In the metro area, these are strong thunderstorms in St. Louis, but they're not severe at the moment. And then we go farther south from Festus down through Farmington, Potosi, and then once you get south of Lesterville down towards Ellington, we're picking up that severe thunderstorm. That's going to take us over into the southern portions of Iron County as we go through about the next 45 minutes. Keep in mind, this environment here across southeast Missouri has not really been disturbed by thunderstorms, although there were thunderstorms farther south into Arkansas as well as into portions of Tennessee and Kentucky that have been strong to severe tonight. So they may be robbing some of our moisture, but the ingredients have been there this evening for severe thunderstorms, and we have seen those storms sliding through the region this evening, producing damaging winds, occasionally a bit of hail, some heavy rain and lightning, but it's been those twisting winds, the dangerous twisting of the wind, and the tornadoes that we could confirm by radar, and the areas of damage that we have seen. So far, it seems to have spared much of the metro area, but we don't know the full extent of the damage because oftentimes the damage reports lag behind what we see on radar and what we are able to tell you about.
I put up a 6-hour loop for you, Scott, so
Yeah.
you can see that system as it's come through, and then that second batch that is currently tracking through Edwardsville where we have that tornado warning.
Yeah, and we are looking back to the west at a cold front that will be through here before the evening is done, and that's going to bring an end to our severe weather threat. We have a tornado watch that's in effect for most of the area still for another 55 minutes or so, and it could get extended east and southeast of St. Louis. I think as this batch is coming through the metro area right now, we are pretty much looking at things starting to settle down to the west of St. Louis, so we should be making some progress on that end as these storms move through. But this is the last batch. Tornado warning right now in Madison County and up into southern portions of Macoupin County. We are not seeing the winds quite as strong as what we were seeing earlier, but I take that back. There's still some surging here of 70 to 75 mile an hour winds.
It's been up and down throughout the
yeah,
day.
and
We've
it's
had a
surging
break,
again.
and then it picks right back up again, Scott. Kind of a bit of a disorganized pattern to it, really.
Yeah,
A
and
new severe thunderstorm warning that's just been issued for parts of Madison, St. Clair, and the city of St. Louis. I'll zoom out so we can get a better view on that storm
And
system.
that's the warning that this is the southern part of that line. Could there be a tornado possible with this? You know, we're in that environment where you could spin something up. So you're certainly able to spin something up in this area. Right now, our main threat would be from the gusty winds between 50 and 60 miles per hour, perhaps a little stronger. At the moment, the strongest winds are showing up moving into the Edwardsville area. Unfortunately for those first responders, that could really complicate things if they get 65 or 70 mile an hour winds on stuff that's already been discombobbled a little bit and not in a state of secure, steady state structure. So
There were certainly a lot of crews on the scene there, so hopefully they are safe as they continue to work. Those about 60-mile-an-hour winds possible in that area. Let me go ahead and zoom into the Edwardsville area, give you a closer view of that area. So that was an Amazon warehouse in the Edwardsville area that we had a confirmed tornado earlier on the radar with a debris signature that we were tracking. So currently some very heavy rainfall in the area, certainly possibly some strong winds, and it is currently under a tornado warning for the next 30 minutes. The main part of that system is currently moving through and will be into Pinoke just about next, which Pinoke is not quite in that tornado warning, but it is part of that severe thunderstorm warning. Hamel also included in that as well.
yeah, we're going to be tracking these storms here for the next hour or so, and then they should be moving out of at least the metro area. Of course, we'll stick with you as we head through the evening hours. But these storms, they have produced damage tonight. They have produced strong winds, at least 70 to 80 miles per hour. We've seen that observed, and we're still seeing that right now. So I think we're going to get to Justina in a few minutes because she's been tracking some of this damage. We've had crews all around the area tonight, and Justina, you were trying to get out to where we had some of our earliest damage. Did you get out there?
Yeah, Scott. So our goal was to head out to Defiance where we're seeing that damage. But of course, because of you and Tracy, you warned us that the area may be under warning again soon. So it was unsafe. So we turned around, and this just shows the impact and the hard work that y'all are doing. So now let's take a look at some of the damage left behind. You can see that on your screen. So about 8:40, a little over an hour ago, St. Charles County Police, Fire, and EMS responded to a home on Highway F that has had the roof removed from high winds after the house shook. Now, multiple calls are coming in for property damage. And again, as you can see on your screen or a little bit more of the video, there has been damage left behind. And we heard down the street from there, also there was more damage left behind, several homes damaged, a roof also blew off. So we are just hearing some of that damage left behind. And of course, we just are thankful for the meteorologists doing all the hard work that y'all are doing. And we're going to toss it back to Scott for a little bit more information on what we're seeing.
All right,
Scott.
so we still have the potential of severe weather here as we head through the remainder of the evening, especially from the metro area east and northeast over the course of the next hour or so, as we have our severe thunderstorm warning for the storm that's over downtown St. Louis and spreading east into the northern portions of St. Clair County and the southern portions of Madison County in Illinois. And then you have the part of the storm that is so intense across Madison County that has been producing intense winds. We're estimating at times, 60 to 70 miles per hour, maybe even higher than that. The radar's been showing at times the winds being a bit stronger and circulations in here. So the potential's there that we also are looking at, a possible tornado developing. Can't say that for sure. So we have video, I'm told, of a possible tornado in Edwardsville. And it is hard to see, but that certainly does look like something's touching down and would be on the ground and causing problems. And we know we could see the circulation. We know we had a tornado there confirmed. And here it is again, because when tornadoes pick up debris and it's lofted into the air, we can see that on the radar screen. It shows up as something that's odd shaped or different size shaped items that are in the air. It's not raindrops, which, theoretically, a raindrop is basically going to look the same to the radar. And when you get all this other debris in there, then you would have problems. So that's from Edwardsville and from a viewer photo.
I was going to say, I can tell you that was at 270.
That was at 270 and 157 near Edwardsville about 8:45 tonight.
Okay, so that was 8:45. So that's when this storm, the initial storm, went through that caused so many problems. Michelle Lee, manning the news desk tonight. Y'all, I don't think we're going to have Sports Plus tonight. I think we'll let you slide. That's sorry. We still have a tornado warning in effect here off to the east until 10:30, and we still have a lot of damage to assess. So Ahmad and we're going to send Ahmad and Hannah back to the sports office and let them settle down for the evening, and we'll continue to track these storms. I got to
Looks
tell
like
you,
we still have that severe
yeah.
thunderstorm warning further down the south. I didn't want to forget about my friends in Reynolds and Iron counties.
Yeah.
So we still have that severe thunderstorm warning there. Could be some hail as well as some strong wind damage. The conditions are just right for this, but our main concern right now is that area that is still under the tornado warning, where we did have that video just right there from earlier, not current, but earlier. That's just, the area did have a tornado come through, as we saw there on the video.
And that was part of the same line that worked its way onto the east, into the northeast, over portions of Bond County and into portions of Montgomery County and northern Fayette County. North of Ramsey, Illinois, we had a confirmed tornado by the radar that we could see there. So, we still have our severe thunderstorm warning. City of St. Louis, it's pouring in downtown St. Louis right now, and that's stretching off to the east of town along 270 here and going out Interstate 70. And then just north of that is where we have our tornado warning, which includes at this point, the rest of Madison County, if you will. Now, we have not confirmed any tornadoes with that, but we have seen circulations from time to time moving through this area. So these are the storms that we continue to track tonight. They have the potential of causing damage. This should be the last of it. And again, as you go down into southern portions of Jefferson County, once you get south of Festus, heading down towards Bonne Terre into Farmington, and then on down into Iron County, for the most part, those are strong storms. The ones in parts of Reynolds and Iron County showing some signs of perhaps being severe, but not tornadic at this point. We're not seeing that. And perhaps the storms that were a little farther south that were so intense earlier outside of our area may be robbing our southern counties of the needed ingredients for severe weather. But again, we look into Madison County right now, and it's really along and north of Interstate 64 through St. Clair County and then going north up Interstate 55, where we're looking at the worst of this storm right now. This is where we have seen winds gusting 50 to 70 miles per hour this evening. At least on the radar, we've been seeing 70 to 75 mile per hour winds on the radar screen. And I'm pretty sure some of that's been reaching the ground because we've had observations with those high winds reaching the ground. Wind gusts in the valley measured at Spirit of St. Louis earlier this evening of over 70 miles per hour. So these are not run-of-the-mill thunderstorms. These are intense storms. They've been rotating tonight. They've caused damage tonight, potentially still causing damage, especially in this area of the Metro East, just east and northeast of the Arch, heading along 55. The worst of it seems to be east of Edwardsville right now. Hopefully our first responders that are at that site of the Amazon warehouse building failure, collapse. We don't know exactly. Roof collapse. Looks like the walls were collapsed, but we don't really know because we're not really there. But we know the first responders are on the scene. We had our crews that were there seek shelter. Once this storm, this is video from earlier. And once we have, once it's safe for our crews to be live, we will get some more information from them. We do have a new tornado warning. Let's pop it back over to Max 2. Those storms far south of St. Louis are getting a little bit on the tornadic side, it looks like. Starting to spin a little bit here across southeastern portions of Reynolds County, down by Annapolis in Iron County, and then that's going to go across into Madison County, Missouri. So now we're going to have Madison County, Missouri, and Madison County, Illinois, both with tornado warnings. So again, this is a very low populated area here to the south of us, the southern Iron County and over into Madison County, south of Fredericktown. But potential's there for a tornado. We have rotation. So we need you to be in your safe spot in these areas to the south of St. Louis. And we'll put a little track on here, especially for our folks here in Iron County, because we know with the dish and the cable, you folks down here would need to get that information from us, and we're going to give it to you right now. This is where the most concern would be, from about Annapolis over towards Minimum and into Jewett. This is very rocky, hilly territory, St. Francis Mountains down here. So you're not going to get a good view of anything, but you need to be in your basement if that storm is impacting you. All right, so that's south. That's southern portions of Iron County over into really the southern 2/3 of Madison County in Missouri, and small part of Reynolds County. We follow that line of thunderstorms back up into the metro area, and we still have our tornado warning for the Metro East for Madison County, including along Interstate 55 through Staunton, Illinois, south through Hamel, all the way down towards Troy. Now, we've seen winds in this 60 to 70 miles per hour, and okay, so the Weather Service is trying to get us back to NWS chat. It seems a little more stable at the moment. So these storms here are off to the east of St. Louis, especially in Madison County. They've been showing some signs of rotation. So if you could, if you're in the path of these storms, and really it's east of Interstate 55 now, you should be in your safe place. And Michelle, we're going to be moving back over to you and news in a little bit here to get more on what's going on with that Amazon once we find out with the Amazon warehouse situation. We know in Defiance, we had the pictures from Defiance earlier, just kind of getting an update on the power outages. In Madison County, Illinois, we have about 10,900 customers. Fayette County has about 453. And in Macoupin County, you have 538 customers without power. That's from the recent storms. St. Charles and Lincoln counties seem to be hardest hit on the Missouri side. St. Charles has about 8,700 customers without power. In Lincoln County, it's about 2,500. Franklin County, about 1,400. Gasconade County, 296. And the reason I tell you those numbers is because that's a good indication of how much damage one would have seen with the thunderstorms as they rolled through the area. Those numbers go up as the damage reports come in. So that's what we've seen tonight. This is the last of the severe thunderstorms right now, really. This one and the one far to the south, down into southern portions of Iron County. But tornado warning here for this part of Macoupin and Madison County off to the east of St. Louis. And then the tornado warning a little farther south, down here into Madison and Iron counties, down far to the south of St. Louis. It's hard for us to really get a good indication of what's going on down there. Now, we may have another severe thunderstorm warning that was just issued. So it looks like we do. So we have a new severe thunderstorm warning. I'm going to move that back here. Kind of a big one, too. Let me get that one off. So Bond, Fayette, Macoupin, Madison, and Montgomery. So basically, along this whole line, the National Weather Service is issuing a severe thunderstorm warning that's going to take us until about 11:15 tonight. And here's another one for that cell that's just south of Festus. So that's the southeastern portions of Jefferson County over into Monroe County, Illinois. Again, there's some strong winds in here. They're not quite as strong as what we were looking at earlier. Okay, so yes, they're strong. Yes, they're severe storms. Yes, there's some rotation in here, but it's not quite to the extent that we had earlier. The problem is the environment that these storms are in is one that is conducive to severe thunderstorms and the potential for them to develop tornadoes. And that's the bigger problem on a broad basis here, that these storms are an environment where they can spin, where they rotate, and where they can cause problems. So that's what we're dealing with as these storms continue to track onto the east. The threat looks to be over west and northwest of St. Louis. East and south it looks like this threat is going to continue for another hour or two until we get this line of storms to move on off towards the east. And yes, as you go down here into northern portions of St. Genevieve County and southern portions of Jefferson County, there is some wide, broad rotation with some of those thunderstorms. It's not tight, doesn't look like it's an imminent tornado, but there is some broad rotation in there. And there's certainly the potential that we could see some stronger winds with these thunderstorms as they continue to track on towards the east. So the tornado warning is continuing over into Madison County. The possibility of a tornado there near Sorrento, moving northeast. And again, very small area. It looks like they just finally trimmed that up. So that is just now expired, it looks like. Or they canceled it, but they took that out. But the severe thunderstorm warning continues out along Interstate 70 and then down to the south as well. You treat all of these thunderstorms as if they might produce a tornado because the environment is favorable for that. So what that means is, and for some reason it doesn't, yeah, yours is lit up over there. I can't tell on that monitor. For what that means is, even if you don't have a tornado warning, you treat the severe thunderstorm warning as if it could be a tornado. Or if it's going to happen quickly, you still want to follow the same rules. You want to be away from windows, you want to be away from doors, inside, in the center part of your home and in a sturdy building. And the other thing is, we don't want you running around tonight looking for storm damage.
No.
That can be dangerous in and of itself tonight. So if you've heard reports, if you got to go down the street to help your neighbor, that's one thing. But to go out specifically looking.
And let's do a quick.
Yeah, that's Defiance.
Oh, this is a view from Defiance. Is this a live view or?
No, this is the St. Charles County Ambulance District posted this.
Okay.
And it looks like the damage to a home there. I don't have any reports of any injuries, but that was that first
line that came through
yeah.
with some very strong winds. We had winds with that storm that we were tracking about 60 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts with that storm that came through from that area. Let's do a quick rundown over the storms, the current severe thunderstorms that we are tracking. So first off, we are going to start from the north and then move down to the south. We still have that severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Bond, Fayette, Madison, and Montgomery counties through 11:15, so a little while longer on that one. We also have that just the remnants of that tornado warning further down to the, that's a, let me zoom in on that one for you since it wouldn't click on. But 10:30 tonight through Madison, that's just for the next 6 minutes or so. Moving on down to the south, we have Monroe, Randolph, St. Clair, and St. Genevieve through 11 o'clock with a severe thunderstorm warning. Take these severe thunderstorm warnings seriously because as we have seen throughout the night, we have had tornadic activity pop up very quickly with some of these storms. We also have a tornado warning in effect right now through 11 o'clock, so over the next 36 minutes for Iron, Madison, and parts of Reynolds County there, Scott. So this long line of storms. The good news here, as I zoom out just a little bit more, this does look like it will be the end of it once it crosses out of the 5 on your side coverage area.
Okay, and that's good because, we need a break here. North and west of St. Louis, we've had round after round of these severe thunderstorms. And North St. Louis County, some strong winds with all of the storms. Potentially that tornado that touched down in the Defiance area and then moved into the area around Weldon Spring or the western portions of the Chesterfield Valley and then kind of on up towards Earth City. And then those storms, as they continue to move east, there was additional areas of rotation. We know around Edwardsville we have damage at that Amazon warehouse. We're hopeful that we get to hear from our crews out in the field before we leave you tonight because we're probably going to go a little longer than usual because the way things are going here until these tornado warnings and the tornado threat goes away, obviously, we'll be staying with you. So we do know that there are power outages across the area. We know that there are scattered reports of trees down. The biggest damage we've heard about has been in Edwardsville with the Amazon warehouse. We were able to confirm earlier that we had a tornado on the ground around Edwardsville because we were looking at the Dual-Pol Doppler. It showed that to us. We also could confirm tornado on the ground down towards Defiance or between Augusta, northeast of Augusta. We could see it on the radar screen. So we had those indications that we could confirm a tornado. As we saw that video just a little while ago from a viewer over in Edwardsville, near Edwardsville, we had video of the tornado touching down near the Edwardsville area. So we have a new tornado warning now. So let's go back to that. And this is going to include that area. Another tornado warning for some of the same areas that had it earlier. If you can believe that, Tracy. This includes Bond, Fayette, Montgomery County, Illinois. You've got another severe thunderstorm here, and we can see the circulation here, you know, on the radar screen. And that circulation is pushing very close, it looks like, to Hillsborough and Coffeen once again, and is going to head up towards the Ramsey area. Looks like it might be just south of Hillsborough. Let me pop on the velocity here and see what shows up. And you can see a little circulation in there just south of Hillsborough. Let's see if we flip radar sites, what radar site we on.
So this tornado warning currently over parts of Bond, Fayette, Montgomery. Well, Scott has a minute to work here. This is in effect for the next 45 minutes, this tornado warning. This is a good example of why we should take severe thunderstorm warning seriously, because this one, we tracked it as a severe thunderstorm. It started to have some of that rotation. They popped that tornado warning on top of it. So that's why, you know, always take severe thunderstorm warnings seriously. And I have not forgotten about some of our counties further down to the south, as we are still tracking, you know, potential tornado warning for Iron, Madison, and Reynolds County through 11 o'clock tonight. But it does seem like those storms that have been to the north have been pretty powerful as they've come through, generating some very strong winds. 60 to 70 mile per hour winds have been confirmed through some of these areas that these storms have crossed through. Like we have mentioned, this does appear to be the last of it, but we still have severe thunderstorm warnings kind of all scattered all across the 5 on your side coverage area, north and to the south of St. Louis. Scott.
So the tornado warning for Reynolds County has now expired as the storm has moved east of there. Still for southern Iron and into southern Madison County in Missouri. And then we come back into the metro area. Well, you've got your severe thunderstorm warning on the way up as you go north of Farmington, north of St. Genevieve, or about in St. Genevieve, and into southern portions of Monroe County. And then we have the large severe thunderstorm warning that stretches from Madison County over through Bond and Fayette counties, and now the tornado warning that is in effect for a chunk of Montgomery County, northwestern portions of Fayette County, far northern portions of Bond County. And they may be trimming that up a little bit as time goes on this evening. But the bottom line is we're still looking at these storms rotating. They're still moving into areas that favor tornado development. And we've had damage out there tonight, folks. You know, we know people were trapped in the Amazon warehouse. We don't know if anybody's injured, but we know people were trapped. At least that's what we were told. And we have Robert Townsend there now. And now that these storms have pushed farther east of Edwardsville, hopefully we can get them back up and out there. And we're told we will join him in a few minutes. But this is the same batch of storms that we sent him to shelter for that went right over that Amazon warehouse again with strong winds and torrential rains and a lot of lightning. And now the potential that, yes, we could have another tornado on the ground going across portions of Montgomery County, northwest portions of Fayette County, and north of Greenville in Bond County, really north of LaGrange in Bond County. If you're in these areas and impacted by these storms, they're approaching you, you need to be in your safe place. And your safe place is away from windows and doors, the lowest level of the building that you're in. And the basement's best, but if you don't have that, that's fine. You go to a closet, you go to a bathroom, you're wearing your shoes, and you're taking something to cover your head. be it a baseball cap, a baseball helmet, one of those batting helmets, or a bike helmet, or a blanket or a pillow, something along those lines, something to protect your head. These are all storms that are rotating, and they're in an environment that's favorable for severe weather to develop. So we got to keep you safe tonight. We're tracking these storms through, thinking now north and west of St. Louis, the severe threat is over. But south and east of town, until this line clears the area, we've got to continue to monitor and be on guard for the potential that some of these storms could spin up tornadoes here going through this evening and cause some damage. We've had reports of damage again across the area tonight. That's why we've been talking with you since about 7 o'clock tonight or a little before. The evening has gone by quickly for the weather community as we've been tracking these storms. And the spotters have been immensely helpful tonight in letting us know what's been going on as best we can. So we still have the severe thunderstorm warnings. We still have the tornado, warning here off to our northeast. And again, the storm bowing out here towards Coffeen, which is an indication that you may have some wind damage that's going on there. And then we look down to the south and to the southwest. And as we go down the line of thunderstorms, there might be some rotation happening with this storm in southern portions of Monroe County. That's headed over into northern portions of Randolph County and southern portions of St. Clair County. Okay, and then we go down a little farther, and you can see, well, my radar just disappeared there. Did yours just disappear too? Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, it
So-
sure did.
Not sure where we're going with there.
It's back.
So, okay, good. I'm glad yours is. Let's go to Robert Townsend, if we can. He's over by Edwardsville, tracking what's going on. Hi, Robert.
Hey there, Scott. Let me tell you, it's definitely a stormy night here in the Edwardsville area. If you can see all around me, oddly enough, the rain has stopped, but the story here is back there. Look at that. You can see all those flashing lights. Lots of emergency responders here, fire and police vehicles, at least several dozen here. They are all here surrounding this Amazon distribution center where, again, I can tell you we're still waiting to talk to officials, but what we are hearing is that around 9:30 tonight, one of the buildings back there, a large warehouse, apparently just collapsed at the height of the storm. We are told there were several employees inside this building at the time. Again, investigators still have not talked to us on the scene. We've been trying to talk to them, but I am hearing that there are reports that there are possible fatalities here. Again, those fatalities may even reach as high as 10 right now. That's the number that's circulating right here as reporters and photographers are talking about this thing. But again, we were heading out here 45 minutes ago, and it was storming indeed. There was lots of rain, torrential rains, lots of wind, hail even, and just heavy downpours. It got so bad and out here, the complete sky was just extremely dark. People were talking about a tornado had possibly hit this area. My photographer, Bob Hayden, and I did not actually see a tornado, but I got to tell you, it got so wicked and scary out here that we actually had to hop into our news vehicle and just kind of race for cover. We stayed inside the car under an interstate as this big storm passed over. But again, back there, I've been reaching out to the Edwardsville fire chief, the police chief, even their city manager, all of whom I've not heard from any of those guys just yet. But the story back there is that what we're hearing, that around 9:30, at the height of a really nasty storm that blew through here, that building back there collapsed. And we are hearing there were employees who worked the evening shift. Those employees were inside. And sadly enough, again, the unofficial word just that's going on around here as reporters line the interstate here, we cover this, we are hearing that there are possible fatalities. And again, the number that I'm hearing right now at this early hours, that number could have reached as high as 10. It's just really ominous out here. It's just oddly enough that we're talking about a stormy night, and yet as we on air right now, I got to tell you that it's completely kind of tapered off significantly. No more rain, but definitely the winds are still pretty strong. No more hail, but the winds are definitely strong and traffic seems to be moving pretty normally back there. Of course, we're going to stay out here as long as we can, and as soon as we get an update, we'll pass it on. I'm Robert Townsend, live in Edwardsville. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thanks, Robert. And of course, that's some sad news. If in fact there are fatalities, and we don't know that confirmed yet, but obviously that is not the news that we would want to hear tonight as we track these storms. We do have still a tornado warning in effect right now for that area east of Edwardsville. It is across portions of northwestern portions of Fayette County, as well as portions of Montgomery County. In Illinois, this is northeast, this is the area off to the east of Coffeen, over towards Fillmore, kind of bulging out. You all went through this earlier, and it looked like there was a tornado that was on the ground in this area earlier. Same scenario playing out here as with what played out in Edwardsville, where we had a tornado that we could confirm by radar, and then you had this area of thunderstorms slide in behind that, producing additional wind and additional problems and just aggravating the situation. So this is until 11:15 tonight, this tornado warning. And again, it looks like it barely includes Bond County. It looks like the main push from this is going to be winds about 60 miles per hour as they slide off towards the east and to the northeast. So very intense thunderstorms here. You got severe thunderstorm warnings all the way back into eastern portions of Madison County, stretching along Interstate 70 through Greenville. That warning goes over into Vandalia, and basically you got to wait another 15 or 20 minutes before it gets there, but that line of storms is going to get there. We're also watching this area, southern portions of St. Clair County and the southeastern portions of Monroe County, as well as northern portions of Randolph County. This area, these thunderstorms producing strong winds, potential that there's some rotation in here, so we continue with the severe thunderstorm warning for this area. We may have 60 to 70 mile per hour winds out of that. And then as we go farther to the south, you know what happened? I think this is Paducah. Yeah, it was Paducah's radar that went down because they switched. Paducah lost power, and so they've switched. Springfield is now issuing Paducah's warnings. So it's been one of those nights for the National Weather Service. Keep in mind, our friends at the National Weather Service in Weldon Spring had to seek shelter tonight. They had to hand off the warning duties to Kansas City because the tornado was approaching the National Weather Service office. One more tornado warning down here, southern portions of Madison County and southeastern portions of Iron County. This is far to the south of St. Louis, and that's until 11 o'clock tonight. Again, if you're in the path of any of these thunderstorms, whether it's a tornado warning you're under or a severe thunderstorm warning, treat it as if it's a tornado warning. You want to put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. You're going to the lowest floor that you can get to, and you're staying away from windows and doors, protecting your head, wearing your shoes. You see down along the Ohio River all the intense thunderstorms that are ongoing right now, down into parts of Kentucky, right along the Illinois-Kentucky border, and then the intense thunderstorms that stretch into western portions of Tennessee, back into portions of Arkansas. There's a couple of solid lines nearly of these intense thunderstorms that are sliding across the area. We're getting some reports out of Jersey County that they did have some wind damage up there, damage to some street signs. The severe threat is over for Jersey County. It's over for Greene County. It has ended for Calhoun County. Let's get into the metro area. If you're west of 270, I think the severe weather threat is over now, going west of St. Louis out along the Missouri River. Down to the south, once this line gets through, the odds of additional severe weather go way down, and it doesn't look like we're going to see a lot more additional development behind this line, really these two areas of thunderstorms that we are tracking right now. So we still have the tornado warning that's in effect here, northwestern portions of Fayette County, and we have southeastern portions of Montgomery County. And then we have our other warning that's down in Madison County in Missouri and part of Iron County. that's kind of a nebulous, it's far away from the radar site, so it's hard to tell. And then in between, we've got a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings. One of them stretching along Interstate 70 all the way from the Madison-Bond County line all the way through Fayette County. So that's Greenville, and that's over into Vandalia. And then the other one a little farther to the south, as you basically are watching that line of thunderstorms advance off to the east. The line of storms is rolling into air that can sustain rotating thunderstorms or create tornadoes. And we continue to get some more damage reports out of Montgomery County in Missouri, some damage near Middletown, and reports of a funnel cloud near Highway 161 and Route A. That was much earlier this evening. That's when we were first getting into really the onslaught of tornado warnings for our area, and that stretched up into Pike County in Missouri as well. So really this one storm that's bowing out here over into portions of northern, northwestern Fayette County, eastern portions of Montgomery County in Illinois, that one still has some potential to produce a tornado. Our tornado warning is still there. And then going south into southeastern portions of Iron County and Madison County in Missouri, that's our other tornado warning. But these storms that are across St. Clair County, moving out of Monroe County, Illinois, into northern portions of Randolph County, they still have the potential to do some rotating, although they don't look quite as strong as they were.
That is definitely some good news for us
we'll take
tonight,
any weakening we can get,
Yes.
any way we can get it.
Still that bowing in the radar, kind of just past Colleen there, or Caffeine there, that's indicating some very strong winds, so you're still dealing with that further up to the north. We've had wind reports tonight up to 60, 70 miles per hour, so certainly stuff that can cause damage out there. Still under those tornado warnings for some of our counties, and then that line of severe thunderstorm warnings. Putting on quite a show tonight, lots of lightning, heavy rainfall, and then those very strong and damaging winds, as well as that tornado activity that we had in both the Defiance area as well as in Edwardsville. Now for us tomorrow, if you're wondering what our forecast is going to be like, I expect us to be much cooler as we have a big push of cool air that's pushing in. We're going to be in the 40s. We're also going to have very breezy conditions throughout most of the day, gusts up to even 40 miles per hour at times tomorrow, kind of pockets of it. Most of our winds will be sustained around 15 to 20 miles per hour, Scott.
Yeah, and I think even through the overnight hours, don't be surprised as the cold air starts rushing in if we have some 40 to 45 mile per hour winds gusting here during the overnight hours. So
could create more of a mess on top of the mess that some people are picking up.
And if you've had
tonight.
some weakened tree limbs or branches up there that were weakened by these previous storms, there's a chance that you get another 40 or 45 mile per hour wind that you're going to knock that branch that's weakened out, and then you start back over with some of the power outages. So we've got, for a few more minutes, we have our tornado warning that's in effect for Madison County, Missouri. We also have the one for Fayette and Montgomery counties in Illinois. That one's running until 11:15, although the storm may be out of there before that time.
Just fast-moving storms tonight, Scott, that's for sure.
Yeah, and when we look at the damage reports, we're starting to see them come in right now. I don't even know if we've actually, they did finally get the Amazon, they mentioned the Amazon in there. I don't know that in the thing.
This is in our, so we have an open line of communication with the National Weather Service so that we can all work together to talk about what's going on in these surrounding storms. So I'm gonna look for that report about the Amazon warehouse.
Yeah,
for you, Scott.
they had some communication with law enforcement about that, so they knew about it. I don't know if it actually came out as a storm report.
It did. I have, I can bring that up right now for you, Scott. So here's just a view of the official storm reports we've had from the National Weather Service. I'll zoom in. As you can see, we are not alone. A lot of us have been affected by these different storms. I'll zoom in to where that Amazon, so we have two of those tornado confirmations here. So here's this one. So that's the one concerning the Amazon warehouse. So emergency management reported this as the partial roof collapse. We've had our Robert Townsend on the scene, and then the reports of multiple people who were trapped at the time. That report was at 8:30, and then about another hour or so, maybe a little less after that, we had yet another strong storm come through that area. Not one with a confirmed tornado, but that area was under a tornado warning again. So hopefully our first responders who responded to that scene are safe and that they can continue their efforts now. There's also that second tornado report that we had from the National Weather Service, this time over in Defiance, so just a bit north of Augusta. So that's right along the Katy Trail. There's some spots there like Good News Brews. It's a little closer down to the river, but significant damage to a home there at Highway F and Stubb Road. And then we also have that building collapse, as well as reports of multiple homes damaged and debris in the area. They were not alone. There were multiple reports of damage in some of those areas, and some very strong wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour reported at the Spirit Airport there in the Chesterfield Valley. So showing you that back to the radar view, so I can show you where our current warnings are all the way across the 5 on your side coverage area. We still have that warning that's in effect for Madison County for the next little bit less than 15 minutes here. And then for Fayette and Montgomery counties in Illinois, that's through 11:15. So another 30 minutes to go on that one. And we still have that very kind of large severe thunderstorm warning. And these severe thunderstorm warnings are something to take seriously today, as we have seen tornado warnings spawn from those severe thunderstorm warnings, those areas that were under those severe thunderstorm warnings. Just a prime atmosphere tonight for those tornadoes. That rotation was really something we've been tracking through most of the night. There's that severe thunderstorm warning for Monroe, Randolph, and St. Clair. And of course, that is starting to move out of the Monroe County area and moreover into Randolph and St. Clair.
Yeah, it's been a very busy night. It does look like, as we just kind of, look at this from the broad perspective, this line continues to advance on to the east. This should be it for us. So we're not anticipating additional thunderstorms to develop back to the west. Now, until that front actually gets through, there still could be a couple of showers that develop. But I think we've used up most of the energy for severe weather, at least, with these two lines of thunderstorms that you see. One's down along the Ohio River and the Missouri, Kentucky border. And then the other one that's just east and south of St. Louis right now. They still have some intense thunderstorms with them. There's still some rotation. They're still continuing the tornado warning. Now it has expired for Montgomery County because the storm has pretty much the bow of that storm has moved into Fayette County. So, it's northern portions of Fayette County, just to the north of Ramsey, the same area that was under the gun earlier. We still have the tornado warning down to the south. That looks like that's a new one that's stretching across southern portions of Perry County in Missouri. And that's really just a little bit outside the 5 on your side viewing area. We have some folks that still watch us or are able to get our signal in parts of Madison County and parts of Perry County, but not that part of Perry County. That's far southern portions of Perry County, Missouri. So I'm pretty sure our signal does not get that far down. And I think that warning is actually issued because Paducah is out. So I think that's actually issued by Springfield in backup today. Our National Weather Service offices have been kind of working with each other today and helping each other out with all of this. So that's that storm that's down, it's just northwest of Cape Girardeau, really. That's why they've issued that warning. But you see it, I'm not getting it on the radar because the Paducah radar site is actually out at the moment. So that's what we've got. We got the severe thunderstorm warning off to the east of St. Louis, Bond, Fayette, Montgomery County. We're also seeing as we, I think my screen just started doing what yours was doing earlier.
You can come over to mine, Scott, if you'd like.
I'll fix it.
Okay. So with this, we are still tracking those storms. As you can see, we have just on the tail edge of the 5 on your side coverage area around Fredericktown and Perryville. We do have 2 tornado warnings there that Scott was talking about. So that tornado warning through for the next 10 minutes for Madison, and then that tornado warning that's barely on the edge of the 5 on your side coverage area, but Bollinger, Cape Girardeau, and Perry is up next for that one. We are nearly out of our severe storms for the night, but we're still tracking this cell here. As you can see, it's moving pretty fast. It's almost out of that warning box now. As you can see, that is moving very quickly, and that's what I expected. There's that new warning. The severe thunderstorm warning in effect for the next 40 minutes for Clinton, St. Clair, and Washington, Illinois counties tonight.
Okay, so that's basically taking these thunderstorms off to the east, and you look at the storm that's up around Greenville, Illinois, up along Interstate 70, that actually has some rotation just southwest of Greenville near Stubblefield right now. That's moving along Interstate 70 to the northeast, so there's some rotation in there. Again, you want to be inside, away from windows and doors as these storms are racing off to the northeast. Of course, we have our tornado warning for northern portions of Fayette County right now. Looks like that storm has really lost that tornadic potential, but may still be producing some 60 to 65 mile per hour winds. And then as you go farther south along Interstate 70, the potential there that you're going to be looking at winds that could be gusting 60 to 70 miles per hour. So strong winds. There is some dangerous twisting trying to develop inside some of these thunderstorms. As a consequence, we've got to take them seriously. We're going to stay inside, away from windows and doors for the remainder of the evening until these storms get out of here. We know we have a very large emergency response over in Edwardsville at what we believe to be an Amazon warehouse. We have Robert Townsend, 5 on your sides. Robert Townsend out there gathering information tonight. He's talking to officials. He said he wasn't able to get up with the mayor or the fire chief, and that's because they're busy right now dealing with the situation at hand.
And just a quick note for people, please stay home. Do not go out looking for damage. We need those roadways open for our first responders, especially around that scene of that warehouse collapse in Edwardsville. Just as you know, we have a roof collapse and some of the buildings still standing that we saw earlier today. So make sure you stay off the roadways. There could also be, in some areas, there could still be power lines down as crews work to restore the power. I have not checked. Let me take a current check and see how we're doing as far as outages go. And do look like things are getting a little bit better. There is still about 2,000 customers out of power near St. Charles. And then we had some bigger reports toward Chesterfield, but it looks like things are getting back under control. There's still about 4,000 customers without service right now in the O'Fallon, Wentzville area. And then a little closer into Warrenton, and we have about 1,300 customers without power. So still some power outages out there, and it'll take some time to get those back on. In Edwardsville, though, 11,000 customers without service right now. That does not surprise me with the tornado activity we saw that came through there.
Yeah, and these storms, they're still producing strong winds. They're still trying to bow out and become intense, and so we've got the severe thunderstorm warning now stretching over into Washington, parts of Clinton County, eastern portions of St. Clair County. It looks like a little bit, as you get down towards Sparta, maybe that storm has weakened just a little bit. Now, there's strong storms that are in the Chester area and stretching farther south through St. Mary, areas that were hit a month and a half ago by pretty intense tornadoes. They don't look like they are producing tornadoes right now, but they are probably producing at least some gusty winds. And then we have that tornado warning, parts of Madison County, Missouri, stretching over into southern portions of Perry County in Missouri. But I think most of the people under that warning, that's far enough south where it is literally hard to get our signal in those areas. So we're concentrating on this area east of St. Louis right now. Far eastern portions of Madison County, still some rumbling going on. The worst of it, though, is coming to an end. This is the back edge of these storms. And we expect there to be a break going west and northwest of St. Louis. So they did put up a new severe thunderstorm warning just now down in Madison County, Missouri, again. And that kind of replaces the tornado warning that was in effect there. So new severe thunderstorm warning down in Madison County in Missouri. I think that replaces the tornado warning. I'm not, to be honest with you, Tracy, there's so many warnings going on right now.
We should all be warned. That's for
we're-
sure.
It's been a night, that's for sure.
You know, Scott, we are not alone. As I look here on the satellite view and the radar view, we have, you know, parts of Kentucky and Tennessee that are all under tornado warnings. And now this is starting to move up further north into Illinois and crossing over into Indiana, still generating some of those severe storms. So we are just about at the tail end of it. Behind it, as you can see, there's some snow up towards Nebraska and Iowa. No, we're not going to get any snow, but we are going to get some significantly cooler air and some very windy conditions tomorrow that could already make a bit more of a mess than the situation we already have after all these storms came through. I'll bring it back in here and show you those storms that we're continuing to track tonight. Put on that lightning for you. Lightning has significantly diminished here, which is some good news. That means some of those storms are starting to weaken a little bit. And you can see a little bow in that echo there, in that radar view. That's closer towards where that tornado warning is. That tornado warning just for the edge of Fayette County for the next about 15 minutes or so. Bows in the radar like that, when you see it kind of make that little backward C shape, that means that we have some very strong winds associated with that line of storms. Already tonight, we've had wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour reported at the Spirit of St. Louis Airport, and the St. Louis Lambert also had some very strong wind gusts.
And we had Smartfield up in St. Charles gusted to 68 miles per hour with one of the thunderstorms. So not uncommon to have some strong winds, and those not necessarily associated with a tornado, but we do know that we've had damage across the area tonight. We know that people have been impacted, and we continue to track these storms and see if we can't, you know, wrap up these warnings here in the next hour or so, get them east of our area so we can get on with the cleanup here and get things back under control, because these storms are still at risk of rotating and creating, you know, damaging winds and potentially isolated tornadoes. That storm that's just off to the southeast of Greenville still looks like it has some spinning going on, and also that area over by Vandalia. You know, there's a little nub down there, and whenever you see those, you know, we're always in those areas kind of tracking the potential for something to spin up. So, you know, if you're along Interstate 70 from Mulberry Grove up to Vandalia, I'd definitely be very close to my safe spot, if not in it. You know, you keep watching TV or whatever, but, you know, it's crossing right into Fayette County out of Bond County as we speak, and it is a rotating thunderstorm and could produce something. It could spin something up. The environment is favorable for that. Now, it looks like the National Weather Service, the Storm Prediction Center, is issuing a new tornado watch, which would go until 5 a.m., but we don't exactly know for where just yet.
I'll take a look.
It's just being drawn up right now. I would imagine it's going to be for areas to the east and southeast of St. Louis. And I would also imagine that our areas will not be under that watch for that amount of time. I think we would get out of it once this line clears. But I suspect you're going to get that watch. They're probably extending it over in Illinois and into Indiana. That would be my guess. But we'll see. I just saw them. Yeah, and it's not coming up yet. But we know it includes somewhere in St. Louis's county warning area. So probably east and southeast of St. Louis. So here's your line of storms. There's the ones that we're most concerned with. Moving east of Greenville, moving towards Vandalia. They have some rotation. There's a severe thunderstorm warning there. Your severe thunderstorm warning stretching out of St. Clair County and going over into Madison and Clinton counties, I should say Washington and Clinton counties in Illinois, up, south of Carlisle Lake and along the Kaskaskia River. You have some stronger storms going a little farther south down towards Sparta and down south of St. Genevieve and through Chester, moving towards Perryville right now. And all of these storms are rapidly tracking off to the northeast. And wind and isolated tornadoes have been the main threat. And we had video from earlier showing that tornado on the ground near Edwardsville. And that's where we've had our most substantial damage of the evening. And here's that video that a viewer sent in. Danielle sent this in. You can clearly see the tornado on the ground there and see debris being lofted by that.
That was taken from 270 near there.
Taken from 270 a little earlier this evening. That's the storm that moved over into the Edwardsville area. And in Edwardsville, in that area now, assessing the damage is our Robert Townsend. And he has the latest on what's going on in Edwardsville right now. Robert?
Hey there, Scott. It's not a pretty picture here whatsoever. Again, all those emergency responders have been out here. Lots of firefighters and police officers and a number of paramedics also pulled up here, and lots of ambulances. All that as this distribution center, we're told, around 9:30. The roof of that warehouse building you see right there just ripped right off at the height of what people are describing was, in fact, an apparent tornado. Just minutes ago, Sarah Bierman pulled up here, concerned about your husband. You told me that he works here. Tell us about it.
I talked to him about 8 o'clock tonight, a little before. I texted him, and he was returning to the warehouse to drop his van off, and I haven't heard from him since. I just heard through the news, and we live in Edwardsville. We lost power, so I decided to come down here to see what was going on. I had no idea the building looked that bad, and I'm worried sick. I just want to know if he's okay. I don't know what.
I talked to him around 8 o'clock.
Yes.
He was okay?
He was returning the van, going to drop it off, and I haven't heard from him since.
Well, what happens when you call a cell phone?
It just goes straight to voicemail. I mean, we can't get a hold of anybody, no managers, nothing. We have no idea what's going on.
You told me that at the height of the storm, your entire neighborhood went black, you lost power. Tell us more about the impact there.
Yeah, it was lightning bad. We lost power for about 2 hours now, and then my phone died. So it's like I have no idea to get a hold of him. I have no idea what's going on, and we're just worried sick. We just want to know if he's okay.
Oh, no doubt. All right, we'll keep you in our thoughts. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so
I'm
much.
thinking about you guys.
Appreciate it.
I got to also tell you guys that I called the mayor, Mayor Art Rasavi, about 30 minutes ago. His wife told me that he is aware of what's happened here at Amazon, at this distribution center, and that he's still out of town. He's in Chicago, and apparently it's storming up there. The mayor, we're told, is going to try to wait until in the morning to get back here, of course, to Edwardsville to really assess this up close with lots of city officials and emergency workers. But again, the mayor is aware. I tried to get some information out of his wife, and of course, she does not feel comfortable sharing that. But again, I got to tell you that lots of folks are definitely talking about what's happened here. It's just really, really a horrible sight to see up close when you look back there and you see that warehouse. The roof is completely ripped off. The sides are ripped off. And again, everybody's talking about around 9:30, a tornado just blew through here and just demolished that place. And right now we're still waiting to get the official word from officials. But what we're hearing that, again, the word that's going around here as people drive by and reporters talk among ourselves, we're hearing that there are, in fact, fatalities out here, possibly that number as high as 10. Of course, we're going to stay on this throughout the night, and you can follow us on air in the morning and, of course, throughout the night on KSDK.com. I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
And we're still working to confirm those numbers, and if there are any fatalities, obviously that's what Robert is hearing out there right now. We would hope that's not the case, but we just flat out don't know. We can't confirm it at the moment. Now, while we were listening to Robert, and we certainly hope that if you've got friends or family that work there at that Amazon warehouse, We hope that you hear from them and that they are safe. We just don't know. And like everybody else, you try to call and not necessarily getting through right now. But we do have a new tornado warning. And this one is for that storm that we were talking about as it was moving out of Bond County into Fayette County. A bit of rotation here. And so it's tightened up a little bit as it's approaching the Vandalia area. So if you're in this area, especially along and south of Interstate 70, just west of Vandalia, right along Carlisle Road, right along 8th Street, right along Highway 140, right into Vandalia here, pretty close to the Walmart, where the Vandalia Walmart is. That area has a circulation ongoing in the area. It may or may not be producing a tornado. We don't know, but we know there is a pretty strong circulation in there, and it's moving off to the east and to the northeast. So that's going to take it very close to being right over Vandalia now and sliding on to the east, right along Interstate 70, right along US 40 as it continues to press very quickly northeast. These storms are moving at about 60 to 70 miles per hour at times. They are racing to the northeast. And so you've got to act fast if it's creeping up on you. Your safe place is in a basement. If you don't have a basement, you're going to the lowest level of whatever building you're in, putting as many walls between you and the outside as possible. That may be a closet, that may be a bathroom. You're wearing your shoes and you're covering your head. You're taking a baseball batting helmet or a bicycle helmet or a pillow, something to cover your head. So we also continue the severe thunderstorm warning over into Clinton and Washington counties as well. That's just south of this tornado warning. And that's for the area that's just south of Carlisle Lake and stretching down just to the west of Nashville. Those are some pretty intense storms. They may have some rotation with it, likely producing some gusty winds. And the storms south of that through Sparta down to about Perryville are likely producing some winds to around 50, perhaps up to 60 miles per hour. But it looks like they might be just below severe limits, and we're not seeing that much in the way of rotation in those storms, which that's a good thing. So, but you still have that tornado warning for southern portions of Perry County. But I think that's just out of where we can really get our signal down there. Now, as we look back to the west, and once you get through this line, this appears to be it for the rest of the night. That's the good news.
Yes, thank goodness there, Scott. We certainly have had a very long night of tracking this with our partners over at the National Weather Service, who did have to take cover for a brief period of time, transferring over the warning duties over to Kansas City. So we still have that tornado warning. This entire line of storms is still potentially dangerous, as we have seen severe thunderstorm warning areas then have a tornado warning, because the conditions are right for us to have rotation out there. And as we've unfortunately seen with some damage in areas like Defiance and then that warehouse collapse in Edwardsville, we have had damaging storms tonight. So if you are in one of these current areas, definitely please take it seriously. Go to the safest area in your home, whether that's an area between you and the most walls, the outside, or it's a basement. That would also be very good tonight. So if you are under that warning right now in the Fayette area, just past Vandalia now, that's through 11:45 tonight. That'll be over the next about 30 minutes or so. I'll zoom into this area a little better so you can get an idea where the system is currently heading.
While you're looking at that, we can now confirm the storm in Defiance did kill one person and injured two others. So that has now been confirmed with significant structural damage in Defiance. So one person died, two injuries. That's what we were able to confirm out of Defiance now. That's certainly not the news any of us want to hear.
No.
And I'm afraid the news that will come out of Edwardsville and the Amazon warehouse is not going to be news that any of us would want to hear either. These have been terrible storms rolling through the region tonight, occasionally producing tornadoes. And outside of the tornadoes, we've had winds that have gusted 60 to 70 miles per hour as they've rolled through, causing damage. The immediate area under threat right now is what you're looking at around Vandalia and just east of Vandalia along Interstate 70. If you're in the path of that storm, you should seek shelter now.
And we have a new tornado warning that has just been issued for Clinton, Marion, and Washington counties.
We're seeing some new rotation there near Bartelso, Illinois. So that's going to, basically ride right along the Kaskaskia River and going to the northeast. So again, if you're in the path of these storms, you need to be in your safe place. That is inside, away from windows and doors, in the basement if you have it. If you don't have the basement, then go into the lowest floor, a central hallway, a bathroom. Put yourself, with as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and you're wearing your shoes and covering your head and protecting your head. Again, this storm's going to roll right along the Kaskaskia River. Rotation's pretty close to, well, it should be into the Hoffman area, and looks like it would be along Hoffman Road and 161 and just kind of riding the Kaskaskia River. Eventually that gets over towards Brookside, and if it will hold together long enough, it could very well end up over into Centralia or Sandoval and maybe into Salem. We'll see how long that circulation can maintain its spin with that storm. But certainly we've got another rotating thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado east of St. Louis.
A busy night for sure, Scott. So please, everyone who is out there, please take these warnings seriously as we're continuing to watch this. This will be the last of it. As you can see, there's nothing off to our west. So this is kind of the last little bit of it here. So we do have that, and it's a pretty long extended tornado warning there through Clinton, Marion, and into Washington County in Illinois. This is extended through midnight tonight, Scott.
So, and if that storm holds together, it would make it over into Clay County. National Weather Service out of Lincoln's already put up the warning for Effingham County out ahead of that storm that is now in Fayette County. So your two tornado warnings, the two areas of circulations that really are of concern for us are the ones there in Fayette County. That is off to the east and southeast of Vandalia, and it's running right along Interstate 70. So that's going to go over towards St. Elmo. And then you have the other circulation that really kind of tightened up a bit here within the last hour or so, not too far from Bartelso, Illinois, and that is working its way kind of along the Clinton-Washington County line, and eventually could make its way over towards Centralia, Sandoval, and Salem before the evening is done. So if you're in the path of these storms, your safe place, again, is in a closet or bathroom if you don't have a basement, with as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We've already had fatalities tonight. That's been confirmed in Defiance. One person died in a tornado there. 2 were injured. We don't know the extent of their injuries. It sounds like we may have had fatalities in the Edwardsville Amazon warehouse. We don't know any real information on that. We haven't been able to confirm anything, but there's a huge emergency response from first responders there. And now we have these 2 rotating thunderstorms east of St. Louis, moving from Vandalia and east. The rotation's actually east of Vandalia and is sliding along Interstate 70. And then we have another storm with rotation that's down here into Clinton and Washington counties in Illinois. That's headed towards Marion County. So these storms, they're moving at about anywhere from 55 to 65 miles per hour, it looks like, is how fast they're moving. And when you get storms that are moving that fast, that usually means that the winds aloft are intense and strong, and that is indeed the case. That's helping to fuel these thunderstorms as they race off to the east and to the northeast. So if you're in the path of these storms, you need to get into your safe place now. For the metro area, back to the north of St. Louis, to the west of St. Louis, we should be okay for the rest of the night. I think the severe weather threat is now over. But if you are far to the east of St. Louis, along that Interstate 57 corridor, we still have another hour, maybe an hour or two to go before we're going to be able to get these storms completely out of the 5 on your side viewing area. So, remain alert, be vigilant. If these strong storms and the tornado warnings are close to you, if your phone goes off, and does those EAS tones, that means that you are close enough to that polygon to have your phone activated. You need to be in your safe place. And we've certainly had the phones going off for a lot of us tonight, more than once with these storms rolling through.
Including us right here in the 5 on your side studio. We are in a basement though here, so we do not need to do anything else to protect ourselves from storms since we are in a basement. But if you are in the area right around Carlisle, let me go ahead and zoom in a little closer. I do want you to take some precautions as we track this storm closer into your area, starting to move into Sandoval. Now let me go ahead and pause this view. As you can see, Carlisle just starting to get past you. Sandoval, Salem, Centralia, all next in this line that is currently under that new tornado warning. So this is a tornado warning that was set to expire at midnight tonight. These storms are moving very fast, generating some lightning as well. I'll pull this view back a little bit and show you where this is headed next. Should move right along 50 and then kind of cross over 57 and then continue to march towards Flora tonight. Now we also have another tornado warning that is still in effect for the marching right along Interstate 70 here. So this warning is going to continue until it gets out of the 5 on your side coverage area through about 11:45 tonight is when that warning is set to expire. There is already a severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued ahead of this system for parts of Effingham County and then into Jasper, Shelby, and Cumberland, which are a little bit farther out of, they do not get our signal there. But we're continuing to track this and keep you updated on everything. These storms have been very dangerous tonight and have proven deadly, as we had that report from Defiance of 1 person dead, 2 others injured. Multiple reports of power lines down. As I understand, the lights in Winfield have been knocked out as well. So that's the street lights have been blown over in 2 locations. So, and then multiple street lights have been blown out across the city there. I expect to see more damage reports like that as crews are safely able to go and evaluate the damage. That's law enforcement. Tonight, please stay home and stay out of the way of our first responders as they work to help those who might be affected by these storms tonight. We will have updates for you throughout the night and then into tomorrow morning as well on Today in St. Louis. Remember that tornado warning in effect right now for parts of Clinton and Marion counties through about midnight tonight. Scott.
Yeah, that storm's still rotating and showing impressive rotation at that as it approaches Sandoval and tries to work towards Highway 51. You've got to be in your safe place if any of these storms are close to you. That's just the way it is tonight. These are not storms to mess around with. It may or may not produce something at your house, but if you're close to it, odds are you're in a situation where you're looking at strong to severe thunderstorms, and they have had a history of producing tornadoes or had a history of producing wind damage. And as a consequence, we're seeing problems across this area tonight. So still looking at that tornado warning here for the eastern portions of Fayette County, east of Vandalia. Still looking at some little nubbies on the south side of that, right along and south of Interstate 70 that may be having some spinning going on with them. And then as we look a little farther to the south for those storms that are down here into Salem, approaching Salem and Sandoval, and then just east of Carlisle, those storms have some rotation with them as well as they continue off to the east. Now, we're coming up, it's 11:20 at night, and you would think, this is odd that you even have severe thunderstorms at this hour. It's not, we've lost our heat of the day. Well, actually, our heat of the day came this evening with the warmer air being drawn into this intensifying system. We managed to get close to 70 in St. Louis late this evening before these thunderstorms rolled in. And that's part of the problem in these storms creating the severe weather that they were able to create for this evening along that line. So the area of rotation, the Weather Service folks, and we're seeing it here too, but the Weather Service folks are telling us that area of rotation in eastern portions of Carlisle, east of Carlisle and Clinton County, not as impressive as it was, but still potential for some rotation and potential for a tornado there. So the tornado warning does continue. It's right along 50 and 51. That'll cross 57 eventually. And as it tracks off towards the east into the northeast, this is going to roll right over Sandoval and then eventually over very close to Salem. Salem is a huge industrial area as well. A lot of warehouses, a lot of businesses, manufacturing businesses over in that area around Salem, Illinois as well, since it's so conveniently located close to Interstate 57 and Interstate 64.
And Scott, a decent amount of lightning activity that's going on with this storm system. So currently we have 8 strikes, 3 of those positive, 5 negative. So some very strong cells within this. As you can see, this is continuing to track through very strong wind gusts. We do hope that everyone in these areas stay safe as these storms have proved deadly tonight with that one fatality that was confirmed in the Defiance area. So if you are in these areas, we want you to stay safe. Get to your basement or put yourself in a room that with the most walls between you and the outside. Oftentimes that's a bathroom, sometimes it's a closet. Those are your safe options. And if you have something to cover your head with, we definitely would recommend that as well. So the good news is after this moves out, that should be the end of this as this tracks through. And Scott, you've been working in St. Louis for a while now. Is this uncommon to see a system of this strength in December?
Well, we've had some pretty intense winter storms or severe storms during the winter season. So, if you go back a few years to the New Year's Eve tornadoes and Sunset Hills. I mean, this is kind of a setup similar to that where it's very warm and you have a lot of wind. And you don't need it to be as warm as you would get in the spring because you have so much more wind aloft. It's able to really drive those storms and compensate for the lack of heat and humidity. Although for December, our dew points got into the 60s today. Yeah. That is extremely humid for this time of year. And with temperatures close to 70, that's 25 degrees above average. So, I mean, we are really on the edge of things with this kind of storm system. And, as it's become evident in it really started with this morning and last night with a Storm Prediction Center, as it became evident that we were going to see this moisture returning and how far north it was going to get, the Storm Prediction Center ramped up the threat areas as well as the message that we were sending out.
Confidence was high with this system.
It becomes greater, and you honestly don't know exactly what you're going to get until they start forming. And we saw tonight, as these storms formed, they did so in an environment that was very conducive to rotating storms and potential of severe weather. And we've seen that really from southwest Missouri into mid-Missouri, from Lake of the Ozarks, and then right through our area this evening. And unfortunately, we know of at least one fatality in Defiance. There are reports that there may be additional fatalities with the Amazon warehouse. That's what Robert is hearing there, but you're not going to get confirmation on that for a while, I would suspect, because
it's just heartbreaking, Scott. It really is.
We've got a building where the walls are gone, and warehouses are not, while they're built structurally sound, they're not built to withstand tornadoes. They're framed, they have various frames, and they're built to withstand strong storms, But, you know, if you have a certain amount of wind and the wind hits something at the right way, then you're gonna see a warehouse type building, you know, collapse, or the walls fail, or the roof fails. And that's something that we know can happen. That's
And,
why we always tell people, you know, why, you know, the folks in Walmart and Schnucks tonight, where you've had pictures of people that were sheltering,
Yeah.
they're back in their safe spots in the areas that are more concrete, braced and surrounded by.
So we have some reading a report here of you know, trees down. This is all near the Shoal Creek area. We were tracking that earlier. Styrofoam and debris scattered through many parts of the county. So this will be something that'll be we'll be evaluating as we get into the light hours of tomorrow. We can certainly see much more once the sun comes up. But I expect to see a lot of areas with damage as that continues through. Some good news here is from the National Weather Service, as we are watching here as well, that Fayette County storm system looks like it has weakened a little bit. We like to hear that, Scott.
It's become unbalanced, is what the forecaster
I'll take
at
it.
the National Weather Service says. And it is, and that's good. The storm that's to the south that also has a tornado warning on it, that's approaching Salem, and that circulation there, that is much broader than it was, which is good news. So it doesn't look like it's near as tight as it was. So, you know, I'll take that any day. If any
Sure.
way these storms will weaken,
That would help us
all
out
for it.
some, and still could see some very strong winds with those, though.
yeah, they still have the potential for some strong winds. But it does look like there's an overall trend, maybe in the last 15 minutes or so, where they're not quite as strong. The only problem is they're still moving into this area where we have strong winds aloft. You know, there's still the energy available for them. And so there's still an environment that's, you know, it's not going to break them down. And so that's the concern we have as we still head through the next couple of hours, that, you know, they ingest some extra energy, either getting it from the winds aloft or, you know, the heat and humidity, even though, you know, I say it's not hot, but it's still in the mid 60s here, east and southeast of St. Louis. I mean, we've been pulling air that's close to 70 degrees up ahead of this system, so
And then
these
behind
storms are
it,
feeding it. Yeah.
some much cooler air. I'll pop up the temperatures here briefly for you just so you can see what's kind of coming up next. So currently it's 62 in Chesterfield, 59 in Warrenton. But you pull this back and look, you've got 36 in Kansas City. Much cooler air is about to settle in over all this in St. Louis. We also have some strong wind gusts that we expect to continue for tomorrow. Gusts up to 40, 45 miles an hour, not out of the question tomorrow. They do expect them to settle down, though, towards the afternoon.
And we're watching these storms off to the east of St. Louis. Still the northern half of Marion County right now. This is north of Salem up towards Kinmunday along Interstate 57. Really, that circulation's right along Highway 51, but it has weakened a little bit. But we still have the tornado warning, the rotation near Patoka, and moving east-northeast. I think that severe thunderstorm warning that's still in effect for eastern portions of Clinton and Washington County. We're going to be about done with that in just a moment, and I think we're going to have this warning up in Fayette County. Once that storm gets off to the east, it's pretty close to expiring here as well.
That's good news, Scott. That is for sure.
Yeah, we're getting close to the end for the 5 on your side area. Unfortunately, as you've pointed out, you know, numerous times tonight, the two lines of severe thunderstorms stretch all the way from Indiana, you know, back to the south through parts of Kentucky, Tennessee, Louisiana, now going into Mississippi, down into Texas.
A very active line of storms tonight, Scott.
Yeah, a lot of warnings along this, and a lot of these storms are going to still remain pretty intense through the overnight hours. And so as a consequence, we're basically looking at these intense thunderstorms, you know, for areas to our east and southeast through the overnight hours. And we all know that, you know, people go to bed. You know, some of our folks here west of St. Louis have already turned in for the night and are going to bed. But you know, the folks that are going to bed ahead of these thunderstorms, you know, it's really bad to have nighttime tornadoes.
Yeah, certainly not good. One tip for people that I do, and when I'm not working, or maybe I might have the day off, and we have systems like this come through, is I'll set alarms. I'll set alarms for, sometimes it's every 30 minutes, depending on how fast it's looking on the radar. Sometimes it's every hour, just to get up and check and make sure that I'm not going to miss anything. Make sure, too, on your phone that you have your emergency alerts. There's an option under settings that you can have your warnings still be pushed through your phone. It kind of sounds like an Amber Alert tone. It's similar, and that is for warnings like what we saw tonight. Our phones all went off here at the weather desk here at 5 on your side.
Yeah, and throughout the newsroom. So, you know, we're getting close to the end of this. I'm afraid the news isn't good everywhere tonight because we have had damage across the area. We have had 1 fatality confirmed in Defiance, 2 injuries reported. We still don't know the extent, honestly, of injuries and damage over in Edwardsville at the Amazon warehouse.
Does not look good over there. My thoughts are with everybody there,
Yeah,
Scott.
that's it. You know, and Robert Townsend is on the scene. And this is what it looks like right now. And you see they've got the ladder trucks, the aerial trucks up trying to get help move stuff. And it looks like maybe they're bringing in some large equipment to help move some things out, try to get stuff out of the way. It's a very delicate situation when they're dealing with this. And they had this was caused by a tornado. We're pretty confident in that because we could tell on the radar. But we also they also had another intense thunderstorm that came in after this. So you can see they have some big equipment in there. First responders are on the scene. They have the area very well illuminated. They're doing what would appear to be a search and rescue type thing right now.
I see fire crews on the scene right now, as well as what looks like a crane service that's working through that with some steel beams that are still in place. We've had reports of insulation, that type of thing, being thrown around in this area. So.
And Michelle Lee is here, and you've been following this closely, Michelle.
Right, I've been looking at the Amazon distribution center overall. I mean, you're talking about a massive building, potentially 8,000 square feet for these crews to go through to look for workers, sometimes 500 workers working at a time. You know, in this distribution center, we all covered it when it was here in 2016, when it opened. Now, we also know that this is the very busy time of the holidays, right? So this is a warehouse, this is a distribution center, and people are working 24/7. In fact, if you're working overnights or late hours or weekends, you're getting paid extra. That's an incentive to take on these hours. So we know that there are a lot of people trying to also earn more money before the holidays. And so we can assume that this is a very busy time for Amazon. I have been talking to a viewer who says that they work at another Amazon facility, and there is an internal app that the employees use to keep abreast of everything that's happening within the company. And this person said, this person said they didn't know of any alerts sent out by Amazon about this incident, but this person would safely assume that the employees got an alert on that phone app from the National Weather Service, and considering that they were in the shelter area at the time the tornado hit, that this person assumes that they were likely instructed to do that. So that's hopefully some good news. But when you look at the warehouse itself, it doesn't look, you had mentioned this, the material doesn't really look strong, like it would withstand some hurricane force or major EF5 tornado winds, right? So you're looking at like potentially sheet metal or something a little bit more warehouse type, as you mentioned.
Yeah.
We'll know more when we see it closer.
Right.
But
And the Weather Service will go out, and there is a guide for these types of buildings when you have warehouses, how they're built, how they're structurally put together, and what type of wind speed it takes to cause damage. But we do know that There were reports of people trapped in that, and perhaps worse. We don't know. We haven't been able to get much information, and largely that's because all of the first responders and the people we would talk to about this
They're
are
busy.
and they're doing what they need to do right now to try to rescue anybody, find anybody, whatever's going on in there right now. But you have a large number of rescue workers over there at the Amazon warehouse.
There we go, and our photojournalist
Yeah.
Bob Hain is giving us a better look at some of the damage and then also the building materials themselves.
Yeah, and it's these steel trusses and it's steel, and then it's this sheet metal kind of wrapping, if you will, and it is structurally sound. It's built to withstand a certain intensity of storm. Tonight, it's pretty clear that the intensity of storm was stronger than what the warehouse was built for. Now, you could also add into that you have maybe a garage door open because they do have, all your trailers are there. They're loading trucks. They have garage doors open. You open those doors, and that also can allow winds to roll in and can create additional problems there as well. So we're still looking at a tornado warning, just to kind of rehash our weather scenario that's playing out north of Salem up towards Kim Monday. The storm doesn't look as impressive as it did. There are new severe thunderstorm warnings that stretch from about Mount Vernon down through Perry County in Illinois and then down just west of Carbondale. So that's moving out of that. And the storm that's actually just west of Salem is really looks like it's trying to get a little more intense and maybe rotate a little on its own. And that's why the National Weather Service is still leaving that tornado warning up. The part of the storm that's up by Kim Monday is a little less than impressive, but what's just west of Salem is still pretty strong. So, we've had these storms tonight, Tracy, and they've been intense. They've caused damage. We've had loss of life, which we hate to see.
It's heartbreaking, really, Scott.
And so there's a lot of people that will be doing a lot of cleaning up tomorrow and a lot of sorrow for some tomorrow, especially at this time of year. So the back edge of this line, once that line goes through, the severe weather threat will be over for us. So St. Louis points west, north, southwest. We're in the clear for the remainder of the night. You'll get gusty winds, but they won't be associated with any thunderstorms.
Pretty strong winds, though, Scott. Gusts up to about 40, 45 miles per hour. It's also going to get significantly cooler out there. We're going to have a cool air arrive in tomorrow. Our temperatures are going to make it only into the mid-40s for high temperatures, so that's a big difference compared to what we had today. Now, as far as this goes, you can see we are not alone. We have severe thunderstorm warnings extending all the way from Texas up into parts of Indiana, and then we have tornado warnings currently over parts of Tennessee and into Kentucky, and then we ourselves are still under those two severe thunderstorm warnings here. So I'll go ahead and zoom in a little closer here and show you what we are dealing with currently. So we still do have that tornado warning that is in effect for some spots of Marion County. This is in effect for the next 20 minutes. Let me go ahead and zoom in a little bit closer so you can get a better idea of exactly where this is and where it's heading. We're going to continue to track these until they are completely out of the way of the 5 on your side area. I'll go ahead and pause this little cell that's kind of over 57 there. It's just a little bit west of Salem. That's something that we certainly want to keep an eye on as this is continuing. Have a little bit of rotation in it is what we've been watching. Now I'll zoom a little bit out and you can see that new severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect just over Mount Vernon and some spots there. So this warning, it will be in effect through about 12:15 tonight for spots of Franklin, Jefferson, Perry, and then Williamson County, which Williamson is not part of the 5 on your side area, but just out of it by a little bit, but still those severe thunderstorm warnings that are out there right now. This has certainly been putting on quite the show, but it does seem like that lightning, at least what is being detected right now, seems to be a little bit more limited than what we saw earlier tonight. I'll loop this around, put it kind of in a bigger view for you here. I'll bring it back to that wide view, and then I'll zoom in just so you can see an overall view of this system. Since we had a good line of storms, as you know, if you've been with us throughout the evening, we have been covering this now for some time, but these developed pretty early on. Looks like we do have a new, just out of the 5 on your side area though. So I'll loop this over the last 6 hours. It's been very busy. You saw there at 7 o'clock as it came through. There's 10, 11. So just really a busy night for us here in the Weather Center. It hit that unstable air and it really just kind of exploded across into Washington County there and Franklin, and then you could see that as it moved through and into Illinois. And unfortunately, we've had some reports. We have damage reports out there. One death that was confirmed in the Defiance area, where we expect that to have been a tornado. And then Edwardsville, we're waiting anxiously, really awaiting news there, Scott.
Yeah, and we still have the one tornado warning for that storm that's between Salem and Kim Monday right now. There was one that had some rotation near Kim Monday, and the storm that's actually moving into Salem proper right now, it actually looks like, it wants to try to rotate a little bit. So the Weather Service is keeping that up just for a little bit longer. And I think really what you're seeing from Mount Vernon onto the south, I think it's going to go closer to Wren Lake and down into Perry County, Illinois, which once you get into Perry County, Illinois, you start losing our signal. But down Highway 51 through DuQuoin and then heading on down into Carbondale, that's where that severe thunderstorm warning is. So those are the last 2 warnings really for any of our area. Out in Effingham and heading off to the east, those storms there continue to produce some gusty winds. We'll see as these storms get close to Clay County what they're able to do. But that would be the Flora area, Louisville, Illinois. So we'll see what that's able to do.
And just continuing to watch this through the night here. Let me go over some storm reports for you that we've seen. Just pretty sad news tonight, and I expect to have more storm reports as we get into the morning hours, and first responders are able to survey the scene and respond to all those calls that are out there. So we did have that tornado. This was when this was in the Defiance area. 1 confirmed fatality, 2 injuries. Multiple structures have been damaged with debris in that area with that building collapse as well. That was the time of this report was at 7:40, so that's usually a little bit after that storm has come through. Some very strong winds have been reported with these storms. Here's Chesterfield with winds reported at about 45 miles per hour, but that is nothing compared to what we had a little earlier at Spirit Airport at 70 miles per hour. And then watching that area that's in Edwardsville, we'll zoom in here so you can see those reports as well with that tornado report just near there. And this was at that Amazon warehouse, and reported emergency management told us that multiple people were trapped at this time. And as you can see, there is a massive ongoing effort there to get those people out. So let me go ahead and show you back to the satellite and radar view here and where those storms that we're currently tracking are headed. So we still have this tornado warning. It's been giving us a little bit of grief here as it is trying to get a little bit more rotation going, trying to get a little bit stronger. This will be through the next 15 minutes for Marion County. We'll see if that gets extended or not. No word currently on if they plan on extending that or not. For caffeine, I know we had talked quite a bit about this area, Illinois. Twice we were talking about it as that trajectory came through with 2 different two different storm cells, but we have reports of trees down and material that has been thrown about in those areas. So.
Yeah, it's been a very busy night for the first responders, getting all of these calls, and all the storms. They've been responding to situations, right at the height of these storms or right after, when the weather still was not very good, and with more storms coming in after the first wave that caused damage. So it's been a tough night for our first responders across the area as well. And we still have some gusty winds to get through overnight tonight and into tomorrow morning. We could have some 40 to 45 mile per hour wind gusts, not associated in any way with thunderstorms through the overnight hours. So
could
that's
be particularly not helpful, especially for that recovery effort going on in Edwardsville right now at the Amazon warehouse.
And, looking at the power outages, we still have a fair number across the area. St. Charles County is down to about 5,500. Lincoln County is down to 1,700. Franklin County is down to about 1,300. It's about 1,800 or so in St. Louis County. Jefferson County doesn't have many. St. Genevieve has 310. Reynolds County has 470, but they only track about 3,300. So that's actually a fair percentage of that area. And then we look at Illinois, and by far the largest outages are in Madison County, where we still have 11,500 customers without power. Bond County has a couple of hundred. Fayette County has a little over 510. But so far, St. Clair County, Monroe County, we've had pretty good thunderstorms go across there, and they looked impressive, but we don't have many power outages. So that's a good sign that maybe those storms, maybe the winds, even though, we think those winds are getting to the ground, maybe they didn't. Maybe they stayed just above ground level and spared some areas that could have otherwise seen some rough weather. But the areas that were not spared tonight have been hit, and in some cases it seems hit fairly hard.
Hit twice.
Yeah.
They had that one line come through, and then that second round that came through as well. So certainly it's been a busy night here, and here's that tornado warning up for the next 15 minutes or so through
So as we look at that storm, it's going through Marion County right now. It actually is showing signs of trying to develop a different rotation here, maybe just off to the west of Omega or near Brubaker, and sliding northeast from there. So that's kind of rolling up towards the area that's along, looks like it would be Meacham Road and Williams Road, that area up towards Kinloo Road. And that's going to go to, eventually over towards Clay County. So this area, of Clay County, we may get a warning for that in a little bit out of Lincoln, Illinois. We'll see if these storms hold together. But we haven't had any reports on this storm as it's gone across Interstate 57. But it does show some signs of at least some broad rotation at this point. Moving northeast. And you know the drill by now. If this is the storm, if you're in Omega or Brubaker, Meacham, here in Marion County, Illinois, you need to be in your safe place. Away from windows and doors, lowest level, basement's best, but a closet or a bathroom, interior room, where you can be away from windows and doors and cover your head, wear your shoes, and wait for this storm to get by. Once it's gone, that should be it. This is the last batch of storms that we are dealing with tonight, and once they clear the area, we will be in much better shape overall weather-wise, and the threat of severe weather will be over.
And these have been very fast-moving storms tonight, Scott, at moving 60, 70 miles an hour at times. So they are making their way across our area at a very rapid rate for us tonight.
Yeah, and they did put up a new severe thunderstorm or tornado watch that did include the area just to our southeast, and that was till 5 a.m. down towards Mount Vernon, trying to include Salem. But the reality is, once this line's over, the severe weather threat is over. And so that's all that there is with this line. So once that's done, we're in the clear for the rest of the night.
And some very heavy rainfall out there as well. I actually had, she shipped shops for me, and she messaged me saying that her drive home from the Fox Theater was rather harrowing tonight. That Vandeventer, there was a flood under the overpass by IKEA, and you know, there were leaves and different things that were debris and branches that were in the roadway, and she told me to drive careful as I headed home. So just something that we definitely need to be aware of, because it'll take some time to get some of these areas cleaned up, and be careful on the road. Definitely have your eyes on it, because I expect that there will be some debris on the roadways out there.
Yeah.
And I would expect some of that rapid ponding that we have with situations like this probably has subsided. That usually typically gets out of the way pretty quickly, but still definitely some, and we had enough water out there to overwhelm some of our roadways.
Well, and especially if they're clogged with debris. You know, with the fall leaves, it's really easy to get the drains kind of clogged up. So the only tornado warning is really that little cell that's close to Omega east of Kimundi now. And it has some broad rotation, but it doesn't look overly impressive at the moment. Having said that, you know, we still want to play it safe, because it's been showing, you know, a little bit of potency there.
Tonight, we certainly can't rule anything out, Scott.
No, and it's going into Clay County, so that's our last county in our viewing area that we would have to deal with tonight. So, you know, going off to the east, we were looking back, there's a couple of scenarios that are similar to tonight's scenario. Weather-wise, and right off the bat, my brain is kind of not functioning overly
Well, after
but
talking since about 6:30 tonight, Scott, that does not come as a surprise.
So, but this is not, I want to say it's not unprecedented to have, you know, severe weather like this, of this magnitude, this much widespread coverage this time of year. It's happened before, but it does take a specific set of ingredients to get us to this point. And unfortunately tonight, that the set of ingredients that was over the St. Louis metro area was a set of ingredients that produced some damage that has been significant, including the loss of life in St. Charles County, possibly the loss of life in Madison County in Illinois. We just don't know. The last we had officially was that people were trapped. And we know there's first responders that are there in huge numbers in Madison County around Edwardsville at that Amazon warehouse.
And then lots of reports of power lines, light poles, tree limbs, actual trees down. We had an overturned semi-truck along 270 in Illinois earlier today. So the roads could certainly be messy. You might walk out of your house tomorrow and come across quite a scene in your backyard. Just a reminder for everybody tonight, please do not go out and try to survey damage. Leave the roads open for our first responders who are working hard tonight in some of those harder hit areas. And we saw some damage earlier from the St. Charles area that, you know, it looked like parts of a roof were down, and that wasn't even part of that Defiance. That wasn't even from the scene in Defiance, so that was further out in St. Charles. We had some very strong wind gusts tonight, and even without that tornado threat, just wind gusts as strong as what we saw tonight can produce quite a bit of damage that oftentimes looks just like tornado damage, if not a little bit worse at times, Scott.
And remember, if you have power out, you know, down lines of any kind should be treated as a live hot wire. You want to leave it alone and don't mess with it. Let the power company come out, Ameren, your electric cooperatives. They're going to be, you know, they're the ones that are trained in dealing with electricity, and it can be dangerous, especially, you know, hot wires and wet weather do not mix well together. So stay away from any wires, treat them all as hot wires. Last tornado warning of the evening, we hope, but we can't guarantee it. Still in effect for a few more minutes here over northeastern portions of Marion County and Illinois, from about Omega and then stretching on up. And you see it's going to be trying to slide over into Clay County, which is the next county over. And you already have some showers and thunderstorms in and around the Flora area, but they don't look like they're severe at this moment. They're strong for sure, but maybe, just maybe, they're outrunning some of the support from some of these storms.
We can sure hope so with that. Still some pretty heavy rainfall, though, that, like you said, with those leaves out there could cause issues for people and flooding.
And they are going to let that warning expire at midnight in Marion County. So I don't know if Sam is still in the control room.
She is.
Okay, yeah, she just stepped out for a minute. We'll probably drop out. I'm just going to let the control room know. Once that warning expires, unless we have any other live reports or any additional information. I mean, what do you think?
Well, I think we're just trying to wait and see what the situation is with, with first responders trying to get people out of the warehouse.
Right,
if they're going to have a news conference coming up. We know that our photojournalist on the scene, Bob Haynes, said that he saw a helicopter come in. Also, we saw some heavy equipment during our last live shot and our last live look out there. So we know that there's progress being made. What kind of progress, we don't know. So I think we're trying to wait and see if we can get any more new details as the night continues, because you know this is going to be one of those situations that people are going to be working not only through tonight, but likely tomorrow. And if it is as massive as we think it is, I mean, well, just looking at it, you can tell this, and authorities have said it's a mass casualty event, not necessarily meaning fatalities, but meaning that there is a massive response happening right now. This is something that's going to be going on for the coming days, of course.
Yeah, and this is a large area, as you were talking about earlier, a very large warehouse.
Right. We know that it's at least 800,000 square feet. Plus, it's got everything from, I was reading, it's got everything from flip-flops to candy to all these different things that people are, getting out of the Amazon warehouse. And this time of year is especially busy. We're just 2 weeks out from Christmas. So everyone at that warehouse is working around the clock. It's a 24/7 operation. And people are getting more money and bonuses if they're working those odd hours, overnights, weekends. So a lot of people are incentivized to work at this time because they're going to make more money for the holidays. So I have been talking to someone who says that they are an Amazon worker, not at this facility, but at another facility in the area. And they say that there's no doubt in their mind that people were alerted on their phones that there was a storm coming. But what does that mean? What did that mean for those workers? And we were watching Robert Townsend interview a woman who said that she hasn't had any contact with her husband since the storm hit. She's been trying to call his cell phone. He's not answering. And so, she said that they're sick, worried about the
Rightly
situation.
so,
And we
yes.
are too. We too as a community are sick watching that. So we want to hopefully stick around and try to get a little more information as you see so many people working. But of course, they're working through the night. They, most likely, a lot of us, were working 9 to 5 and then are working overtime because of the storms or whatever. And so we hope that people will be able to give us some sort of an update. But you can see this is a very active scene on a very massive piece of property.
Yeah, and the warehouse is very, very big. With that warehouse being so large as it is, and we don't know the number of people that were working in there. We don't know exactly what happened. We did have some video of the tornado actually touching down near, we can't say that was the one, but near Edwardsville at that time. And as Tracy mentioned earlier, we had the tractor trailer that was blown over not too far from there, a little bit before this all happened.
Well, I was looking and reading, some things that we wrote about the Amazon facility when it opened in 2016 and some articles afterwards. I mean, you're talking about anywhere between 1,500 and 2,000 people who work at that facility. Doesn't mean that they were working there all at once, of course. The person I was talking to online who works at an Amazon facility said that most of the time there are about 500 people who work in that warehouse at one time.
And you would think at this point, you know, we're at the peak of holiday season, ordering and shipping. You would think that number might be a little bit higher,
right?
Even on a Friday night, because Amazon runs kind of 24/7.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I just can't help but think about not only the people who were in there, but all of the items that were in there. You know, that warehouse is massive, and people are trying to get out product. We could see all those big trucks and the Amazon Prime vans. So they're getting loaded up, you know.
Yeah, they were.
They were.
And obviously this is going to be something, you know, our biggest concern would be for the workers in there.
Absolutely.
And for their families, because, you know, their families can't get a hold of them. And that could be for a number of reasons. It could be because cell service is down in the area. That's a possibility. It could be because their phone literally, you know, the battery ran out, you know, after a long day. A lot of these Amazon folks work 12 and 13 hours.
And they were caught in 2 storms, right, Scott?
Yeah, they had 2 storms. They had the first one that did the damage, and then a second one that came through after that.
And then we're still going to have some strong winds to deal with tonight with all this recovery. You know, you talked about a helicopter over the scene earlier. We're going to still have gusts up to 40, 45 miles per hour. That's going to make some of these efforts a little more challenging.
Yeah, it is going to be a very challenging night. And obviously for these first responders, they're in what we would assume to be rescue mode right now. And that will continue for a while, and they'll look for anybody that they certainly can find. And, you know, when you get debris and rubble, you have all of this stuff that's been blown around, dropped down. There could be people that are stuck under stuff, and that's what we had, you know, reported. The call came out as people trapped. And so we're working from that aspect of it. And of course, Robert Townsend's in that area as well, trying to get more information tonight.
We do have Robert right now, so let's go ahead and take a look or get Robert on the scene here. Robert, if you can hear me, we know that there is a lot of mutual aid from surrounding areas, and I understand that a large crane just came to assist in some lifting. Can you give us an idea of what kind of progress is being made?
Well, I can tell you this too. We also saw officials fly overhead. They landed here via helicopter. I saw at least more than a half dozen emergency responders from all over the St. Louis area roll into here to help these guys. They're obviously going to be here pretty much a long time ahead here. Again, you're looking at a warehouse where around 8:30 tonight, we're hearing that a tornado blew through here and ripped the roof right off that thing, and the building is collapsed there, that warehouse. And initially we heard people were trapped, workers were trapped, and so you see a long line of emergency responders, police officers, firefighters, and paramedics from all around the St. Louis area. They are here monitoring this situation. Obviously, yeah, we did see about 30 minutes ago, it looked like a large piece fell from the roof. Not exactly sure what exactly that was, but it looks like, again, it's still a very sensitive scene here. Very sad as to a few folks have arrived. They were concerned about their loved ones. You got to remember, I talked to Sarah Bierman about 45 minutes ago. Her husband is a driver here for Amazon, and she says, hey, look, tonight at 8 o'clock, they lost power at their house. Their complete neighborhood went dark. And at that time, she was still worried about her husband. She had talked to her husband. He's worked out here as a driver. He texted her and told her, hey, honey, I'm fine. Everything's fine. And then around 8:30, 8:45, she did not hear from him anymore. And so she rushed to the scene with tears in her eyes. And we talked to her because obviously she's worried about her husband right now and his co-workers. And she just wants to know, hey, everybody's okay. We're waiting for word from officials here. Like I said, Edwardsville's mayor is out of town. He's in Chicago. We're told he's going to be back here tomorrow, getting the very latest here. So at this point, we're still just watching these emergency responders arrive even as I talk now, I see more coming off to my left. They're coming here, and it's a very serious situation here. People trapped, we understand, and so as soon as we get more, we'll definitely update all of that information on our website. But for now, that's the very latest. You're looking at it right here in Edwardsville. I'll toss it back to you guys.
Robert, before you go, Robert, I'm wondering, you know, I know you talked to Sarah Bierman. She was worried about her husband, who's a driver, who you just mentioned. Where are these families right now? Is there a staging area, and are any families getting any kind of word from the authorities on the scene there?
Yeah, there's no official staging area. I'm going to have my photographer, I can just kind of show you. It's kind of a touch and go situation here because obviously there's a lot of traffic, but there's no official staging area. As best as we can tell, again, just like we're lined here along Interstate 255, people are just pulling up here along the interstate, sitting in their cars. I saw one lady praying. I saw a lot of people obviously on their cell phones. They're concerned about their loved ones, their husbands, their wives, any relatives who work at this place. But again, no official staging area at this point. Again, we've been out here for more than an hour now, and you got to realize this is a very sensitive touch and go investigation. And so investigators are still trying to piece it all together. And so that's why they have not given us any official word, either via text, email, no kind of news release. We're just waiting for word, and that's going to be a long wait because I got to tell you, again, this is a massive scene out here as these investigators continue to just try to sensitively investigate and try to piece it all together.
And Robert, just looking at what we're seeing right now, does it look like 2/3 of the building is gone? Am I seeing that correctly?
Oh, I think it's, again, Bob and I have been talking about here. You got to realize this, as far as we know, there are 2 different distribution centers within miles of each other. I went to the first one, and that was perfectly normal. Nothing affected in the storm. And then we got to this one, and we said this was obviously the site. It was clear once we saw all these emergency responders. You're looking at, you can't really tell because it's so dark out here, but I'm looking at about 5 to 6 different buildings, and that one building, the central building, is completely just destroyed. I mean, it's collapsed. Again, the roof is off. You're seeing those side walls. Everything's just blown away. And right now it's clearly dry out here. No more hail, no more high torrential rains, nothing like that. You know, it's hard to believe all this happened just about a couple hours ago. Again, we're thinking anywhere between 8 and 8:30. We're not sure exactly what goes on in that distribution center, but again, people who've been passing by, I heard one guy, he says, I can tell you this, man, that was one big storm. And so we're looking at the damage that's left behind.
Yeah. It's just really incredible and hard to believe because we know, like you said, this is going to be an ongoing scene, an active scene for several hours, if not several days, right? I'm also wondering about the traffic because I can hear traffic, I think, you know, behind or in front of you, probably behind Bob. Can people make it on the highway? Are they able to drive by and all those things, or should people avoid that area?
No. Interstate 255 is quite normal out here right now. We're in a tough situation where Bob can't really move, but I can just tell you, as I look at traffic here, no, traffic is flowing. So the issue is no longer traffic. Initially, yes, when we got up here around 8:30 or so, I got to tell you that it was a really horrific kind of stormy situation because I saw a big rig in the middle of one of the roads, you know. Don't know how the driver was doing, but I mean, that rig was just lying on its belly, and it had snarled traffic. But right now, here, just outside this Amazon distribution center in Edwardsville, right off I-255, I-270, traffic is flowing normally, Michelle.
Okay, and I'm sorry to keep you guys, but I'm also looking at this image, and I can't tell. I see one blinking light and then one light that is moving. And I'm wondering, are those helicopters? What is that?
It's a drone.
It's a drone.
You're looking
Okay.
at a drone. Yeah, that's a drone. Yeah. We saw, again, about 45 minutes ago, we saw some kind of emergency helicopter here land, presumably dropping off more officials. But for the most part, I mean, if you're seeing lights flying over this thing, those are people flying their drones.
Okay, so it just gives you a sense of urgency, though, that maybe they're looking for people.
You just don't know. I mean, again, I've not talked to any Amazon workers. We've not talked to any officials. We can just tell you there for the last few hours now, this has been the dramatic scene. Lots and lots of emergency responders lined all across the front of this building here. We saw a number of ambulances rush into here. And again, right before our last live shot, I saw even more emergency responders from St. Louis area, St. Louis City, St. Louis County, all here to help their fellow responders.
Well, Robert Townsend and Bob Hain, thank you so much for your coverage tonight. As you wrap up, I just want to say a few things because we do know that Governor J.B. Pritzker has activated what's called the State Emergency Operations Center to respond and monitor severe weather throughout the state of Illinois. Also, this is coming as multiple jurisdictions, of course, are responding to storm damage, the dangerous weather, the multiple unconfirmed reports of tornadoes, and this site that we're seeing live in Edwardsville right now. We do know that state and local authorities are actually urging the public to avoid the area until further notice. They're saying they just need to allow rescue crews time and space to do their job. And if you're watching this and you have family or friends or loved ones that you want to keep tabs on, they're saying if you have someone who might be impacted by tonight's storms or this situation, you are urged to send them a text message to check on their welfare because that will save the phone lines for emergencies and first responders because, Scott, as you know, texting goes through in these situations more often than a phone call.
Yes, absolutely. And the drone that's out there right now over that Amazon facility, I'm willing to bet right now that that drone is from the emergency crews, the search and rescue crews, because they have the drones and that can get them up. They can get an aerial view of what they're looking at and what's inside the warehouse and how things have fallen, how the roof has been ripped off, whatever the debris field looks like inside that warehouse. So that drone gives them a view of that. And therefore, when they see that, then they can direct the guys on the ground, the men and women on the ground, they can direct them into the areas to go to or where it may be safe or maybe not safe to send somebody into. So they use that. Many of our first responders have drones now so that they can use that specifically for search and rescue and how to deal with big situations like this.
It makes sense. Scott, I'm just wondering, what were the highest winds that were reported? Do we have any idea? Because I know we talked about 70-mile-per-hour winds. Those
are the highest winds that were observed anywhere. The damage that we're seeing would be higher than that.
Okay.
Okay, and for warehouses, it's different than homes. Defiance, there's several residences, homes that, as far as we know, are structurally well built out in St. Charles County that saw damage. So, the assessment will be made tomorrow in daylight. The National Weather Service will send teams out. And what they do is they look at the type of damage, the type of building it was, how well built it is, and the damage that exists to that. And then they can correlate that with the estimated peak wind speeds from what we know to be tornadoes tonight. And the reason we know that there were tornadoes, we only had one video of somebody near Edwardsville showing us a tornado that actually
it looked like it had touched
a visible
down.
tornado that we could see. But we could see on the radar the debris lofted in the air. And so when we can see that, even though nobody, it's dark, in wooded areas in St. Charles County, you're not going to see it. We could see it on the radar. And so when you could see it on the radar, you can confirm and you know what happened.
Okay. I'm also looking behind you. I still see a lot of red and yellow
Yes,
Should we be?
you do. No, we should not be worried. That is moving out of our area. That is the good news. It is sliding, east of Mount Vernon now. It's moving out of Clay County, out of Effingham County. It's still a problem for our friends farther east and southeast, but it's out of the 5 on your side viewing area. There is no additional severe weather threat tonight. That's the good news that we have, Michelle. There is no additional severe weather tonight. There will, however, be strong gusty winds overnight. We could have some 40 to 45 mile per hour winds that last through the overnight hours and early tomorrow morning, and then they'll start to settle down tomorrow afternoon. And of course, it'll be much, much colder tomorrow. We were in the 60s this evening. In fact, we're still around 60 while we wait on that cold front to come through St. Louis. But the severe weather threat, that is over.
And that's good news. So that would help with the search if there's any more searching that needs to be done in the morning.
Yeah, the threat of severe weather is over. Unfortunately, those winds are not good because in the storms that we had, and we've seen this with a few years ago with some of the storms that we had when we had larger thunderstorms go through, you weaken some of the branches that are up there now.
Yeah.
They don't necessarily fall, but they may have been weakened and they're cracked, and then you get a 40 or 45 mile an hour wind gust, and then you get more branches coming down. So there's still the chance we could have a few additional scattered power outages heading into tomorrow. Right now, there's a fair number of people, especially in Madison County in Illinois and St. Charles County in Missouri. Those are our 2 larger areas of power outages right now.
Okay. Oh, and we're thinking of so many people. I also want to mention that Governor J.D. Pritzker of Illinois also sent out a tweet, and we can see it right there. It says, "My prayers are with the people of Edwardsville tonight, and I've reached out to the mayor to provide any needed state resources. Our Illinois State Police and Ready Illinois are both coordinating closely with local officials, and I will continue to monitor the situation." And of course, when Robert Townsend was out on the scene earlier, he said that he did talk to the mayor of Edwardsville, who happened to be in Chicago tonight, but trying to get back and couldn't because of the bad weather. But Scott says that's
all
behind us.
That's behind us now. So,
Yeah.
and we just got a report from way down in Reynolds County, which is the far southern portion of our viewing area, that at least 2 mobile homes were destroyed and a permanent home with its roof was lost on a couple of the county routes down there. And there's large swaths of trees down throughout the surrounding forest. So that may be some tornado damage as well down into central southern portions of Reynolds County from a storm earlier this evening. So
Won't it be really interesting to find out how many touchdowns we potentially had tonight?
It'll take a couple of days to do the surveys, that's for sure. A lot of rotation on the radar screen tonight.
Also, I want to get to this, Scott, because we have been trying to contact Amazon tonight to get a statement. And so here's what we know. Amazon released a statement tonight saying the safety and well-being of our employees and partners is our top priority right now. We are assessing the situation and will share additional information when it's available. So that's not extremely earth-shattering information from Amazon, but we are hearing from Amazon for the first time tonight, again, 12:18, I should say this morning, now after several hours of this coverage. That tornado would have touched down first in Edwardsville, what, around 8:45, Scott? That was the time?
Somewhere around 8:30, 8:45 in that ballpark. And, again, the storms had so much rotation and so much wind to work with in general. The setup was favorable for that. That's one of the reasons why we stayed with the coverage tonight of the storms, because we had this back in October. There are certain environments where you're more likely to see tornadoes that cause damage like what you're seeing tonight.
Yeah.
And so, this was one of them.
It does make you wonder, though. I mean, there are things that we have to get to the most immediate, important, work first, finding people, finding, connecting families. But, it makes you wonder, okay, how strong were those winds? That building was built supposedly in 2016, so we know that it's not an old building, right?
No, and I'm sure it's built to withstand, 100 mile per hour winds or so. Warehouses in general, though, because they're open span, they have a big open span, they're not as structurally sound as your house would be.
Right, they're catching wind. Look how tall they are.
Well, and if the wind catches that building in just the right way, and you have a very strong wind, or you have the dangerous twisting of the wind, and it's very possible that that was the tornado that went right through, as large as this warehouse is, that could be the width of a tornado that went through. It's very possible. And you do the twisting of it, of that wind, and it grabs hold of the sides of the buildings and the roof, just the way it hits. You know, they are built to code. I can assure you they were built to, you know, to any structural code that there was. But it's an open, you know, steel frame warehouse, and there's a certain amount of tolerance that they have. They're built to withstand a certain wind speed, and this clearly was a situation where the wind speed, or the combination of the wind speed and the twisting of the winds, created a situation where the building failed.
Yeah, so if you're just joining us at 12:20 this morning, we want to give you a recap. This is a live look from an Amazon warehouse in Edwardsville, Illinois, where we believe a tornado went through. You can see that a big portion of that warehouse is gone. This is a warehouse that could employ up to at least 2,000 people by some of the reports that we have had over the last few years since the building opened in 2016. This is one of those warehouses where a lot of people are shipping goods all over the country and all over the world by reports. And at some point, we believe that this is potentially an 800,000 square foot facility. And in talking to some people who've texted in tonight, some people who claim to work at Amazon facilities in the area, they said that typically there are roughly 500 people working on any given day at this, or any given shift, I should say, at this Amazon facility. And because we are 2 weeks out from Christmas, people are getting paid more to work nights, weekends, and overnights. So this is a 24/7 hour facility where people are working to make money for the holidays because they are responding to that holiday rush. Our Robert Townsend has been live there tonight along with our photojournalist Bob Hain. And Robert Townsend said that people have not had any communication yet with Amazon or with law enforcement officials. So if you're going down the highway and you see the Amazon facility, you will likely see a lot of cars parked along the highway as well. And Robert Townsend said that those are families and loved ones waiting for authorities to try to give them some sort of information about their missing people. So, you know, we're not getting information right now from authorities because they are working. We don't know if this is a time of the essence sort of thing, but because we haven't had any information from law enforcement and we're still waiting for some sort of news release or some sort of information, we can only imagine that people are very hard at work trying to sift through any kind of debris or damage or locate people. But of course, this is a very fluid situation and a very active scene there. You can just see that this is considered a mass casualty event. And that doesn't necessarily mean mass fatalities. It just means that there is a massive response there. And you can see that in the lights and sirens. So we know that there have been at least a helicopter on scene. We know that there have been large cranes on scene as well. And we know that now the governor of Illinois is responding, as well as Amazon. And they are keeping an eye on the situation, also reminding people to not be in that area if they don't have to be, and to remind people that if you're watching right now and you're trying to get in touch with a loved one, the best opportunity that you have is to text them. If you jam the phone lines with a phone call, you're probably not going to get through, and that also keeps the phone lines open for authorities. So again, if you're watching right now and you're trying to find out information where your loved one is, and that can be across the area, not just at the Amazon facility. If you were impacted by any of the storms tonight, make sure that you try to text your loved one for their well-being. We're going to keep an eye on the situation. I believe that Bob Hain is going to stay out there, and of course we've got more crews on the way overnight as well. But I think that is going to wrap it up for our coverage at the moment. Scott, you've got I just want to make sure we've got no more breaking weather, right?
No more severe weather for us. We'll have some wind gusts. No more severe weather. The thunderstorms are done. So
Finally.
we're in good shape from that end.
Okay, well, let me check one more thing real quick before we go. You know what? I said that we were going to go. We might stay on the air just for a little bit because we understand that there might be some sort of police briefing.
Okay.
On
Well, I
this.
tell you what, while we wait for that, if you want to look at the storm reports, I have the storm reports from the National Weather Service pulled up here. All of the reports that we saw tonight. We had 20 cars coming across the Boom Bridge as that tornado was working its way up along the Missouri River. Debris hit about 20 cars along Interstate 64, Highway 40 there, just into the Chesterfield side of the Boom Bridge, right there by the factory outlets. And I had a friend text me that said her daughter literally saw a car ahead of them lifted off the ground by the winds. So a very scary night for those folks. We know we had a tornado in Defiance. We have had one death reported in the Defiance area, 2 injuries. We have been talking about the situation over in Edwardsville. We have seen video from that area that showed a tornado touching down. That may very well have been the one that went through the Amazon warehouse complex there. But the wind damage is extensive across the region. There are pockets where we've had down trees and power lines down and tree branches down. So that's what we've been dealing with this evening. And now that threat for severe weather shifting off to the east and to the southeast. So there is no additional threat of severe weather for the rest of the night. That is all moving over into eastern portions of Illinois, over into Indiana, down into Kentucky, Tennessee, stretching back across Arkansas tonight. So our threat for severe weather is over now.
You know what's interesting, Scott, is that what I think is interesting is that the big headline, of course, are tornadoes and twisters and down trees and power lines and all those things. But we had so many reports of lots of hail. We saw people, just out and about on a Friday night with their families being stopped and asked to take shelter at the movie theaters or
Right.
at high schools. So what just an incredibly wild night for so many people. And then, like I said, like the hail that we saw too.
And I think, we knew this was coming. The word got out. The folks that, run the school operations, run theaters, run, any event, your local Schnucks, all the
Right.
grocery stores, they're all, they have a plan. And when you have the severe thunderstorms coming in, just about everybody and their brother's got a cell phone. And for most of us tonight, it went off and made that noise. And you look down and it says tornado warning. And when it does that, people will respond. And, if you happen to be at a store and that store has a procedure, and most of the bigger, larger stores do, you're going to follow that procedure. They're going to tell you where to go. That's their safe place that they know is safe so that they can keep you safe, because they want you to come back as a customer and they want everybody to stay safe. And that was the name of the game tonight. And unfortunately, we had some casualties tonight, and that is a terrible thing. And that's the last thing we want to see.
Right, it is terrible and unimaginable, especially so close to the holidays as well. I mean, any day you lose a loved one is not a good day.
Right.
But I just think of, a lot of people were out tonight doing holiday festivities, or they were with their families. Do you think that we will see more severe weather? Because we're getting into the 70s next week, too.
We are, but next week's system is a different type of system. It doesn't look to have all the ingredients.
Okay.
At least at this point. We could see this coming together over the last couple of days. As we get closer to Wednesday and Thursday, we'll see how it comes together. But at this point, it doesn't look like we have all the ingredients in play that we had tonight.
Okay, that's great. I mean,
Yeah.
It is really interesting because, you know, you wake up, you know, on a day like today, you go, oh my gosh, it's so nice, it's so beautiful. And then it always comes, it feels like, with a consequence. And today was a big one.
When you wake up and it's as muggy as it was this morning in December, you know there's problems.
Yeah. Well, just to recap, it is now 12:29. We've been on the air since what time tonight, Scott?
Roughly about 6:35, 6:40.
We've been on the air straight for about 6 hours. So our big top story, of course, is the weather and this damage at the Edwardsville Amazon warehouse. I want to show you some old video, though, because we have been looking at this facility to try to give you an idea of what it looks like inside. So take a look at this. This is file video from us when we were able to get a look at this warehouse in 2017. So you can just see the stacks of product from floor to ceiling, the heavy equipment, the forklifts, the people there. You know, we were talking to an Amazon worker or someone who claimed to be an Amazon worker today, and they said, you know, any given shift, you're looking at about 500 people working in that facility. And all those products get shipped everywhere. They get shipped East Coast, West Coast, overseas. And people there are working 24 hours a day, especially now that we are just 14 days out from Christmas. So when that storm hit that warehouse, you can just imagine all of the debris and all of the equipment that were impacted in that storm. We have been waiting for several hours tonight to hear from law enforcement. And every time that we check in on that scene, we can see that law enforcement is very busy. It's a very active scene right now. So when we talk to family members who are looking for their loved ones, they're telling us that they have not been able to get any kind of notification, any kind of word from authorities, and that's because we've seen a helicopter, we've seen drones, we've seen big heavy machinery, cranes, doing some lifts to trying to lift out some of the equipment and the heavy machinery that's in the building. I wanted to check an email real quick because our photojournalist Bob Hain is on the scene. He's the one who's bringing us those live pictures. He said that there's lots of mutual aid from surrounding cities. St. Louis County. A large crane arrived to assist in the lifting. He can see several heavy lift tow trucks picking up debris, and that's what we can see now if we're taking a live look at the scene there. And also, again, that Arch helicopter doing work as well. But this is just, if I'm reading Bob's information correctly, this is just one building. The south half of that building, he says, is demolished. And we're getting a live look now. It looks like a ladder from a fire truck is moving, but I can't see what it's doing. Scott, can you see? Is it just, I can't tell if there's like a camera on top of there or if they're just trying to.
Well, they probably do have, you know,
oh,
they
he's
probably
climbing
are
up.
using.
Look, we can see a firefighter. He's climbing up.
They probably are going to try to, well, you don't know. They may have to sustain, make something secure before they do additional. And that's why the drone was up there. The drone is helping them assess what kind of damage situation it is so that they can be safe when they go into their search and rescue.
Yeah. So I will say I've had 2 Amazon workers, people who claim to be Amazon workers, contact us as we're live following this. And one Amazon worker one person who says that they are currently an Amazon worker working in another facility said that they use an app to communicate and get information from Amazon, and also that person is positive. I mean, he doesn't know, right? But feels like everyone would have had an alert on their phone that a storm was coming and would have gotten to take shelter. But I have also talked to people who have worked at Amazon for a number of years at this facility, and when they did not allow cell phones on the floor.
Oh,
so
that would be
So that's something that we have got to find out, you know, obviously. And it also might explain if a family member was trying to reach a loved one and couldn't, that might also be a situation too. Of course, when we talked to Robert Townsend, he said that there was no staging area. Usually when there's something this massive, there's some sort of staging area near the scene so that family can get information from law enforcement or so that the media can get information just to get an update. But we have yet to receive any information. Robert Townsend said that no family members have been able to receive information too. That's why they're all lined up on the highway waiting for someone to come out and give them an update. But we can see so many lights flashing and so many people actively working that we can imagine there's probably just not that time, that privilege to walk away and give that information.
Right.
Because you would imagine that if no one's giving information, that time is really of the essence. And it's dark.
Yeah.
They probably want to get to people before.
Well, they're trying, and obviously the power is out in this area too. So, you know, they're trying to find anybody that they can find that they can get out and do so safely. But yeah, this is, you know, Bob just keeps panning off, and this is a very large response from emergency crews who have come from all around the metro area, including search and rescue crews from both sides of the river. And you see more response ongoing there right now as additional emergency crews come in. So there is a tremendous, as is the case with any what's called a mass casualty incident. Any mass casualty incident is simply we need the resources and the people because we have an unknown number of injuries, or we have an a number of people trapped, or whatever. It's more of a resource call.
Yeah.
And so that's what our first responders are doing tonight. And they've all converged into this industrial complex at this Amazon warehouse, where it looks like the roof and the walls were torn away from part of one of these large buildings here.
Yeah. You know, and as you were saying all that and we were having Bob pan over, you were talking about the law enforcement, but I actually had my eyes set on all of those semi-trucks, all those, all those semi-trucks carrying product. Just imagine how many we saw in the background and how much product fills that facility.
Yeah, there's a lot of, well, we know from the video we had earlier, you know, that facility is stocked with a lot of stuff. There's a lot of things. You know, Amazon's trying to get their product out quickly, and that warehouse is full of goods. And, you know, a lot of those trailers are certainly there. You see another, it looks like ambulance pulling up right now without lights flashing. But there's just, you know, a massive emergency response. And that may be part of, I don't know if it's an ambulance or maybe it's part of the state's emergency response. But that looked like that area where we were was maybe the scene of the command post, if you will.
Yeah. And again, Amazon did give us a response probably about 20 minutes ago saying the safety and well-being of our employees and partners is our top priority right now. We are assessing the situation and will share additional information when it is available. And that's the thing, we're just not getting any information really. I don't think enough people know what's going on. And look at that behind, see the shot that we're on right now, Scott?
Right.
That is what, the roof maybe?
I don't know.
That white element?
It looks like it could be the roof, or it could be the wall kind of caved in there, or maybe a combination of both.
It's
'cause
incredible.
it clearly looks like that was a, I mean, I honestly can't say for sure, but it looks like that would be that the steel beams are there to make, you know, a corner. That was the corner of a building perhaps, or the middle part of that building.
Oh, Bob just texted me because he can hear us as we're
Okay.
talking. He said it's the roof. It's the roof.
Okay.
But again, he said it's one building and the south half of that building is demolished. It's just massive. It is incredibly massive. And also the steel beams held up.
Yeah, around the edges, yeah. Well, and again, as the wind catches something, you know, the wind has an immense force, and you know, you catch something the right way with the wind, and it has a tremendous force.
Yeah. We do have someone who was inside the building, I believe, who wants to talk to us. So we're trying to effort that.
Okay.
As we try to wait.
That must have
for
been a
more
very
information.
scary.
Oh, I can't even
imagine this, being inside something like that with a tornado outside. That looks like I can't tell what fire department that is, but I know Metro, we had fire personnel, first responders from the Missouri side of the river are assisting with this.
I saw,
well.
yeah, I saw, I can't remember if it was Edwardsville police, but they tweeted out, or they shared on Facebook, I can't remember which one, the number of people who had been responding for mutual aid, and that list was extremely long.
Yeah.
I will say Edwardsville Police Department sent out something just probably about an hour ago, just saying we experienced a weather event in town. There is a widespread power outage with down lines. Ameren is working to restore power, which we knew. Please use caution when traveling in town. Edwardsville Fire and other responders are working a scene in the Gateway Commerce Center area, so please stay clear of that area. But again, as we know, a lot of people are out there. I don't think they're being looky-loos. I think that they're actually trying to get information for their loved ones, according to our reporter, Robert Townsend, who was out there.
Well, and you know, it's one of those things where you hear it, especially when you can't get a hold of your loved ones, when you call on the cell phone and you don't get an answer, or that somebody doesn't answer your text. Now, if the employees at Amazon are not allowed to have their cell phones on the floor while they're working, that would be an issue. That would be a reason why you wouldn't be able to get to it, because you know they went to shelter and now they're all somewhere else, or you know whatever. But you don't, you know, if they don't have their cell phone on their person, even if they were you know safe, then you're not going to be able to get to them, get through to them.
But again, this was another thing that the governor of Illinois, J.B. Pritzker, had said just about maybe 2 hours ago. If you are trying to reach a loved one, right now, text them. Do not call them. It'll jam the phone lines for emergencies, and also you're more likely to get a text that goes through in an emergency situation like this.
Yeah, text uses much less bandwidth, so text is the way to go. But again, if the person doesn't have their phone, you know, or their phone has died, then you're not going to get the immediate text back. But clearly, that's an expansive, that whole roof, and you know, I'm going to assume that inside there are racks and rows of things that are stacked or were prior to the roof collapsing on it.
Yeah. If you are just joining us, it is about 12:45 on Saturday morning. We've been live on the air for several hours because of breaking weather and tornadic activity, hail, lots of people taking shelter tonight. This is a live look at Edwardsville, Illinois, and what you're seeing is a mass casualty response to the Amazon warehouse in Edwardsville, Illinois. And just want to reiterate, when we say mass casualty, that means a mass response. It doesn't necessarily mean that there are fatalities. However, it is a potential. And we know that there were a lot of people working in this warehouse this Friday night because we're 2 weeks out from Christmas. This is a distribution center. We know that there are people who are working on the floor, people who are driving, and they're getting the goods out for the holidays. And we also know that they're incentivized to work these late hours, weekends, overnights, 24/7. They are incentivized to do that with pay because of the busy season, the peak season. And when we look at this facility, what you're looking at is just one part of the building. The south part of this building is gone, as you can see. You can just see the steel beams there. We believe this is roughly an 800,000 square foot building. We were covering it when it opened in 2016, so just a handful of years ago. At the time, we reported that 1,500 workers worked there. And I've read anywhere between 1,500 and 2,000 workers since it opened in 2016. When we read about this facility, we see that, yes, maybe 800,000 square feet, but then potentially 1.5 million square feet of goods. When we were looking at some of the video that we shot back in 2017, we saw goods from the floor to the ceiling. And as you can see in those live pictures, it is a very tall building. And again, people are just working 24 hours a day at that facility right now. That storm hit around 8:45, and then there was a second round of storms as well. So we're just seeing this mass response, trying to get information from the police department. In fact, that's why we are staying on air this late hour, because we were told that potentially we would get an update from law enforcement on the scene there. So we just want to hang tight and see if we can get any new information. This is video from earlier tonight when our crews just got on the scene there, but it has really not changed since we've been there. Lots of lights and sirens, lots of response, lots of mutual aid coming to this scene to try to find people, we assume. We've also seen big crane trucks and helicopters we believe the crane trucks and the tow trucks to lift heavy equipment. We saw in some of the video, you know, forklifts and other things are used daily in that facility. So we have heard from the governor of Illinois, heard from Amazon. Again, this is a live look at the scene. You can see a light above the building. We believe that is a drone looking for perhaps people or you know, people who may be trapped. At one point tonight, we heard anywhere between 50 and 100 people may have been trapped inside that facility. So we do believe that time is of the essence for many of these people because law enforcement has not been able to stop and give us a report. Law enforcement has not been able to stop and give families an update. We know that a lot of people are just hanging out on the side of the road waiting for information about their loved ones. We were able to talk to one woman who hadn't heard from her husband since 8 o'clock tonight. And first she got a message saying that he was okay, and then she was never able to hear from him again. So there are stories like that and people like that waiting to hear some sort of information. But this has been a very active day, a very active night, and as you can imagine, this scene will be active for many hours and maybe longer.
It'll
you know,
be
when you've
into
covered
tomorrow.
something like this, it doesn't end in a day.
No.
This is something that will go on for a while.
Yeah, and I think at this point, you know, they're still in the rescue mode here.
Yes,
They
absolutely.
want to make sure they find everybody that they can and get them safely out of that debris and everything that's fallen in on top of that warehouse from the roof collapse.
Yeah. I don't want to be ominous, but you pointed out that you saw ambulances without
Yeah.
lights. Yeah.
Well, and they look like they were arriving to the scene. So, you know, they may be bringing in extra manpower too at this point, and every available, because you've gone into a mass casualty situation. You need people on scene to help triage. You know, there's a lot going on there for our first responders. And to be honest, we can look from afar and we can just assume, or based on what we see, make assumptions or presumptions about what they're doing. But, you know, we don't have the ability to talk to anybody there right now. And they're too busy with search and rescue to talk with us.
Right.
Which is totally fine. So we let them, and you can see the people moving around, and they're working hard, but they're doing it methodically, I'm sure, to prevent additional damage or, you know, whatever the debris is that they're working through. They need to be safe about their methodology here.
Absolutely. It is interesting to see them at work. We saw a firefighter climb a ladder you know, maybe to look down at the facility, you know, to get an overview of the shot. Again, you know, you're right, Scott. Here we are making these sort of assumptions because we don't have the ability to talk to law enforcement. But these images are so incredible. To see a facility as big as this warehouse was to just fall flat, or parts of it anyway.
Yeah, to
during
have
the
the
storm.
roof just ripped off, and in some cases it looks like the roof was deposited into part of the warehouse, and those walls that were there are all gone too.
Yeah.
So everything
Yeah.
is gone.
And to give you, again, an idea of what this facility looked like, we actually have it in operation. So this was a look back in 2017 when the warehouse had been open just for a few months. And you can see lots of activity there, lots of boxes, lots of product, lots of, look, from the floor to the ceiling. We also see forklifts. We see just a tremendous amount of bodies and boxes and equipment working there, and we know this time of year nonstop. So this is where people, you know, get their goods. These they go to the warehouse and then they get shipped out East Coast, West Coast, overseas, and anything. I was reading anything from, you know, shoes to candy. So this is just a massive warehouse filled with tons of stuff, and it also makes you wonder. On top of all this, right, because we're looking at the holidays, it also makes you wonder, okay, what's going to happen to everyone's goods that were in that facility?
Well,
You know,
and I'm sure they'll
I
figure.
mean, that's the last thing that
Yeah.
you worry about. But what I mean, you know, we're just so close to the holidays. People were working overtime. They were working all these hours to get the job done. This is the peak season.
And I'm sure, you know, I'm sure there's some sort of backup plan for all of that, you know, when you don't have a warehouse. But it's the reality is right now, you know, we don't know how many people were in there, but you said you would think it would be at least 500.
According to one of the, we've had a lot of people, you know, text in and write and say that they either worked at an Amazon facility, worked at that particular facility, or currently work at an Amazon facility, you know, in the area. And they said typically they believe that about 500 people would be working at that facility at any given shift. So that's a lot. I mean, that's a lot of people.
That's a lot of folks. And you would think with the holidays and, you know, Amazon and UPS and FedEx, everybody that ships packages or is in that, you know, mode of commerce, they've all been looking for extra workers now. So you would
Absolutely.
think there would be some, maybe your number of people is a little bit higher than average.
Yeah, and I was even looking, you know, Amazon had like given, I think it was like $3,000 signing bonuses for people to get on to, you know, get into the warehouse to work, and then also paying extra, you know, decent wages for them to work those hours. Again, we have heard from Governor J.B. Pritzker from Illinois. We've also heard from Amazon at this time, but the statements have been pretty vague, other than to stay out of the area or to text your loved ones if you're trying to reach them and get information. That's the best opportunity for you to try to reach a loved one. Amazon says that its priority right now is safety and the concern for the workers, so they're trying to find more information and release that. I'm just trying to look and see if there's any more information. I mean, that's really all that we're getting, other than to avoid that area if you can, and that seems to be the major things. So right now we are still trying to wait and see if we can get some sort of information from law enforcement. We were told that that might be happening within the next few minutes. But we are still gathering information to see what we can find out from anyone who may have been on the scene or who may be responding to the scene as well. The good news with all of that is that there is no more severe weather, right? We've been worried about severe weather all night long, and Scott says that there should be no more weather hampering potentially the search efforts, though it could be windy, right?
It will be windy.
Yeah, okay.
That'll be the only threat.
Okay, yeah. Well, that's not bad, but I can see the radar behind you. It's
Yeah.
looking pretty, it's
Yeah,
moving on out.
It's moving on out.
Yeah.
Some of these storms down in Kentucky have really caused some problems tonight too. One went from near Jonesboro, Arkansas. It's really pushing history with maybe one of the longest track tornadoes, in years. It may be more than 200 miles of continuous damage the way we're looking at it. I don't know. I'm just reading some stuff on Twitter and seeing some various posts with the tornado rotation track and all the reports of damage with it, but it's been warned for an awful long time. So there's a lot of other places that are also dealing with severe weather and the damage tonight and the cleanup, and it's going to take a while to assess that. I know the Paducah National Weather Service office, I don't know if they were hit by a tornado or if they just lost power, but I do know it still looks like Springfield, Missouri is backing up Paducah and issuing all their warnings right now. So that's a...
Scott, do we know how many states or areas in general have been touched tonight by storms? I know
Well,
Arkansas, I know...
Texas had warnings, Arkansas, Kentucky, Tennessee. I don't know if we had any really in Oklahoma, but Indiana has some warnings now. They're trying to spread towards Ohio. And then on the backside of this, you have, near blizzard conditions across parts of Iowa.
Oh, you're kidding.
And up into, parts of Minnesota, the Twin Cities, getting quite a bit of snow up there. So that's on the cold side of the storm, which we are not on the cold side. So, it's, at least we're not dealing with winter weather, but the price we paid for the warmer temperatures today and not being in that is the severe weather this evening.
Mm-hmm. Now, when you talked about winds potentially tomorrow, I mean, won't the ground be saturated?
Well, the ground is, we're close to, and in some cases in the metro area, we've been in a moderate drought. And to be honest, tonight's rainfall was kind of fast and furious.
Okay.
So just to quickly look at what we've got here, let me look at the rainfall totals. When I looked earlier, it was pretty pathetic.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. I mean, they were quick. I think some spots had more than a half an inch, maybe an inch. But the ground is so dry right now that it's literally rock solid in a lot of places, especially along the Missouri River. So that water never got a chance to soak in. I'm looking at Parks Airport downtown. Looks like they've had maybe 0.03 of an inch. I know Lambert had a couple of good storms go over, so they're pushing 0.9.
Oh, okay.
So you do have some spots that had close to an inch, but for most areas, you didn't get a lot of heavy rainfall, and what we did get came fast, and most of it would have run off instead of soaking in. So at least the ground, in one respect, it's good the ground isn't wet because the trees won't blow over, but we've probably had some branches in those trees that have been weakened because of the storms tonight, and the additional winds overnight and into tomorrow morning, they could gust, 40 to 45 miles per hour at times, maybe enough to drop a few more trees, cause some more scattered power outages, that sort of thing.
What about hail tonight? Did we have widespread hail? It
We did
seemed
not
like
have
we had a lot of
widespread
reports.
We saw some reports, but we didn't have widespread hail, and that really wasn't our biggest threat. We were concerned more with the winds.
Sure.
We did get a few reports of some hail. Most of it was a smaller hail.
Okay, yeah.
So, you've got to get up to a quarter size 1-inch hail before it really causes any damage.
Yeah. I also, a couple of things. A lot of people are writing into us saying that they are getting debris from all over, in particular styrofoam. So a lot of people think that maybe that might be from the warehouse. Honestly, we couldn't tell you that, but
well, and when you have something that's light, if it gets carried up into a cloud, 15 to 20,000 feet up in a cloud, something that's light that floats easily. When you're flying up into a cloud and the winds up there are running close to 100 miles per hour or higher, it's going to go a good distance before it eventually settles out. So that's not uncommon to see things carried far, far away.
didn't you say that you heard a report of someone being lifted up in their car tonight?
Yeah, we said, I had a friend that texted me and said her daughter was going into the valley and the car in front of them lifted off they saw them lifted off the ground. And they had damage to both of the windows on the side windows from the debris.
That reminds me, just for future reference, when you're on the road and there's a storm coming, what are you supposed to do?
Well, you're supposed to stop before you get to the storm.
Okay,
You know,
right.
you want to stay behind it. If you're far enough ahead of it, you just want to get to your place where you're going to be in a safe shelter. But you don't want to be driving through a storm. And I think that's what happened probably to the folks driving through the valley. You know, they knew there was a storm somewhere, and they just drive right into what's the debris field of that tornado that was down along Highway 94.
Yeah,
So-
and we saw that overturned tractor trailer.
And then we had the overturned tractor trailer, which was kind of the precursor to what happened in Edwardsville, I think.
Yeah.
So,
Another thing, we still have, and I know you've addressed this tonight, but we've been on air literally for 6 hours, almost going on 7 now. You have, at least. We still have people who just cannot believe that we have tornadoes in December.
yeah, and you know, it's not unheard of. Anytime you get warm, humid air that's in here, and you can get a strong jet stream and the energy to come overhead, and that's what we had today. We pulled all the ingredients together. We had the warm, humid air. It was humid this morning. It got warm this evening as the warm front lifted through later this afternoon, lifted north of St. Louis. And that set the stage, because then you're somewhat unstable, not as much as you would be on a warmer day in spring, but for this time of year, you're unstable. And then you take really strong winds upstairs. They act as a vacuum cleaner and literally just kind of suck the air up. And that causes the rising motion and enhances it. And you've got winds at the ground that are running out of the southeast, and then the ones up aloft are coming out of the southwest. So you already have a twisting going on, plus you've got the speed going on. So you have a lot of twisting that's developing in the storms. When all that can come together in just the right way in any of those storms, it can produce a tornado. And I think that's what we saw happen this evening down across St. Charles County, back around the Defiance area, you know, maybe not too far from Augusta. We saw those debris signatures on the radar where all the ingredients were coming together just so in each storm and to cause the damage that we've seen.
I do have someone from one of our sister stations in Cincinnati saying that they're watching our live stream because they're concerned about the weather there. So is it going to
Well,
peter
and
out, or is it going to keep going east?
They're going to have some stronger storms, but I don't think they'll be as bad as, you know, what we're dealing
Okay.
with here. And, you know, we've had sister stations in Indianapolis tonight, our sister stations in Memphis, down in Arkansas, Little Rock, and down into Memphis. I mentioned Memphis. You know, we've had several of our stations, our sister stations, have been very busy tonight with
Yeah.
weather coverage.
I saw a video, and I don't know if we have it, but I saw a video from Jonesboro, Arkansas tonight that made kind of the viral rounds. It was like a double twister that had come down. I mean, obviously we want to confirm that, but I've seen it on
Yeah.
so many different publications tonight that there were two tornadoes right in frame, you know, that they were really close to one another.
And I don't know if that's true or not, because
yeah.
obviously I've
You've
been
been busy.
focused,
Yeah, right.
you know, it's kind of a little bit busy here to delve with what was going on in Arkansas. But, you know, and some of that we have to filter through and kind of check, because people do recirculate video from times past. But, you know, we're pretty confident what we showed you earlier from Edwardsville is the real deal from tonight. And we try to double check that, you know, and make sure of those things, because people do circulate videos. And there's some things that just clearly people will grab a picture from something that happened a few years ago. It's just like the shark that you always see swimming in Houston. You know, it's
Right.
it's something that somebody photoshopped or they did something
Yeah.
to. But we have seen some, honestly, true pictures that are just of pretty bad damage. And I don't want to mess up the name of the place in Kentucky, but there's one county in Kentucky where the county courthouse was hit, and hit hard.
Oh, really?
I think it's Graves County, Mayfield, Kentucky.
Okay.
And so somebody posted a picture of that, and it's pretty dramatic. So, and I think that's authentic. It looks authentic, and I know that area had bad storms. So, you know, it's a night where a lot of people will remember this night for an extended period of time.
Oh, yeah.
Unfortunately, for the wrong reasons.
Yeah, unfortunately. Here we are, it's just 5 minutes after 1 o'clock, and we've been talking about storms. We've been keeping an eye on the situation in Edwardsville, Illinois, because it is a massive scene. It is ongoing. We do have a crew on the scene. Our photojournalist, Bob Hain, has been showing us these incredible pictures while also trying to send us information back, because we know that law enforcement and first responders are extremely busy right now. We've said it before, but just to give you a recap, if you're just tuning in, authorities have not been able to give us information, and they've not been able to give families information. And that's because people are hard at work. So we're efforting, we are trying to talk to someone in law enforcement who can give us more information. We also are efforting to talk to people who were inside that building, and we know that our Justina Cornell, she is efforting that as well, and will hopefully bring that to us in just a little bit. But what we know, when we were talking earlier about a fire truck ladder, and a firefighter climbing up the ladder, that ladder was repositioned to clear a girder, according to Bob Hain, who's out on the scene there. So it looks like there's apparently some sort of line or something that is maybe in the way, can't really see from where we are. We also know that the helicopter that was working that scene has left. It left earlier, not sure if it was loaded or not. But we do know that there have also been drones, at least a drone working that scene as well. A worker from the neighboring warehouse says there's no notification from Amazon about if they are working or not either. It would be hard to imagine with an investigation ongoing and all those things, if that facility will be open to people who want to go to work, now or tomorrow or whenever.
And I think that's going to be a problem. I mean, you can't imagine that they'd be able to, fix that very quickly. So those folks that do work there will probably. Now, you did mention that there's more than one building in this complex.
There is, and so we had been showing you some video of one of the facilities when it had opened in 2016. Well, we also heard that maybe that this building is potentially a delivery site. But I'm not sure exactly what that means. I mean, I can, guess.
Well, and there's a tremendous amount of warehouse space there in the Metro East. So, and I'm sure there's some of it that's still, I would think, available. That maybe, Amazon strikes me as a company who would quickly be able to adjust and adapt so that the people that do work there are able to continue their employment, because that would be the last thing you would want is right now to not be able to work. But obviously you're not going to be able to go into that building.
No, absolutely
work,
not. And you might not even be able to get on certain parts of the property anyway. It is interesting. We're getting a lot of pictures, I just want to say, from viewers who are sending us in styrofoam. I remember I mentioned we're getting a lot of styrofoam. We don't know if the styrofoam's from the warehouse, but apparently a lot of viewers seem to think that it is. And someone just texted in a picture saying that some styrofoam was found near an apartment complex about 10 miles away from that Amazon facility. Additionally, they wanted to tell us that unfortunately they know a lot of students at SIUE who work at this particular Amazon facility too.
Which makes sense, yeah.
Yeah, because of the location for sure. So if you're just joining us, it is 8 minutes after 1 o'clock. We are looking live at the Amazon warehouse facility in Edwardsville, Illinois. We've been bringing this scene to you throughout the evening because it is a massive investigation. It is an ongoing and active scene, and we believe that authorities are trying to find workers who may have been trapped because at one point tonight, we were told that there could be anywhere between 50 and 100 people trapped inside that Amazon facility. We have, throughout the evening, talked to people who were hoping to get word from their loved ones. We talked to a woman who said that she talked to her husband around 8 o'clock tonight, I believe, and he said, everything's okay. I mean, you were on air, Scott, for
Right.
storms then, warning people about storms. And we know that about 8:30, according to the Edwardsville Police Department, that about 8:33, in fact, they say, that's when the storm hit that building. And not only did that storm hit the building, we also know that another round of storms came through
Yeah,
as well.
and we had some gusty winds, some heavy
Yeah.
rain, a lot of lightning, which just complicates, you know, the recovery, search and recovery at that point, because you're trying to get into people, find people, and you have another massive thunderstorm roll in.
Yeah,
So they had to deal with that. The good news is now there's no more threat of severe weather.
yeah.
So just gusty winds.
Yeah.
No rain.
Everything is developing and it's still ongoing. And even just within the last hour, we've heard from the governor of Illinois and also from Amazon. We want to pull up Amazon's statement. They're saying the safety and well-being of our employees and partners is our top priority right now. We're assessing the situation and will share additional information when it's available. Again, Amazon's statement came in, I would say, within the hour. It just seems like a lot of people don't know much. Honestly, that's what it seems like. The Edwardsville Police Department has released information too, but it's really telling us and reiterating things that we already know. For example, they said approximately 8:33 tonight, a severe weather event occurred on the west end of Edwardsville, resulting in the Amazon warehouse suffering a partial building collapse. And you could see that when we take those pictures or a live look, you can see that there was a roof collapse and then also the walls were gone. But the Edwardsville Police and Fire Departments responded to the scene along with departments from surrounding agencies. It looked like dozens of agencies, honestly, but a search and rescue operation was commenced and is ongoing at this time. So again, Edwardsville Police just posted that 25 minutes ago saying that the search is ongoing at this time. We've also heard from the governor of Illinois, J.B. Pritzker. He has basically said that they are keeping an eye on the situation and that if anyone wants to try to contact any loved one who may be impacted by the storms, not just the Amazon warehouse situation, but anyone impacted by the storms and they can't reach someone, just a reminder that it's always good to try to text rather than call, because texting right now, you're likely to get through as opposed to a phone call. So we are hearing from those agencies, from law enforcement, from the top people in the state of Illinois, but at the same time, we're not learning a lot of new information. I have a feeling we're going to get a lot of new information as the hours go on, because we still have yet to hear at least once from law enforcement giving us an idea of what's happening on the scene. When our Robert Townsend was there doing a live shot just a little while ago, he was saying that people were lined up along the highway to try and wait to get information. I know that a lot of the people who were just interested in looking at the damage, our photographer Bob Haynes says that most of those people now have gone. He does say, he just texted me, and he's running a camera at the same time. Bob says it looks like there's also no power in the neighboring warehouses either. So if there's no power, it'd be hard to go to work as well.
Yeah, and well, that's one of the things in Madison County in general. There are 11,777 customers without power in Madison County right now. One of the harder hit. Although there's also some larger numbers, or a fair number of people, percentage-wise larger numbers, but just less population up into parts of central Illinois. But Madison County by far is really looking at the largest power outages right now.
Is that an industrial area?
That is there's a big warehouse area there.
Okay.
So it's a complex. Somebody just tweeted me, and they tweeted you,
Oh, yeah, I see. Okay, yeah.
from the P&G warehouse, which is 2 buildings down, and said that they were waiting in the break room and didn't even know, waiting it out in the break room and didn't even know what happened until they saw the reports on the phone.
Yeah.
So,
We are getting mixed information too. You know, some people said, "Hey, I don't know if the workers would even be able to have their phones to get a warning." And then I had someone else text in and say, "Oh, they absolutely would have had their phones and would have had a warning." So it's hard to say.
I think that's the P&G,
Okay.
the Procter & Gamble warehouse there.
And that is always the most fascinating thing about a storm.
Yeah, one spot's completely with devastation and another, nothing.
Yeah.
So, but clearly this has been a devastating night for this area around Edwardsville. And it seems to be concentrated in this area, in the industrial park, because the police department did not have anything else to address really, other than there's lots of power outages and that this was ongoing.
It does look like we're seeing some movement from some responders.
Yeah, they're probably shifting some crews around, moving some manpower. Maybe they need some more light too, since the power's out.
Yeah.
And then again, these could be people that are arriving that it's taken them, because you got to remember, St. Charles County right now, I'm pretty sure there's, New Melly put out a call a little while ago, about 4 hours ago, when the storm went through along Highway 94 and Highway F, that they had multiple rescue efforts underway. So I'm sure you've had, in multiple locations around our area tonight, there have been large emergency responses to the damage we've
People have
seen.
got to be strapped tonight, don't you think?
Yeah, and you know, you're having crews coming in that can help, but they may be coming from an hour and a half or 2 hours away. And there's an organized way that they do it, but it is spread out over, a pretty good distance.
Yeah, and a lot of those first responders, I think they must have gotten on the scene shortly after 8:30. So you're right on being strapped, but also a shift change, perhaps.
Yeah.
I'm
Some
sure
of them
they-
are 24 hours and some are 12 hours, and some of these fire departments are staffed by volunteers. It could be the guy down the street from you.
Yeah, that's true. That's very true. I'm trying to look at what's going on in that ambulance. Do you see that in the right corner?
Yeah.
Maybe they're just working.
Well, I suspect they do have a triage area if somebody has been trapped and they're able to pull them out before they're going to check them out and assess what kind of treatment they need and what they need to do
Right.
to go from there.
I still find it just interesting that there hasn't been a staging area set up for media or for family that we know of. And that just tells me that people are really working.
Yeah,
you
they're
know,
they're very busy, and I think that's part of the resources that are coming. That are coming in from the state level too. We'll see maybe some additional resources where the state emergency management folks can, come in and help out the local folks who are kind of, at this point, really using all of their resources.
Let me ask you, when people come in and they survey the damage, will they be able to do that tomorrow?
They will try, the National Weather Service will try tomorrow. And I don't know, they've had a long night tonight. You don't know who's out of town. There's still obligations that they all have to put out their forecast products. But, any available person that can work the extra time tomorrow, they will go out and survey the damage that they know about. I'm sure there's going to be a survey in St. Charles County. I'm sure there'll be a survey in this area around Edwardsville. I'm pretty confident. I say I'm sure, 99% sure. And I suspect they will try to get to it tomorrow. Going down into southern Reynolds County, that may take a little bit longer because it's such a long drive. And you keep in mind, we're at the shortest days of the year. This is the shortest amount of daylight we have.
Right.
during the year for about the next 3 weeks.
I don't think anybody's getting sleep, you know. When you were saying that, if when people would be out, I was just looking at St. Charles County, their government page, and the county executive, Steve Ellman, and St. Charles County Police Officer Brian Clay, they both were out speaking to residents in defiance tonight after that tornado touched down in that area, and we know at least one death happened there. But that was also a building collapse, so to speak, right? That was the damage report that we had. I don't know what kind of building it was, if that meant a house or what.
Well, I'm looking at some of the pictures, and I can see the pictures I see now that were posted on St. Charles County, Missouri Traffic Facebook page shows one house that's lost its roof, and so you've got that, substantial damage.
Right.
Those would be winds greater than 100 miles an hour easily.
When they're over 100, what kind of storm is that? EF?
Well, it's going to be between an EF1, EF2, maybe EF3.
Oh, wow.
When you completely, it depends on how well the building is built, and we can't tell tonight.
Sure.
But how well the building is built, and when you look at the damage, depending on the type of building and whether it was constructed well or not, then you can assess, what the estimated wind speed would be. And that's what they'll do when they go out for the surveys. Now, they'll be able to say these trees were snapped, and you get into an area where there's a forest and the only damage you have is trees snapped. Your trees will snap at maybe 80 miles an hour, let's just say. So you can't rate it much higher than that because, it's a tree and it snaps at 80. And so you've got a limit on sometimes they're stronger than what the damage is because the damage target, isn't something that there wasn't anything else there.
Right. Kind of interesting. We're efforting more interviews tonight. We're trying to hear from law enforcement about what happened in many areas, but mostly in this Amazon warehouse in the Edwardsville, Illinois area. We did talk to one of our viewers. Her name is LaToya, and she said her son was inside the Amazon warehouse when this all happened. She talked to him roughly a couple of hours ago. He is okay, so that's great news. And we are efforting a conversation with him, so stay tuned for that. Really, we want to just keep staying on the air because you can see progress happening live overnight, and this is such an active and massive scene that we want to be able to bring some sort of progress report as this continues. Again, if you happen to just be joining us and you want to check in, we have been on the air since dinner time tonight talking about the storms and this Amazon warehouse in Edwardsville just suffered a lot of damage. A building collapse, looked like a roof collapse, and some of the walls, I don't know if the exterior walls are gone. You can just see steel beams. Our Bob Hain is a photojournalist who was out on the scene. Robert Townsend was also on the scene. Justina Cornell was in Defiance earlier tonight. We've been out as safely as we can. But even Robert and Bob, when they were out there in the beginning of tonight, after we heard that this had happened, we actually had to pull them back because of that second round of storms. So, the nocturnal tornadoes are very frightening, I think, especially on a Friday night when people are just ready to relax after a long week, I feel.
Well, anytime it happens at dark, you can't see. You've got trees around here, so it's dark nighttime tornadoes in general are bad. They'd be especially bad if people were sleeping, and I think that's where maybe we were okay tonight in that it happened a little bit sooner and earlier, and as a consequence, we're in a situation where it's not, it could have been worse than it was.
Yeah.
Obviously, with the damage, it's bad enough.
It's bad enough. I just want to say something on the air because we're just nonstop. Sam, if you can hear me, I'm going to post something. Apparently, we've got some drone video from one of our viewers who was near that Amazon site. And actually, Bob Hain, who is our photojournalist on the scene, said that there were a lot of people who were coming, you know, near the property to get a look at the damage there. He said that most of those people are now gone, which is probably good news for authorities. We know that, you know, authorities have been asking people to stay out of that area so that law enforcement can do their job. But when you look, when Bob zooms out, you can see that there is a big distance between the highway and the warehouse. But yeah, we're just waiting on some sort of confirmation as to what happened. I mean, we know that a tornado or a storm hit the warehouse. We do know that at one point it was said that up to 100 people were trapped inside. We do know that a lot of families were still looking for some sort of resolution or some sort of updates. But we know that we have a lot of crews, even here in the newsroom, behind the scenes, out in the field, talking to law enforcement, trying to get some pieces of information. Of course, everyone is really busy right now, but hopefully we will have some information from law enforcement very soon. This is the message that I'm getting from our producers. So we do want to stay on air as long as we can until we can keep getting just an idea of what happened. When you see some of the images there, it's just incredible. Bob said this is the south side of the building that we're looking at that's destroyed. But you can see the steel beams. I mean, the steel beams look great. For the most part, right?
Well, and usually you do have, you know, most of these facilities would be built with, you know, people are saying there's styrofoam that flew out. Probably was, you know, styrofoam panels covered by some sort of steel wall type thing. Warehouses, they tend to have that similar appearance in most cases. And clearly we peeled off the roof or moved the roof off of this.
Yeah, yeah. We are getting a lot of texts from people who are giving us some ideas of what they think happened or who they think has been impacted, but I just need to say that we cannot report anything until we have a better idea. You know, maybe some confirmation from authorities. But now a lot of people, I'm sure, in Edwardsville are sharing information, you know, rumor has it kind of thing, now that we're in hour 7 of our coverage tonight. Again, this happened around 8:30 tonight. This was the result of one storm that came through Edwardsville around 8:33, according to the police department. And then, as we know, there was a second round, so to speak, and so that has hampered a lot of the search and a lot of the recovery efforts. But we do believe that authorities are making some significant progress, and so hopefully we will bring that information to you in just a little bit. I want to say that I've been off air looking at some incredible drone video that came in from one of our viewers. And if we have an opportunity to share that with people, it is incredible to see the amount of loss that you can see from the vantage point of looking straight down on this building. And I'm sure it's shared on social media. I understand that it was shared on my Facebook page, and that's where I'm able to see this. But we'll hopefully try to share some of it with you.
Well, I'm just looking earlier this evening, there was a large tornado that went through the Carruthersville area.
Oh, really?
And which is down in the Boot Heel. Very large tornado. So signature you would never want to see on the radar screen. This was from earlier tonight with the fire crews, some of the first responders sliding in and arriving at the scene there. So the good news is there's no more threat of severe weather.
Yeah. Outside of Edwardsville, though, Do you think that that was the worst? I mean,
Well, I think
or was
that's...
it just? I mean, was that just the worst because of where it hit, or do you think that there were other parts of our area that got hit worse?
Well, I don't know if they got hit worse. I think parts of St. Charles County have substantial damage, specifically going south along Highway 94, south of 4064. That's one area where we're pretty confident there's extensive damage. And then you have the other area that's been reported down in Reynolds County and this area over in Edwardsville. So those seem to be the three areas where we've had the largest reports.
Yeah. And I wonder, Defiance probably will be much, I mean, it'll be interesting to see Defiance in the morning.
Right. Well, and with the nighttime hours, we're not going to be able to get the full assessment.
Right.
You know, you can't really, and fortunately, that area along Highway 94 is generally a rural area. There's a lot of, you know, natural Missouri state parks and,
Yeah.
not state parks, but
Well, this is the
natural
damage in
resources
Defiance
here.
tonight,
Yeah.
Scott. Take a look at this. This is the building collapse we must have been talking about.
yeah,
then.
that's, and the roof off a house. It looks like a very similar shot. So there's just a lot of bad weather happening. So here's the Edwardsville tornado video.
Oh, that came in
shot.
through our text line tonight.
Yeah,
So is that the definition of a tornado right there? Because
it's
you
got
can
to touch the ground.
Okay.
So, and it's lofting debris, and you can see it lofting debris. And that's what we see on the radar. And that's how we can confirm a tornado is on the ground, even if no one sees it or calls it in.
But see, when I see that, I'm not a weather expert, so I'm not trying to be, but you know, you see that and you go, oh, that looks kind of wimpy.
Well, we're far away from it. We're fairly far away from it here. That's off in the distance. So, and it may only be, you know, maybe it's the width of a football field. Maybe it's 100 yards or 150 yards wide.
Yeah.
If that's what went through the Amazon warehouse, you see what kind of damage it can do.
Sure.
You
And
know.
when we see that piece of debris, it's probably massive. You know,
Yeah.
it's probably a big piece.
It's
of
larger than you
something.
think, yes. Yeah.
That is just incredible.
And here's some debris in St. Charles.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, that's from the ambulance district. So the St. Charles County Ambulance District, and it looked like this would be in probably a cross between, I'm sure, Augusta Fire, New Melly, and Cottleville all would have assisted on this tonight because those would be the closest fire districts in there. And they probably called in some mutual aid from surrounding areas. So it's
We
been
know
a
that-
very active night.
I was going to say, we know that so many Ameren workers were deployed tonight around the area in Illinois and Missouri.
Yeah. And we know they've activated the Emergency Operations Center over in Illinois to kind of assess the outages, especially in Madison County. So we have about 11,000 customers in Madison County without power.
Yeah.
There's a fair number in St. Charles County, too. Those numbers will fluctuate. And again, they have to assess the situation, and you have to treat every cable line, power line, whatever line is down. If it's down and you're outside and you see it, you stay away from it, treat it as a live wire.
Absolutely. That's great advice. Since you mentioned Illinois, I will tell you what Governor Pritzker said, because he activated the State Emergency Operations Center to assist local jurisdictions respond to the severe weather situation. And there's a tweet that he sent about Edwardsville. He said, "My prayers are with the people of Edwardsville tonight, and I've reached out to the mayor to provide any needed state resources. Our Illinois State Police and Ready Illinois are both coordinating closely with local officials, and I will continue to monitor that situation." Again, earlier, we know that the Edwardsville mayor spoke to our Robert Townsend when he was on the scene tonight, and the Edwardsville mayor happened to be in Chicago and was trying to get back, but bad weather hampered that trip. So the Edwardsville mayor will be hopefully back in the city tomorrow. But let me just try to read, sum up what Governor Pritzker said. He said among the hardest hit areas has been Madison County, which is what Scott was saying, where local authorities are responding to that partial collapse of a warehouse near Pontoon Beach. Among the state agencies offering assistance now are the Illinois Emergency Management Agency, the Illinois State Police, the Illinois Department of Transportation, and Illinois Department of Public Health. So a lot of agencies are working overnight tonight. Multiple mutual aid organizations, including Mutual Aid Box Alarm System, which is MABS, and volunteer organizations are also responding to the scene. So Governor Pritzker also just encouraged people to help state and local authorities do their jobs right now. As we've been watching and peeking into that live scene, they are working very hard, and it's an active scene. So they're asking people to avoid the area until further notice, and just stay clear of any damage, any areas with damage, and allow rescue crews time and space to do their jobs, because now people are more than likely tired. They're working in the dark, likely just exhausted from being in a severe weather situation for so long. But we've said this tonight multiple times, but the governor reiterated that if you are trying to reach a loved one at this hour and you can't reach them, always try to text first, because texts usually go through on a cell phone. It also just says residents are encouraged to continue monitoring weather throughout the night, but we know from Scott saying that we're probably in the clear. We're looking pretty good. Might be some wind factored in tomorrow, right, Scott? Just a little bit, but overall, no more severe weather, which is good, which is really good.
Yeah, we're just looking at gusty winds. That could impact things. Winds are going to gust probably to around 40, 45 miles per hour as we go through the overnight into early tomorrow morning. But that's it. It'll be dry. We'll have some morning clouds. Then the sun comes back tomorrow afternoon. Sunday is a bright sunny day. And while we're in the 40s tomorrow and it's got a wintry feel, much colder obviously, it warms back up into the 50s on Sunday, and by Monday and Tuesday, we should be back above 60 degrees. The next round, though, doesn't look severe when we get our next round of storms or showers along about, Wednesday or Thursday.
Yeah, that's really comforting, because when I saw the 7-day and it said 70,
Yeah.
there was a minute of joy, and then there was also like this, oh no, I can't deal with bad weather again, because it seems like there's always a balance.
This is pushing it down.
Yeah. I just want to remind everyone, too, if you're not watching us on air, you can also watch us live on Facebook. We are streaming live, probably, I would also imagine, on KSDK.com, on the app, and on Facebook. So I'm seeing a lot of comments coming through. I like to read through some of those when we are in a wall-to-wall situation, just to see what people are saying, if they have any information that maybe we don't have at this time that we can check out. I've said this, so I hate repeating myself, but we are efforting to talk to law enforcement. That's why we are staying on the air, because one, the scene is just a massive active scene, and we hope to get some sort of information, whether that be to the families, or whether that be because we found survivors, or whether there's going to be a staging area. We need to know the next steps forward going through the night, because this is going to be a big scene, and for quite a while. We know that. It's just massive. So we're trying to get more information from law enforcement. Bob Hain is our photojournalist who has really, been such a great, really a news hero for us. He's been out there working and getting so much information for you as well. And so I know he's efforting, talking to a police officer, and then Justina Cornell, who actually ended up being in Defiance tonight, ended up talking to someone who reached out to us saying that her son was inside that Amazon warehouse and is okay. So that's great news. But I know she just wrapped up an interview with him, and we will be bringing that to you shortly. but it's just incredible when you look at this facility. And I mean, we're talking hundreds of thousands of square feet here. And you can see just how the roof collapsed, the walls caved in, and you see those steel beams just right there. Bob, our photographer, said that this is the south, a south building, or the south side of the building. Now I can't remember because it's been, yeah. He did give us a shot of some of the other buildings around. We looked at P&G, that's another warehouse that's near that area. Worldwide Technology is just up the road as well. So there's a potential there for a lot of damage, you know, for a lot of millions of dollars of damage, really, because you're talking about these, you know, pretty big warehouses.
And they're loaded with all kinds of things.
Yeah,
I
all
mean,
kinds of
products.
product and machinery. We do know that a worker from one of the neighboring warehouses says that there's no notification yet from Amazon about if they're working or not, because we know that, of course, the work continues, right? Well, the work doesn't continue if there's no power, and also Amazon hasn't given that word yet whether people are going to go back to work. I would imagine they're not going to go back to work on that property, but
No, or they'll be doing cleanup.
Yeah.
You know, they got to get it structurally. First, the search and rescue
Right.
has to be done, and then they've got to get it structurally to a point where they can, you know, go back in there. So
Yeah.
that's going to be an emergency management thing right now, working through the search and rescue for the remainder of the night.
Yeah, and we saw some of those, you know, the fire trucks using ladders to
Right, they had
assist.
the aerial towers up, yeah.
Yeah, we saw cranes. We saw
Cranes
cranes
out
being
there.
used. We also saw tow trucks being used. I mean, some big equipment.
Trying to move, well, you're moving a lot of metal and roofing material, and it's collapsed on top of, you know, what theoretically, we don't know exactly, but
Right.
theoretically would be, you know, rows and rows, aisles and aisles of stacked goods, or
Yeah,
however they have it arranged in there.
and I'm sure there's a lot that's, you know, been discovered since we've been on the air, but there is still a sense of urgency and a sense that time is of the essence
Well, and they
because
wanna
of
make
the
sure-
work that we're seeing right now.
Yeah, they want to make sure they account for everybody.
Right.
You know, if there's somebody stuck in there, they're trying to get to them, you know, hopefully with a good outcome. But that's
Yeah.
that's what they want to make sure they account for everybody.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of comments from people saying prayers to all the families. A lot of people are just worried, you know, to see what happens. We have talked to family members who've been searching for their loved ones and waiting for authorities to reach out. And so that's what we're waiting on. You know, it's hard. It's really hard for us to surmise what's happening because we're getting the same vantage point that you are. We're looking at this with fresh eyes just as you are. And we're not able to talk to law enforcement. So we're doing our best to get as much
Trying to
information
get-
as
yes.
possible from people on the scene. But a lot of people on the scene right now are you know, just waiting for law enforcement to give them something as well. We do know, you know, I said authorities are asking you to avoid that area. We do know that some people are waiting there to try to get information as well.
Yeah, a lot of people
Yeah.
still outside, you know, especially if they haven't been able to find, you know, or contact their loved ones, you know, that not knowing is always a challenging thing.
Yeah. I don't think, you know, we've had something this massive for a long time, right?
Yeah, this is not only for us. We certainly haven't had anything like this recently in the metro area, but this is a larger storm system, and what's gone across parts of Arkansas, far southeast Missouri, into Kentucky tonight, those storms have caused an immense amount of damage. And there's a lot of long track tornadoes. One just went through Bowling Green, Kentucky.
Oh, wow.
So, and that was on the ground, and it looked like it was doing substantial damage. So, I mean, there's going to be a lot. Tomorrow there'll be a lot to wake up and see what daylight holds. But there's going to be a lot of damage.
And you were able to track the storm how many days out? I mean,
We
you knew
knew
about it for
a
while.
couple of days ago that there was the potential that something would happen, and then that potential started ramping up.
Yeah.
As you know, as is the case oftentimes when we see weather systems coming our way, there are indications, and we use something, and I'm sure the other forecasters do too. St. Louis University has an analog program that will basically take computer models from, say, this morning and look at the output from those computer models and that weather pattern and what happened a day later, a couple of days later, out through, 2 weeks, and where there were reports of severe weather. And in this case, it was highlighted from the St. Louis area onto the south, potential that we would see severe weather in a pattern like this. And that really started to become evident in the last couple of days. It took a couple of days to get there, but the ingredients, once they start to come together, then you get the idea of what's ahead.
Yeah. I just want to say, since I'm unable to let everyone know, my batteries have died in my earpiece, just to let everyone know. So I'm looking also, Scott, I mean, just incredible damage, like you mentioned, in Kentucky. Tennessee, one of our sister stations, just said that 3 people have died in northwest Tennessee tonight.
That would probably be in that storm that went by Caruthersville.
Okay.
And went across the Mississippi River into Tennessee, because that storm, I've seen some images on the radar of it, and the radar data was just huge, just a massive, massive storm.
Yeah.
So you're looking at video now of the Amazon warehouse over in Edwardsville and the damage that exists there. What we know is that search and rescue operations are still underway in this area tonight. We've had a massive response from emergency responders from all across the region on both sides of the river into the Edwardsville area to assist with the ongoing search and rescue efforts. We don't have a lot of other confirmed information. And that's kind of where we are at this point. Robert Townsend's out there right now. Justina Cornell's been talking with people tonight. Our crews are there, and but you got to remember, you have power out, and there are some issues with trying to get around and traveling around tonight. In fact, there for a while, we, our crews with that second line of thunderstorms that was rolling in after this damage, with all the first responders still there, and we had another tornado warning for that area, we had our crews move to a safe place and, seek shelter, because we can't have, we try to preach, we try to practice what we preach. So, we wanted our people to be safe just like we want you to be safe.
Right.
So, but now you can see those storms are over here. That's that one here is off south of Cincinnati. In northern portions of Tennessee still could have some stronger storms. West of Nashville, there's a whole bunch of warnings right now, but it's settled down for us. So we don't have any more severe weather in St. Louis, but the cleanup will get underway. Certainly some of that's happening overnight, Michelle, but it'll really pick up tomorrow once we get some daylight.
Well, I thought it was interesting, too, that when we were looking at Defiance, that the that the county executive from St. Charles and some police were already out talking to residents overnight, probably not doing cleanup, but at least comforting citizens and trying to get some information.
Well, in that area, maybe, I don't know if that's Ameren or if that's Quiver River, they may have the power back on to the areas that they can get it back on pretty quickly. It just depends on what they have to clean up and, how many poles are down or whatever. So but they work pretty quickly, even at night, mitigating the power, trying to get switches
Yeah.
and turning things back on.
Well, I remember even during the storms tonight, you were on saying, thousands of people had lost power, and then Tracy came on and said, oh, but we just saw 5,000 people restored power,
Yeah.
So, I mean, Ameren crews and all the utility crews were really working. The linemen have a very dangerous and noble job. They were very hard at work tonight. I'm sorry, I'm still looking at my just my computer to see if we can find any new information. Again, we are efforting 2 interviews for you right now. I know that. One person was inside that Amazon warehouse. His mom actually reached out to us and said, okay, my son was inside, but he's okay. And we're going to share, share that interview with him. Justina Cornell is turning that for us right now. So I would love to hear from him because I can only imagine what that experience was like. I mean, we're talking about a facility. You saw how massive it is. It's really hard to tell. It doesn't really give it justice, right, when you're looking at the landscape like that. But we're talking about hundreds of thousands of square feet, talking about even more square footage when it comes to product. But I'm being told to stand by, that we're going to look at, we're going to get some of the interview in just a second. Now, this is a facility, an Amazon facility that opened in 2017. I'm not sure if that was the actual facility that got hit tonight, but it is certainly on that campus nearby. So you can see, I mean, there's a lot of equipment, there's a lot of product, there are a lot of people. We've heard from a lot of people who said that they either currently work for Amazon in one of their facilities locally or used to. And when we reported that the Amazon facility opened up in 2016 in Edwardsville, we said that there were roughly 1,500 people working there.
I think that's been bumped up.
Yeah, it was. I read one account that said 2,000.
Yeah.
And so we did have some people say, on a given shift, 500 people work in that warehouse facility. Granted, there are different warehouse facilities. Apparently, there are delivery facilities and different
Maybe
distribution.
Shipping, distribution, yeah.
But when we looked at the facility, when we were able to take a live look, we're not able to take a live look at the moment because Bob is trying to effort some sound for us, but we saw all those trucks. Remember all those semi-trucks?
Lined up.
So, what are they doing? Are they dropping off? Are they picking up? And then we also know that one of the women we talked to today said that she was trying to get in touch with her husband, who was a driver. So, and wasn't able to hear from him after about 8 o'clock. And we know that that storm hit at 8:30. So I'm hoping that that has a good outcome. We all are.
And that's what we don't know. And, that's where the folks that are trying to connect with their loved ones and their family members, it is a bit difficult because you're not able to connect with them over the phone.
Right.
You're not hearing from them. You don't know, and you're not hearing from anybody else. So
Right.
you don't know.
Well, and that's the thing that we've said, that typically in these mass casualty events, and if you've heard us say that tonight, mass casualty just means a mass response. It doesn't mean anything else. But this is a big investigation and a big active scene. Well, typically when there's a mass casualty event, there is this staging area that's nearby the scene. So somewhere between, the grassy knoll between the warehouse and the road, you would see
Right.
a staging area for families to wait and get updates and information. The media usually would be parked there to get information, and they'd usually send, one law enforcement agent to come
And just give a
give
briefing.
information. And that hasn't happened tonight, which I think, just as a journalist with 20 years of experience, I think that is odd. That tells me that people are working. That tells me that people don't have time to give the
Yeah.
updates because they're under some sort of
They're under a time crunch.
to get people
And they
to
want
get
to
to
make
people.
sure, they want to find whoever's in there, because we had reports that people were trapped. So you would think that, you've got to move. If this roof came down, it's very possible that there are people that were trapped. You know, you would
Well,
be
we
able
heard
to-
reports. I mean, Robert
Yeah.
Townsend said that, and then we also have had obviously we've heard so much tonight, but there were reports of anywhere between 50 and 100 people trapped tonight.
So, and you have to very gently,
Right.
you have to maneuver what debris that they're in around so as to not
Well,
cause additional damage.
I was going to say that reminds me, Bob, our photojournalist on the scene, said at one point there was a ladder, the ladder truck of the fire truck. The ladder was repositioned to clear a girder, and there was something that was getting in the way of that. But that's why, I mean, we just saw a lot of heavy equipment. We saw tow trucks, we saw cranes, we saw a helicopter. I mean, that's not lifting, but we saw a lot of, we saw the helicopter and the drone searching, like putting the lights down to search. And then we also saw the heavy equipment to lift. Okay. I believe we have the Edwardsville police chief on the phone. Michael, are you there? Michael, can you hear me? Okay, I'm going to say we don't have his audio at this time. We're going to work on it, and we'll try it again. Let me tell you, though, the Edwards Police Department has been very hard at work tonight. In fact, just a little bit ago, they gave a statement just to let people know where they were in the rescue operation. And really, it was a short sentence, but it said a search and rescue operation was commenced and is ongoing. And so that tells me that they have been working to try to find people since 8:33 p.m. when this storm hit. Again, this is at the Amazon warehouse, which is 3077 Gateway Commerce Center Drive, if you know that area. It's kind of an industrial area. P&G is there. Worldwide Technology is also there. And when Bob Haynes showed us the area, we actually saw, just right across the street, warehouses with no damage. And that's how these storms are, right? Like you can see, you can go down one street and see one side completely damaged and one side that wasn't. And unfortunately, this is where we saw the damage tonight at the Amazon. Okay, I just want to let you know, we're going to have to confirm this, but I feel like this is okay to share. We just got a text in from a worker from Amazon saying that STL4 fulfillment, I don't know if that's Amazon lingo, have notified employees via text notification that all day shift personnel are to report for start of shift at 12 p.m. tomorrow. So it looks like people will return to work tomorrow, at least STL4. STL4 is the Amazon fulfillment building across the street from the collapsed DLI-4 building. So if you work for Amazon, you would know this lingo. I think DLI might be delivery, because someone said that was the delivery building. So if you work at Amazon and you work across the street from the collapsed building, you are to report to your shift starting at 12 p.m. tomorrow. Also, it looks like we can confirm that the building that we're showing, that fulfillment warehouse video from 2017, was also that building across the street. But it still gives you an idea a little bit about that warehouse. Jacob, did you want to say something? Okay, you want me to talk to him on speakerphone? Okay, so we've got Jacob in here. We're working on the phoner with the Edwardsville police chief, and I'm sure that he is exhausted, but we're going to work on that. I know that the police department's been very hard at work tonight, and always grateful for the work that our first responders and our law enforcement do, especially in situations like this, because again, like Scott's been on air since 6:30 this evening, and here it is almost 2 o'clock in the morning. Hello, sir, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, can you tell me your name, please? I'm sorry.
It's Mike Philback with the Edwardsville Police Department.
Okay, thank you so much, Mike. I really appreciate you taking the time for us. Can you give us an idea of where we are in the search and recovery right now at that warehouse?
Yeah, so we responded here last night around 8:30 p.m. For a building collapse. We've got multiple it's the Edwardsville jurisdiction, Edwardsville Fire and Police, but we also have multiple other fire, EMS, and police departments on scene. They've been working since that time of arrival to make it a secure site to work within, and they've been working now on the process since they were able to accomplish that to search for anyone that's left in the building. Some people were transported and identified from the scene by bus and reunited with family, but we're still working to try to ensure that everyone that was working at the time is accounted for.
Do you know how many people were working at the time?
It's still kind of conflicting information at this point. I know that they've speculated on different numbers, so I don't have a firm count.
Do you think it's in the hundreds?
From what I can take, it does not appear to have been that many working in the facility at that time.
Okay, that's good news. What do we know about the people were there people trapped? We had reports that between 50 and 100 people were trapped at one point.
It doesn't appear that there is that many people in the building. There was, like I said, there were numerous people that we were able to assist with getting transported to a reunification center in Pontoon Beach, and those people have been released and reunited. It doesn't appear that we ever had in the hundreds from what I can make at this point, but we're still working on that.
Okay, well that's positive. That's better than the other way. What about survivors? Did everyone survive?
Well, at this point, I know that there's been at least one person transported to an area hospital, but I don't have any information on any additional injuries or anyone actually left trapped. We're still working on trying to ensure that everyone's accounted for, and the building appears to have taken a direct hit, and there's quite a bit of damage. So that's been kind of a slow process with dealing with water and power, as well as the debris. It's a large warehouse, so they have to shore up some of the concrete to make sure that it's safe for them to actually get in there, first responders to do the search.
Do you know if the people working there had time to seek shelter?
I do not know that information at this point. As far as I know, the building, they have, if they have an alert go off, it would give them an opportunity to look for one of their designated safe zones. But I don't know that information at this point as far as if they had that information at the time.
Okay, well I just want to confirm with you, so far you've had 0 reports of deaths.
At this point, I don't have any. I only have one transported that I know of, and I don't have any confirmations on any deaths at this point.
That is wonderful news, because we have obviously heard so many different conflicting reports, so it's nice to hear that. That's the best case scenario if that remains to be true. What are the biggest challenges tonight? Because it looks like you have every time we tune in, we see an active scene. What are the biggest challenges tonight?
Yeah, well, the first challenge is it's a large large warehouse with a lot of people coming and going. So one of the first challenges was trying to identify who was supposed to be in the building at the time this happened. We had another storm come in shortly after, within the first couple hours. Another storm that came through with heavy rain and wind, and that presented this challenge. And now we're starting to, I believe, go into a windy day. I believe high winds are forecast, and we've seen that wind pick up down here in this area. So a lot of unsafe areas with that debris, with the concrete and everything, that makes it a challenge for the firemen and the EMS that's in there. So, at this point, they're going to continue to look, and we're not going to leave until we know that the building is everyone's accounted for, and that we just hope at this point, hope and pray that the extent of injuries are minimal. So, but unfortunately, we don't know everything at this point. So we can't say for certain.
Why don't you have that information? Are you not getting cooperation that you need, or is it just the timing of things?
Yeah, it's just the timing. A lot of times you have temporary workers and shift change and things of that nature going on, and trucks that are delivering things or picking up. So knowing for certain who was here at the time, can be challenging for that. But the Amazon management is down here, and they are trying to assist us with any information they can provide. It's unfortunate, though. There's just, you don't know, and
right.
and that. So we have to look through everything to make sure that everything is accounted for, and that's a slow process, because we got to make sure that we do it in a safe manner, so that we don't cause further injuries to our first responders.
Absolutely. Do you think that you'll be working throughout the night?
This will be, I'm sure, a scene throughout the rest of the morning, perhaps afternoon. They're going to be on scene. We'll be on scene, trying to account for everything, and then figure out what goes next with making sure the building's safe, so that no one else is injured.
And that's another thing that I wanted to just reiterate. You said that so far it appears there are no reports of death, so one person was transported. Do we know of any other known injuries, potentially?
No, I don't have that information. The ones that were transported by bus, from what I understand, there were a few minor injuries reported, but nothing that required assistance. And that's so. Those folks have been reunited and did not go to the hospital. Okay. Been reunited with their loved ones.
And I was going to ask, are there any other loved ones still waiting on the scene to be reunited with their loved ones?
There is a family member that's down in this area. So right now we haven't accounted for at least one individual at this point, but like I said, we continue to check. There's lots of areas throughout that building, and that, so we have to make sure that we check every place that someone could be.
Sure. And I'm sorry, I don't want to take all of your time, but can you explain though to me what that warehouse was? It was a delivery warehouse. What did it do, or what was the purpose of it?
Yeah, I believe it's an Amazon distribution center, I believe. So I believe a lot of items, basically are delivered here and then transported out from here.
I see. Okay. Well, let me ask you one more question and let you go. What do you need from the public to help support in this effort right now?
Yeah, I mean, really at this point, we've got lots of resources. We just, ask for the public to be patient with the information. I know that, it's not really a lot of information I've been able to share. So be patient. It's a process that has to be done. It has to be done the right way, so that we don't injure any of our personnel in doing it. Would ask them just pray for the families, pray for the people involved, and stay tuned to their local news. We have a lot of people coming and going from down here, first responders, so we don't need anyone coming down here. We ask them to stay at home and allow for this area for us to be able to get in and out as needed.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you so much, Chief. I can't tell you how much it means to us and also to our viewers still watching to have that update. And I hope that we can maybe touch base with you in a few hours overnight.
All righty.
Okay.
We'll probably have more information later in the morning. The fire chief, Chief James Wyford, is overseeing this operation. And I'm sure once they're able to get through that building, we'll have a lot more information to be able to determine what we have, extent of injuries and everything.
Okay. Okay, great. Well, thank you so much, and thank you for your hard work and your time. Really appreciate it.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, good luck.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye. Thank you. All right, so again, we just heard from the police chief of the Edwardsville, Illinois Police Department, and really great news considering what he was able to tell us. So far, no reports of any deaths, though we do know that one person was transported. Also did not have an injury report for us, but workers have been able to reconnect with their families. Not all of them, but a good portion of them. We do know that one family member has been waiting still at the site because their loved one is unaccounted for. So by all accounts, it seems to be a storyline more in the positive direction than the other way around, because we certainly had heard and reported on the gamut of things that people have been telling us. So, but that is the best confirmation that we have. You just heard, though, from the police chief that he doesn't know everything, and he is asking for patience from the public as they try to get out more information. And he said that, yes, they have to do search and rescue and recovery and all those things, but they have to do it the right way. They don't want to have any injuries with their first responders either. So if everyone can be patient, avoid the area, all those things, that would help them the most. But certainly a positive news that we would love to hear at 2:15 in the morning. We do want to hear now from Justina Cornell. She talked to a man, an Amazon driver, who was near or in the building when it happened. So let's, got there 5 minutes after the storm. There we go. All right, so let's listen to Justina's interview.
Got to work around like 9:50 a.m. Well, around like 9:30, 9:40, because they changed the times up because of basically peak season and stuff like that. So I got there around like 9:30, 9:40, loaded up our vans around like 9:50, and headed out to deliver packages. So I was out literally ever since then, up until the point I came back to the warehouse, which is, I do want to say around like 5 minutes after the storm has passed and hit the warehouse. So by the time that I came, the police was everywhere. The building was already torn apart, and they had us wait.
Tell us about what you saw. What did you see when you pulled up? Like the building itself.
So the front corner of the building was still intact, but the back corner of the building onto the right side was caved in. So I waited in my van around like 30 minutes, and then they told us to come inside into like a tornado shelter area. And from the tornado shelter area, you could kind of see into the warehouse. So from the position I was in, the back corner where I usually check in and grab my bag and stuff like that, keys for the van, all that was caved in. It was a bathroom over there. So that bathroom was gone. So that was gone. 10, 15 minutes later, they told us they was going to take us to the Pontoon Beach PD police station. And I was going basically just trying to go to my car. So they let some people who was in the front area, and I thought they was talking about the back area as well, but they didn't. So when I went around to the back area, that was completely destroyed. It looked like somebody just blew out the whole back area. It was debris all across the lake. The power lines was down. Majority of the cars, some of the Amazon vans was close to the lake, like it was about to fall in there. And it was just completely destroyed.
If we don't have an idea of what everything in Amazon is, what is that usually? What that area is? What do y'all, what's in there, or what are workers doing in there?
It's basically like it's a complete warehouse. A complete warehouse is filled with many packages and many vans. The back area that was mainly destroyed, that's is where many of the vans are parked at when we start or when we drop them off. So it's an area of where all the vans is parked, and then it's another section to where we drive into to get our packages that we load up for the day and deliver out to. So the staging area, the packaging area was completely destroyed. The windows was busted out. The garage door was open and all that stuff. And the area of where the vans had parked, that was completely destroyed as well. The roof caved in. There was a lot of debris everywhere. Usually on a regular shift, this is somewhat the start of peak season, so you would start to see more people to be in there. But around the time that accident took place, it's not as many people as it used to be throughout the day. So I would say it probably was like 30 or 40 people that was in there. I'm not too sure. Excuse me. It all depends on who came in and who went home, because everybody leaves and goes in there at different times. And then plus it's also two different companies that works in the same warehouse. So for our company, we just deal strictly with picking up packages and dropping them off and dropping off the van. So it's not too many of our people that was in there. Thank God most of them left home, but some like me that came at the time that did, we just had to really wait it out and stuff like that.
Yeah, you were telling me when you got there, they put you right away into a shelter location, right?
We actually waited about like 10, 15 minutes. And then the only reason why they moved us into the shelter is because they was talking about it was another tornado that was supposed to come.
Tell us about what's some of the guidance that you've gotten so far. I know you said that they're still trying to work this out. We did get a statement from Amazon, but have y'all gotten any sort of guidance what might be happening? Or, those are your fellow coworkers, so I can imagine y'all are curious of what's going on yourselves.
Yeah, so I talked to one of my dispatchers. He's still confused as well. So he don't even know about anything. For one, if we're supposed to still clock in, if we're gonna be paid while this time is happening. We don't know about our vehicles. We still haven't heard nothing about the vehicles that was in the back during the wreckage. We don't know nothing.
You were talking about your car? I think your mom was saying you're trying to get your car out. I mean, was your car destroyed, or I'm assuming multiple cars are destroyed?
I could say some were destroyed, but the area of my car was in, that's where the firefighters and the construction workers was trying to get all the debris left over. I'm pretty sure my car was hit during the tornado, but I'm not too sure. I wasn't even able to see my car.
You got there, missed it by maybe 5-10 minutes. I mean, is that kind of wild to think that you potentially missed the storm that has potentially injured several people?
Yeah, I was actually talking to my stepdad about that on the way back, because I actually drove to a route that I had already completed that took 20 minutes to get there. If I would have used that 20 minutes to go straight back to the warehouse, I probably would have been one of those, inside it while it was happening, or I could have been, a victim of anything. So, yeah.
Crazy. I mean, yeah, I was gonna say, what emotions are you feeling right now? We don't know. We have nothing confirmed of potential fatalities yet, but there may be some. I mean, it is pretty crazy. A location that you work that this happened. I mean, any type of emotions or anything else you want to add?
Is pretty much still like disbelief, because some of the people that is in there or that was trapped in there, you talk to them, or you could have, dealt with them while it was helping you dealing with packages. So me knowing faces, I'm not really too well of knowing faces or anything like that. So it's like hearing the names that was listed off as they was trying to get a head count, and the people that was missing, it's like you just don't even know who was still in there or who had passed. So it's kind of like it's a lot of disbelief, or you're not really taking it in.
Again, that was Justina Cornell talking to Thomas DeWalt, who is an Amazon driver, showed up about 5 minutes after that storm, 8:33 hit the warehouse there. Said that the damage, just to recap, said that most of the damage happened where they filled the packages, I should say where all the vans were parked. He also believed that the staging area was also destroyed there, and to his account, believed that there were dozens of people inside the warehouse, just not as many people as there normally would be, maybe because people got off work. At the timing was just so that as many people who could be there weren't there. Excuse me. But still, we do know that this is considered a mass casualty event, meaning that there's a massive response. We also heard from the Edwardsville police chief just minutes ago. He told us some very positive news in the sense that there were no reported deaths at this time. He did say that one person was transported for help, but again, positive news, no reported deaths. Most of the people had been connected to their families, that they had been reunited with their families, I should say. He did, though, the police chief did say that one loved one was still waiting to find out the location of someone who worked in that warehouse. So the police chief was just asking for patience and understanding that they're going to do their jobs. They're going to continue to search and look for people and make sure that everyone is accounted for, but it certainly takes time. This is an event that now has been going on for several hours. Again, it started at 8:33 yesterday evening, when the storm hit. There was a second round. We heard so many reports from you about what happened, but we just got word again from the police chief that really could be great news considering what we've been thinking and considering, excuse me, throughout this whole night. So as you know, it is an active scene still, and there's a lot of search and recovery going on right now, but I think we're going to wrap up our coverage tonight. Here it is, though. It's 2:30 in the morning. We're going to be back on the air in just a few hours. Not Scott or myself, but Today in St. Louis will be back, and of course, we'll bring you the latest updates. We will have people, of course, in our newsroom working, and they will be listening for updates as well. And if there's an important update, we'll bring it to you right away. We won't wait for that. But in the meantime, thank you so much for watching tonight. It has been a very long and hard night across the St. Louis area. And certainly we did not leave unscathed. We know that there was at least one death in Defiance and potentially a lot of damage and destruction. So we'll bring you that update tomorrow. In the meantime, be safe, take care of yourself, and we will see you for Today in St. Louis. Good night.